yeah, but this thing look out to me, everything is on now, but the problem with the screen is not displaying. I don't know why. The screen is not displaying. Everything is connected now. Yeah, I put a new webcam. Oh, okay. Yeah, just something is on, but I don't know the display. I don't know why. Or maybe the middle.
Testing 1, 2, testing commentary mic. Testing 1, 2. Can you hear me? Awesome. Alright. Okay, I've got the Bambinos coming up. They're lining up on their formation lap. And a cold and chilly welcome to you for round 3 of the RMC Rotax Max Challenge Championship here in South Africa. Very, very chilly morning, as emphasized before. Some of these Bambino class that you see here had to warm up quite a bit in their warm-up session earlier on in this morning, but they're good and ready to go, all set up and crawling around the circuit, this fantastic Formula K circuit for their first heat of the day's racing. Lots to look forward to for them. Of course, their track is semi-adjusted to suit the performance level of the Bambino, so it's not the full circuit we're going to be looking at for them, but it's going to be exciting nonetheless. Leading the Bambinos, of course, is Alonso de Oliveira, who performed quite well throughout the weekend. You saw his times performing in and around the same level consistently, so absolutely is no surprise for him to be leading the pack the way he is. And Bambinos making their way, approaching the corkscrew section, which can get very exciting, as you'll see as the day progresses. Behind Alonso de Oliveira is Caleb Lingerfeldt. In 3rd place, Russell Josephat. And you've got Sebastian Shuttleworth in 4th place. Aston Farrell in the number 40. In 5th, Roddy Harris. Liam De Beer, Enzo Ngwane, as well as Anash Madigane wrap up the entire field. It's going to be an 11-lap race for Heat 1. With the Bambinos for round 3 of the RMC Max Challenge. Right, we got flag up for the Bambinos. Flag down and away they go. Alonso de Oliveira instantly securing himself turn 1 and making sure that he has no trouble whatsoever. Oops, someone goes a bit awry there. I think that was Roddy Harris. And we have Alonso de Oliveira instantly asserting his dominance as we go back up the hill just before corkscrew. But he seems to have a bit of company. Not much breathing room, at least not as much as he'd secured himself by the time the Bambinos got over to turn 1. But he has a good run up the hill and going further down into corkscrew. It looks like Lingerfeldt still gaining some time there. That run up the hill may have had a lot more torque going up the hill than de Oliveira may have anticipated, but he seems to have the covering of Lingerfeldt so far. The Bambinos seem to have gotten into a decent train formation, as is the case, and it's always the advantage of, in this case, it looks like Lingerfeldt, who's gotten a 10th or 2 on de Oliveira, only half a cart length between the two of them, and side by side. It looked like Shuttleworth was having a look on the inside there, but thought better of it for now. There's not much momentum going up the hill there, so you have to really be decisive and be sure about how much pace you have for an overtaking maneuver. De Oliveira stretching his legs now, seems to have a lot more straight line performance as far as the stand. Going uphill is where Lingerfeldt seems to recover. That's his pattern so far. Looks like Beer's having a look down the inside. They're going up to the kink and gets a little love tap back. Rubbing his racing, they say. And that is Madigane saying, I've got your number, brother. See you a bit later. Up the hill, de Oliveira has twice the company he had from a lap ago. Only at lap 2 now of this 11-lapper. And already the pressure is on for de Oliveira to secure himself first position. There is no pulling it as far as it stands. Lingerfeldt getting an excellent toe now, but bring some company with him. Rail is well in the mix. Lingenfeld is in a bit of a pickle here. He's going to have to focus on either attacking or defending. It looks like the defending came first, and he goes very late around the outside at the end of the kink, that left-hander there, and somehow finds momentum to go up the hill, while still closing in on De Oliveira. That was some impressive defending and attacking at the same time. De Oliveira, some room to breathe so far after 3 laps. Lap times at the moment stand at 42.2, and he is about 4 tenths clear rather of Lingenfeld. That gap seems to be a lot more visible on the circuit as well. In the meantime, Enzo Mwani, as he and De Beer approach the kink, has some sort of comfort with De Beer, may be able to reel him in as we saw him do earlier with Madikane. It will give that a bit of time to simmer, and we do need a lot of simmering. It's quite chilly out there, so let's give him a bit of time. De Oliveira finds several kart blends out of it. It looks like nowhere. The engine must be cooking now. And Lingenfeld, I imagine, is asking himself what is happening. In the meantime, from a short distance, the drift of the top 2, Correal in 3rd place, is watching intently to see what happens, but Shuttleworth is right behind him, using that toe to the max. And let's see if he's going to capitalize not too long from now in this Bambino race. It is race 1, of course, and we've got a whole day of racing ahead of us for several classes, a total of, I think, close to 100 entries we have, with a couple of visitors coming in from across the border. I believe it is Namibia. So welcome to you. And Alonso De Oliveira welcoming the rest of the Bambino class to what he wants to make his day, as he's already performed pretty well throughout the warm-up and practice sessions throughout the weekend in preparation for this race, and he seems to be continuing on that run of form. Trailing 3 looks a bit different now, with Enzo Nwane having to look over his shoulder not too long from now, as Bia is closing in on him, as we alluded to not too long ago. In the meantime, around the outside, someone was having a good round the outside there. That was Rail trying to see if he can sneak around the outside, and the final turn, that takes something even for Bambino to pull off. Diminutive as these carts are, it still is difficult given the speeds they're going at flat out. A lot of the time when they're coming down from the corkscrew all the way to the penultimate or the final 20. Oliveira looks like he's lost his stuff here, if I'm not mistaken. That looks like his helmet at the kink. I stand to be corrected, but that definitely is the blue and yellow of De Oliveira. We're going to have the reset now. Yep, it was De Oliveira who lost his kart just before going up the hill there. And the lead has changed. Oh, no, it wasn't De Oliveira. De Oliveira, who was that who lost his kart? We'll get that in a second. In the meantime, we see mid-pack battle cooking nicely there. The Lingenfeld still trailing, trying to get his way back there. Look at Farrell looking over his shoulder to see what's going on. Not quite sure what he has to do, how wide he has to make his kart in a defensive maneuver. But in the meantime, still De Oliveira, I beg your pardon, who's in the lead. Someone with a very similar helmet to this one. Someone goes very forward. I think that was Madikane on the dust to get his picture now. In the meantime, down the inside goes Lingenfeld versus Varel. How close do you want it? Varel was having none of that. Look at that. Late as you want on the brakes. He did everything right, but Varel was just not accepting that. Oh, Varel tried the switcheroo there, the up and under, but didn't quite work out. Really very exciting racing between these two Bambino karters. Running order remains the same. On lap 10 of this 11-lap race. end is drawing nearer. And then we're going to have our first checkered flag fall for the day with the Bambino class. At the ready, of course, all the senior maxes were lining up, getting ready to go for their Heat 1. But in the meantime, the man who's absolutely asserted his authority very early on, put the hammer down, is Alonso de Oliveira. No surprise, as he's done so all weekend. And he claims the checkered flag for race 1 of Bambino class in the RMC round 3 here at Formula K. Well raced for him. Very exciting racing between Jorge in second place and Caleb Lingerfeld, who lost his place and went down into third. Shuttleworth leaving it right till the end, taking that third place. Lingerfeld losing out, of course, now. Roddy Harris in fifth place, and the rest of the field looks a lot similar to the way it began, apart from the fact that Marigane fell away towards the end of the race, and he fortunately is beached on the side of the track. So we're going to take a bit of time to recover his card. The marshals at the ready as ever for safety's sake. But there's your final results as we have them. Alonso de Oliveira, Aston Farrell, Sebastian Shuttleworth, Caleb Lingerfeld, Roddy Harris in sixth place, Joseph Russell, one of our Namibian visitors, Enzo Mwane, Liam De Beer, and Anash Madigane fell away and could have finished his race, and he's been safely recovered as we speak. How is that for a welcome? It's a bright and sunny but not hot morning in Benoni, far east of Gauteng. Welcome to you from wherever you're watching and catching our live stream. And if you're visiting us here at the circuit, warm welcome, as warm as can be mustered or gathered. It's been a very chilly couple of days and challenging nonetheless. But we're here for the sport we so enjoy. A long day of racing ahead of us, and lining up, I believe, next are the senior maxes on today's program. So we stay tuned for them. Here come your senior maxes back for more competitive and more heated round. They had a warm-up earlier this morning, so a couple of them complaining about how it's just not palatable condition of a circuit that early and that chilly were the conditions. However, now things have sort of thawed, melted down a bit, and we have racing back underway. It's race 1 for the senior maxes with Kent Swartz of Gazoo Racing out in the lead ahead of Mohammed Wali. Jonah Wilson in third place, Mauro Daluge in fourth, Shafisa fifth place, Brandon van der Veld in sixth as they complete the kink and get ready to approach the start finish. Lights on. Lights off, away we go for the senior maxes. Bit of a love tap there with Daluge and Wali, but everybody on circuit. And down into the dam section they go. That right hand is a tricky place to be. Ken Swartz seems to have it covered, but Mohammed Wali not giving him any room whatsoever. He's not letting him breathe for the time being. And around the twisty section they go. Wali still on Ken Swartz as close as he can. He's not going to let him have any breathing room. Looks like Liam Polymer having a look over his shoulder there. See how much space he has to work with. Not much in that part of the circuit, that's for sure. Looks like Wilson also getting involved with Daluge. Has a look down the inside, going up to the kick. Side by side with Wilson and Daluge. See the order reestablished there. Daluge has the beating of, that is Wilson rather, having the beating of Daluge going out of the corkscrew. Wally still in Ken Swartz's toe. Ken Swartz knows that it looks over his shoulder. Squirmish under braking, they go. Down to the Rotax corner. Swartz and Wally inseparable still. Schalfisser made impressive jumps in position to get himself in that top 4. As it stands, 0.2 of a second between Ken Swartz and Muhammad Wali, with Wilson in 3rd. Fisser now 4th place. A couple of jumps for him. Rashawn Goodman in 5th place. And Wally seemed to have a good jump there coming out of that corner. Some bottom end very active for him. Fisser still wrestling for that 3rd place. He doesn't want to waste any time. So Wally having a look down the around the outside rather. Try to get Swartz to lose his focus a bit, and in goes Wally. Wow, that was very, very thought out. Knew exactly what he was doing. It looked like 2 or 3 corners before he was trying to get Swartz's attention and distract him from his braking point, and it seems to have worked. Going up the hill and out of corkscrew. Swartz has fallen back significantly and now has Fisser to worry about, as opposed to Wally, who's got a ton of breathing room. But that fight for 2nd to 5th or 6th place, it cannot be called at the moment. There is no space at all. All being fought for and wrestled. Swartz will now have to focus on defensive maneuvers for the time being. Just how close we are. Back significantly from that. He's now in 6th place when he was in top 4 positions and conversations a couple of laps ago. Swartz now in 3rd place as Fisser's taken that position. And for the time being, Swartz would have to focus on what's ahead of him as opposed to behind. With Wilson, looks like Wilson, Goodman as well as Daluge, and not too much space. Wally, no worries in the front. It's the mid-pack that's just so difficult to call at the moment. Behind Goodman, we've got Spies. Looks like 2 at the same time. Fisser still having to fight off Ken Swartz. Best lap on the circuit we've seen from Wally, 105.7. About a second adrift, given just how much fighting they've had to do. That is Fisser, who's the 2nd fastest man at the moment. Nice and wide they go around that right-hander. And going up to the kick on the jumbo jet section. Ken Swartz is having to calculate just how he's going to get back his 2nd place, his 1st in fact, considering he started this race in the lead. Be a difficult one for him. Fisser is no slouch whatsoever. But that 4th place still belonging, well, no longer belonging to Wilson, now belonging to Rashawn Goodman. He secured that. Keon Spies in 5th place. Van der Walt in 6th. John Wilson now demoted down to 7th. Paul Hewitt in 8th place. Daluge sadly in 9th now. It's a top 10 conversation. What has happened, that mid-pack has just been a difficult place to be in the early part of the race. While in the front 3, this has been the picture. 2 mirror-imaged, luminous yellow karts in the front with a angrily driven GR Academy car by Ken Swartz, but he's a very careful, very calculated driver. Keon Spies giving Van der Walt the signal to focus on what's ahead of us. Can we focus? If I'm faster than you, says Van der Walt. He has a look down the inside of Keon Spies, but nothing yet. With Rashawn Goodman right in front of him. I wonder if Rashawn Goodman is aware of what's coming behind him in that mid-pack battle. Could be a double overtake if he doesn't watch himself, but he seems to have the better of that experience. Kart at the moment seems to be running very well. That first right left, very challenging place to be. You have to choose which curve to compromise and which to prioritize. far, looks like Goodman has had better of the choices. Wilson has to watch that battle from afar, unfortunately for him. Really thinking about what could have been. As we pass the halfway mark of this race, it's a 10-lapper, 5 laps across. Wally comfortably in the lead ahead of Visser and Swartz, who are inseparable. 3 laps inseparable. Those two have been. They're literally on the same 100th of a second. Literally hard to take them apart. Now I wonder how much of this is deliberate from either of those karters. It could be Swartz calculating a move later on in the race. It could be Visser trying to moderate the pace, knowing he's got a bit more in his back pocket. Let's see. Flat out they go in that section, all the way down from up from the corkscrew, all the way down to very squiggy Rotax corner. The braking zone takes a lot of control, a lot of skill to get their car stably out of that section of the circuit. And still Keon Spies in the lead ahead of, and ahead in the mid-pack battle rather, of Van der Walt. What could have been done right has been done right by Wally for the beginning of the race. Staying close as possible to Ken Swartz early on and making sure to make that move stick when it comes. In the meantime, Visser has to worry about Swartz and he keeps looking over his shoulder. He's gotten himself a bit of room now, cart length or so as they go past the jumbo jet section to that left-hander. And up into corkscrew where they'll now be flat out all the way down to Rotax corner. Incredible commitment is needed here. And your ability to position your kart ideally on that racing line to make sure you're not slipping off or shedding precious time. Look at that. Visser and Swartz in sync in almost every point, braking at the same point, getting on curb at the same point. But that's not what they want. One has to be ahead of the other. That's the nature of racing. Some breathing room for Goodman as Van der Walt has gotten better off speed now in that mid-pack fight. Speeds in that 5, 6, and 7th position fight. Mauro Darouge now up to 8th. Wally having a look at how much comfort he has behind him. Significant, I'd say, sir. And the same does Goodman to see what's going on with Van der Walt. And Wilson now. Speeds being demoted by Wilson a couple of laps ago. The hill they're going out flat out. Both of these cars cannot compromise, more especially Visser. If you look at that amount of control needed there is incredible. Looks like Swartz is trying to shorten the line behind Visser to see if he can gain a 10th or 2. Goodman at this point, who's in frame, must be fully aware of what's going on behind him and how much he can now focus on getting ahead and possibly closing that gap to Swartz. Looks highly unlikely with the pace that they're running at lap 8 of this race, closing in on the final lap. And out of breakpoint, Michael Zayn out there. It's much further back in the running in 13th. Ahead of him is stablemate Liam Polomé in 12th. Still Ken Swartz looking for some answers from Visser. Nothing has materialized as yet. Quiet race he's having. Quieter still is Mauro Darouge's race. And Wally still remains the quickest man on the circuit. Looked like a 1:05.714 that he set. Now, too far behind him is Shaw Visser, who's now pressed on the final lap to make sure that he can up the pace and keep Ken Swartz at bay. Checkered flag at stake now for that top 3 position. What's the podium going to look like? Maybe very different. It's very difficult to call. It's been a very tight race between that top 3 rather, and Muhammad Wali got his in early to make sure he's not troubled for podium position. And it seems to have paid off for him as he approaches the jumbo jet section onto the left-hander. Very well calculated and controlled race for him. calculated and controlled was Ken Swartz, who made a move on Fisser, and he definitely had that in the bag. He was controlling himself. Shows it was all under his control. As Muhammad Wali in that 299 War Motorsport card takes the checkered flag for the race 1 of Senior Max. In second place, Ken Swartz leaving it right till the end to pip Charles Fisser, who now is demoted to 3rd place on the final lap. Rashawn Goodman, well-managed race for him in 4th place. John Wilson in 5th. And we've got Van der Veld in 6th place. Kian Spies in 7th. Maro Daluj in 8th. And Srin Naidoo 9th place, as well as Cole Hewinston in the top 10. That mid-pack was difficult. That was very tough, and those who made it out be caught in one piece, definitely showing their skill and having earned their place at the premier class for these 13 to 14-year-olds. Very, very aggressive racing, calculated racing from Wally. Swartz knew he had to wait behind Fisser and had to be patient for him to get his 2nd place back, as 2nd place was the only realistic option at that point, and there was no point overdriving, being too aggressive this early on in the day. Still got a long day of racing to go, so there's plenty for us to be excited about. Race 1 wrapped up. Race 1 for the Micro Maxes is next, with Matthew Shuttleworth leading the pack. Rather, Luan Tibet leading the pack, and side by side with him is Matthew Shuttleworth. It is a right-hander, of course, that we have on the inside, as opposed to a left. It is a very quick right-left that's going to be tricky to navigate, but these Micro Maxes are skilled enough to navigate that smoothly. Luke Dutoy in 3rd place, Liam Wharton in 4th, Noah Crenier in 5th place, Lutleng Tekiso in 7th, Adrian staying behind him, Alessio Pritz, Michael O'Mahony and Karish Shetty behind him, Roman Hussein, Raydan Reddy, as well as Ronald Fenter and Igor Estevez wrap up the entire class of Micro Maxes as they snake their way around the circuit, getting ready for their race 1 for the day. Formation lap can be a tricky one sometimes, especially with the younger classes, but I won't jinx anything. Although I'm just saying that now, at this point it's too late, is it not? And the marshals signaling to our Micro Maxes to slow their pace down as much as they can, bring it down to a falling pace. Not too long from now, we're going to be going down the home straight to the start finish for race 1 of the Micro Maxes. At this round 3, I see him trying to concertina a bit and squeeze in a bit more. Marshals look like they're happy. For race 1 for the Micro Maxes at round 3, the SA RMC Challenge. And there we go down the Oh, look now, there's a tap there between that front two DD2, reminding Laurent de Vet ahead of him that I'm around. And the marshals still waving their yellows, so we're going to have to do this again. We're going to have to do this again. My fault, I jinxed that. And we're going to have to rehash that a bit and correct it. Maybe the Micromaxers haven't quite thawed. While they try to do this again, I want to see if we can have a look quickly at some of the lap times that these young karters set going into this race. Very impressive quali ability we have here. It's only a 10th between the top two, that is de Vet and DD2. And Tekiso. I seem to have mixed up my sheets here. So I'll get, that was the morning session, yes, correct. Well, pardon me, well, that's out the way. Let's focus on the present, why don't we? We have Shuttleworth and, let's see, okay. Shuttleworth in front, happy with the pace. They two at the front are setting the pace, of course. Formation lap seems to be good now. COC trying to signal them to calm down the home straight, they go. And we have a start. It's green flags for the Micromax race 1 with de Vet in the lead. The marshal's happy with this one. Here we go. We have green for Micromax race 1. Snaking around the tight stuff. Bit of an uphill there, so you have to get your aggression a bit right. Shuttleworth seems to have lost 2 or 3 positions already. Very, very difficult to navigate turn 1 there, especially at the dam section. It can get very wide and narrow at the same time, if that makes sense. Whoa, someone goes off. Jeez, someone's kicking up some dust there out in the front. Shuttleworth is trying to get his way back into that top 3. We'll have a look at the running order properly in the moment when things reset, as we've had a full lap of racing with this Micromax race 1. All right, there's your lead. As it stands, Laurent de Vet out in front, of course, kicked up a bit of dust. Someone about to lose the position down the inside. It looked like, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, Shuttleworth not involved in that. Okay, that stayed the same. Jeez, that was close. But de Vet comfortably in the lead. Noah Krinier in second, with Liam Watson in third place. Matthew Shuttleworth fell back 2 places. Now in fourth, and Adrian Steyn was the one I saw there just before that right-hander in the tight stuff, trying to defend his position as much as he could. He still has a lot of defending to do. It's not an easy place to be, as he's the one who's going to be asking questions of Matthew Shuttleworth. In fact, there's a whole exam going on there in that battle for the second place, let's say. Because de Vet has opened such a gap that 5 karts, let's say, in the running for second place, as it stands, with Krinier having to defend the foremost position from second. 0.7 of a second in between the leader of this race, Laurent de Vet, and Krinier in second. It's futile to talk about time differences for that 2nd to 5th position. Shuttleworth down the inside, he goes. Does he make it stick? Yes, he does. Liam Wharton's going to have to answer that. And it looked like Adrian Steyn was going to have a look there as Wharton fell back, but not to be. It's a very difficult place to do that. Probably thought better of it. Right hand at the dam section. Very, very tricky to navigate. It was a very slick move there from Shuttleworth. He knows he cannot waste any time whatsoever. Oops, side by side, going the right hander uphill there as we approach the jumbo jet section. Shuttleworth now happily in the top 3 again, and he's going to set his sights now on Krinier to take that 2nd place. Very easy to kick up some dust in that run up to corkscrew if you're not careful and you're very late on braking. Let's see how late Shuttleworth is going to leave it. There's definitely a move brewing there. Wharton will be there to pick up the pieces if anything does not materialize. Nothing at Rotax for Shuttleworth. Keeps it as it is for now. See exactly where he's going to make his move in the meantime. He's showing his intent, given that he's the quickest man on circuit at the moment, 1:13.8, which is significantly clear of anyone else on the circuit. Going to vet in a different race altogether as we are at the 3-lap mark of this 8-lapper. I have a feeling though that Shuttleworth would be able to marshal this top 2, top 3 fight to close in that gap on Laurent de Vet, given the times that he's able to set at the moment. But Noah Crenier is going to be the de facto player in that scenario to see if that happens or not. Halfway across this race we go, and we've only seen half of what's in store for us with the Micromaxes. Full commitment these Micromax karters have been going down heavy into braking at the Rotax corner, and still nothing changes. Detroit having to stay as close as possible to not Detroit, Adrian Steyn having to stay as close as possible to Detroit hitting him. And that's exactly what got him the most recent fastest lap, 1:13.1. Moment there, it looked like Shuttleworth may have had to do some defending from Wharton, whose side was having a look down his inside there. And he certainly is close enough to try and get a move. And yeah, something happened there at the dam section that we didn't catch in frame, and it was Shuttleworth falling back 2 places. And he's going to be livid with himself as how much work remains for him. The pressure's only mounted, considering the fact that we're closing in at the end of this, race. We've covered the majority of it so far. Having his patience eventually paying off as they go into braking down to Rotax. Now side by side. Ooh, Shuttleworth being forced to defend from Dutoy there. Adrian Steyn watching closely to see if he can pick up the pieces from that fight ahead of him. Nothing in it for the two of them. Adrian Steyn putting everything into it. 6th place at the moment and churning out the fastest laps we have on circuit so far for the Micromaxes. Laurent de Vet still looking over his shoulder. I guess you can never be too comfortable to see what's going on behind him. But Noah Crenier, as well as Liam Wharton, seem to be far enough behind them to breathe a bit. He doesn't have to put in his hottest laps that we've seen. I mean, he's 7/10 off the fastest that we have, which came from Adrian Steyn a couple of laps ago. So he certainly is managing his race as we start the 6th lap of 8. The majority of the race has come and gone. Liam Wharton might not be done yet, but under braking, he keeps it steady behind Noah Crenier. Has a look down the inside, definitely has a lot more speed going into the double right there. Let's see what happens down the dam section of the circuit. Full commitment needed there. Still fastest man on the circuit, Adrian Steyn, and a nice toe there from Shuttleworth. There's definitely a side-by-side scenario coming for that top 3 battle. 2nd place is still hotly contested. Shuttleworth may be loading something up to at least get back 1 position into 4th. But if he doesn't make it neat, staying behind him is definitely going to pick up the pieces. In the meantime, Laurent de Vet still looking comfortable. Half a second between him and Noah Crenier. about to start the final phase of the race for race 1 of the Micromaxes. This is the final lap, so you can expect some commitment going down into Rotax. Perhaps not. Let's see where it's going to be. Looking at a heavy braking zone that gives enough room for a very gutsy move from one of these karters. Certainly many battles close enough for some commitment to be made. Luan de Vet, well-managed race throughout this 8 laps. And right behind him, Noah Kenya still defending from Liam Wharton. Wharton can't quite have a look yet, but it looks like Shuttleworth has made something happen at the dam section, out of frame. Yes, he did. That's why he's got himself back up into 4th. It's like, ooh, someone had a look there. It was Wharton trying to see if he can get something at the end of the jumbo jet section on the left-hander, but it's very difficult to do and pull off. That was really the final opportunity he had. Side by side with Shuttleworth, and I believe that was that Steyn or Detroit. But in the meantime, our top 3 remained the same. Luan de Vet in first place, collects that checkered flag for race 1 in the Micromax. Noah Kenya in second. Liam Wharton in third place. Matthew Shuttleworth managed to defend Adrian Steyn, who had a look down the inside, going up to corkscrew. Wow. Someone left it very late there. And it really did look like Liam Wharton was going to commit, but it didn't quite happen. Well, I suppose third place is better than none. Could have been too risky, and then both would have lost out altogether. Still, again, it is race 1, so you have to be a bit calculating in how you make your approach. But someone who calculated it perfectly for all 8 laps, Luan de Vet, started and finished in prime position. Fantastic bit of racing for Micromax round 1. It's Luan de Vet, Noah Kenya and Liam Wharton in your top 3. Shuttleworth in 4th place, Adrian Steyn in 5th, Luke Troy 6th place, Michael O'Mahony, Didoteng Teki, so Alicio Brits and Kyrie Chetty round up your top 10. Ronald Bender in 11th, Radon Reddy in 12th, Roman Hussein and Igor Esteves of Mozambique in 14th place. And that was your Micromax race 1. Now, for the sake of comparison, at the beginning of the race, I wanted to have a look at their qualifying times from yesterday to see the pace differential in terms of race pace and quali pace. Well, there's nothing for me to show you because the fastest man, Luan de Vet, a 1:13.5 is what he set for quali, and his best lap for this race was a 1:13.499. Tells you just how committed they are. Quali times during the race. How much faster do you want it? In the meantime, we're waiting for our next race on our program. Plenty to see, plenty to enjoy. But we've had race 1 come and gone for the Micromaxes. The Junior Maxes are lining up and getting ready to show why they've earned their place as South Africa's foremost in this round 3 of Formula K, the SA RMC Challenge. And it's William Marshall who marshals the Junior Maxes going down to the inside. Luke Hill beside him. Amani Quinoa in 3rd place. Jana Pascal in 4th. George Lanitz in 5th place. Keegan Martin in 6th. Keegan Beaumont in 7th place. John Wadley beside him in 8th. Jordan Wadley rather, beside him in 8th. And we have Emma Dowling in 9th. Christian Ferreira 10th place. Aryan Singh in 11th. 12th place, Anwil April and Jesse Swart wraps up the entire pack. Wrapped up corkscrew in their formation lap have the Junior Maxes, and it will soon be lights out, flag down, whichever you prefer, for race 1 in the Junior Max class. And we have things in formation going down into high speed zone there at the dam section. Still in the lead. Looks like is Luke Hill at the beating of his colleagues. And we Still got yellows being waved by our marshals. And we have to try this one more time, as the marshals weren't happy with the start procedure there. Someone broke the tram lines, maybe a jump start, but we're going to have to perfect this. This right again. We're done with corkscrew, going down to the final turn. Everybody concertinaed into that compact train of junior maxes. It's lights on for the junior maxes and lights out, and we go racing down the start finish. Do we keep it neat and tidy going down into turn one? Let's see. One makes out again. Someone being forced right there. Wasn't that a Praga chassis? Fluke kill. Pardon me, we're still yet to clear things up. It is only lap one. But it looked like he did fall away significantly, actually, because Luke Hill was side by side with Marshall going down into turn one. And it's Kinua in second place. Georgia Lanitz in third. How quickly things change in a couple of corners. Keegan Beaumont now in fourth. What an aggressive move from Kinua. How many places did he jump there? That was a place for Kinua, and Georgia Lanitz was behind Pascal, but that has changed as well. Let's clear it up quickly as we reset our timers. Kinua looking faster still, but it indeed was him and Lanitz who made the biggest jumps in that first phase of the race. Beaumont under braking, looks like he's going to pressurize Lanitz for the next couple of corners. Nothing in it for that top four. They look really similar in pace and in their approach this early on into the race. Definitely isn't a matter of Marshall sailing away into the sunset with this one. In the meantime, though, Emma Dowling bringing things up in fifth place. Luke Hill lost several places, falling down is behind her. And Aryan Singh right behind him. Luke Hill's going to be kicking himself, but he's got the pace to get back where he needs to be. Kinua under pressure from Lanitz. Up the jump of jet section, Kinua has to defend a bit more. Defend or attack is a tough place and predicament to be stuck in. May have to pick up the pace and try and pressurize Marshall at the moment. Only 0.1 of a second in between that top 2 and 3. Luke Hill making places. He's gotten a pace back from Emma Dowling. He's going to have to push Keegan Beaumont being his next target. But he's going to have his work cut out for him because he's got Georgia Lanitz as well as Kinua ahead of them, not too far. So it's not as easy as just making one pass. The man with the most to lose at the moment would be Kinua after a fantastic start. That's exactly how you want to do that. Beaumont still pressurizing Lanitz as we go up to that right-hander. And he's going to have to find a bit more pace there because Georgia Lanitz is bringing more karters in tow. Three of them, including Lanitz. It's Lanitz, Beaumont, as well as Hill as they complete left-handed just after jumbo jet section going up the hill. It's corkscrew next where they complete their second lap starting the third. There we go. Seems to be a bit of an opening there for Kinua as well as Marshall. Kinua seems to have closed in on him. Heavy under braking. Squirmish goes Lanitz in third. Luke Hill now fourth. Gianna Pasquale, fastest lap so far, 106.1. That's a signature War Motorsport stat. Something that has become a bit of a signature, at least over the past 3 laps, is William Marshall's relative comfort ahead of Kinua. Kinua has created the breathing room he needs to complete this race in relative comfort. There's no such thing as comfort in such a competitive class. And and there'll be very little comfort left for George Alanis in a couple of laps time, because Luke Hill is looking racy and very late on the brakes of that left-hander just after the Jumbo Jet section. Going down into corkscrew now. Flat out they go, final corner. Closer still is Luke Hill. Definitely a move coming there. Very late on the brakes is Hill, but George Alanis didn't open up any space there. Quinoa now under twofold pressure. Seemed to have lost some time. Luke Hill, the fastest man on circuit, 1:057. Dot between Luke Hill and Emma Dowling at the moment. Such is the pace of that top four. Behind Dowling is Pasquale. And the 7th is Singh. Yes, Quinoa, you should look over your shoulder, because Luke Hill's made a move on Lanitz and now makes a move on you on that left-hander. Ooh, fair space there, but Lanitz now capitalizing on that. And Quinoa's lost 2 places in 1 corner. Such is the nature of things. It's never quite certain. And now he's going to have to keep his stuff together, use that toe that he's got from the 2 karters ahead of him. Fastest man on the circuit still is Luke Hill. I'd say maximize on that toe and eventually make your move on Lanitz when the opportunity arises. But I'm just sitting in the commentary booth, aren't I? You forget that we have an entire class of junior maxes the way this top 4, top 5 fight is so close. Joanna Pasquale in 6th place. 0.9 off the pace as it stands. She and Emma Dowling not too far apart. Ariane Singh in 7th, Keegan Martin 8th place, Jesse Swart in 9th, Anwar April 10th place, Jordan Wadley far off in 11th, and Christian Farrell in 12th. Keegan Beaumont fell away at some point, and he definitely was a factor in that top 4, top 5 fight. In the meantime, Quinoa on a recovery drive, having a look down inside Lanitz, couldn't commit there quite yet. Luke Hill not as fast as we thought he might be, and it looks like Marshall's upped the pace. He knew what was going on behind him. He thought, let me open it up a bit. That is race management in real time. Final turn they go. A wide Quinoa is there, maximizing on every bit of circuit he can. Does he have a look down the inside of Lanitz at Rotax? No, he does not. He needs a bit more space there. Less space rather between him and Lanitz. Head down as aerodynamic as you can into the right hand at the dam section. With that, Marshall stretching his legs good and proper. See the most recent lap time of 106.2, 106 dead from Luke Hill, such as his intent. Quinoa still has the pace for a move on Lanitz, and because they keep closing in on each other there. A little bit too wide. Bit of a shake there from Quinoa, but in the meantime, Luke Hill now putting his head down. Space between him and Lanitz. He no longer is a threat as we complete lap 6 of this 10-lapper. Luke Hill still trying to reel in William Marshall. Quinoa is even closer to Lanitz. A move definitely imminent. He may be leaving it to the penultimate lap, who knows? And he has conceded that maybe 3rd place is the best that he could salvage. In the meantime, it looks like Gianna Pasquale and Emma Dowling are in a serious fight there. Half, can I call it a 10th even, in between the 2 of them? Quinoa showing clear intent, and Dowling in Pasquale's toe, just adrift of that top 4 battle. Quinoa has nothing to worry behind him, nothing to worry about there, but he has to commit to that move on Lanitz for him to secure that podium. He's gonna have to do something akin to yesterday's 2-lap quali pace that all of these junior maxes had to put in. Look how close Quinoa is to a move now. Georgia Lannis doing a very good job, defensive, wide as possible as you look at her car jacking that in a rear left. Exactly what you want, full proper rotation. Quinoa is looking for all sorts of answers, not finding them for the time being. Nothing in it. Nothing in it for William Marshall and Luke Hill. Look what Luke Hill's managed in the past couple of laps when we're looking at that third and fourth place battle. Luke Hill is closing in on Marshall. Marshall knows it. Look how much he's working his steering and looking over his shoulder whenever he has a chance. It's a mirror image of what's going on right behind them. So who's going to make the move stick first? Is it Luke Hill on Marshall or is it Quinoa on Lanitz? Let's see. We don't have much time remaining. We're completing lap 8 of 9. Or rather, we're completing lap 8 of 10. Lap 9 begins now. Marshall found something there, definitely. It's the final lap. Rather, that begins as they make their way over that curb. Looking over his shoulder does Marshall. Very late move. It would be for Luke Hill, but he's managed the challenge that he faced early on in the race quite well. May be able to leave something right up until the end. It is the final lap of this race in Junior Max, the first of the day. A lot more remains for us, and this top 4 battle has been nothing short of exciting. No room to breathe suddenly for Marshall, who led this race all day long, but Luke Hill built his way up slowly to try and get something to materialize. A win, exactly what's been on his mind, but looks like Luke Hill cannot commit. That's the last real chance he has at the moment, going up, getting a corkscrew, approaching the last corner now, and Marshall's made his kart as wide as possible and could not leave it till the end. Nothing there for Luke Hill. He's going to have to concede and stay where he started. The win goes to William Marshall. In second place is Luke Hill. Fought very well. Georgia Lanitz, third place. A great jump in paces for her, as well as Quinoa. Started the race very well, but fell back, and he's now in fourth. Gianna Pasquale in fifth place. Emma Dowling right behind her. There was a fight materializing between the two of them as we were watching the top 4. It was a case of the pairs when it came to that top 6. Fight in 2s and 2s. Keegan Martin in 7th place and Jesse Swart in 8th behind him. Well, that was well fought. I'd say my favorite karter to have seen for this Junior Max race definitely was Luke Hill. Had an unfortunate start, having lost all those places, but worked his way back up to second. But there we have in full, in 4K as they say. And I'm going to leave it off from where I left off. Start off from where I left off rather. Emma Dowling in 6th place. Keegan Martin in 7th. Jesse Swart in 8th. Aryan Singh in 9th place. 10th was Jordan Wadley. Christian Farrell in 11th. Anwar April 12th place and 13th. Keegan Beaumont, who was a feature. Only could enjoy 4 laps of this Junior Max race. He fell away and definitely was a feature in that top 4, top 5 fights. We would have seen his name definitely at least in the top 3 position given the pace he showed. But such is the way of karting. You can never call it from the beginning. You can never call it early on. Next up we have the Mini Maxes. They're lining up to get racing underway and they're going to start things shortly. An outcome of Mini Maxes. An outcome of Mini Maxes in their race 1 and their contribution to the racing breakfast, as I like to call it. They get their formation lap underway. Mini Maxes have completed the majority of their formation lap and they're getting ready to start proceedings. As they approach the penultimate corner, Tsepang Sisinoana out in the lead. He's going to have the inside line at Gazoo Racing Minimax Kart. E530 Durrell Goodman side by side with him. Oh, someone's already fallen away. It's the 518 of, looks like Christian Naidu, but in the meantime, we're focused on turn 1 at the dam section. Naidu recovers, but Sisinoana has to try his best to defend turn 1 from Goodman. Let's see how things went. Are the marshals happy with our start? First of all, let's begin there. Another has fallen away out into the bushes just past the dam section of the circuit. Let's see who fell away there. The first casualty, 4 things that even gone on. Yeah, bit of a bump and a love tap there. It was Christian Naidu. But a bit further upfield, the front in particular, things stayed the same. We're about to get a reset and get a full picture of exactly what's happened. Looks like the Goodman involved in a very late overtaking move there up at the top of the hill going down to Corkscrew. Not an easy place to navigate. Goodman has made the best of the opportunities that came his way, as he, D'Souza, as well as Ronaldo Kuhn have all made the jump from where they were. Significant changes. How quickly things change. Sisinoana will be kicking himself at the opportunities he's allowed to come and go. Behind Kuhn at the moment is Brody Dowling, and we've got Jurgens right behind him and Juan Moritz in 6th place. So it's Sisinoana having to make 5 places is what I'm trying to calculate, and that is not going to be easy given how compressed things are ahead of him. And you can see Goodman already stretching his legs because he knows just how tough it is. D'Souza side by side goes Sisinoana with Dowling down the inside. Dowling lets it happen, does he? Let's see. How late can you go, Dowling? Late as they come. Jeez. There's still Goodman comfortably at the front so far, 2 kart lengths, as they give full commitment just after Corkscrew there. Sheesh, Sisinoana has a lot of work ahead of him. Certainly not slouches in front. Goodman and Kuhn are top 2. Oh, someone got down inside. It looks like that was D'Souza. Brilliant move under braking at Rotax. Brilliant stuff. Full commitment. When you find a gap, you take it. And that's exactly 4 or 5 gaps were taken from Sisinoana. So he's learning that lesson the hard way. But he's back into the top 6 as it stands. D'Souza now promoted himself. I was going to give it to you. He's now in 3rd. You've got Dowling behind him. It doesn't look like Durrell Goodman is pulling away as much as I thought he might be. But he may well have that managed as far as his pace is concerned this early on in the race. Sisinoana still within reach. I mean, anything can happen in that the battle for 2nd place, that is, which features 4 or 5 cars at the moment, and all of them are within the same 10th or so of a second. So all is not lost, is what I'm trying to say. And the braking there go at Rotax. Who's going to give in first? D'Souza knows very well what to do at that part, but he chose not to commit, at least for the time being. He still stands with Dowling behind him, as well as Jurgens, not too far adrift. Looks like it might have to be a double move there for 3 abreast going at the right-hander. Meantime, D'Souza now has to really put in some fast quali type lap times because karters behind him are encroaching on that space, that gap he's giving them. There's really nothing in it. It's starting to look like, yeah, there you go, there it is. Someone having a look down the inside of D'Souza, and it is Dowling. Is Dowling having a look, see if she can take that position. Has she made it stick? There it is. Ooh. How close do you want it? How close do you want it? Durrell Goodman is very grateful for that type of thing because it only opens up the gap for him and decreases number of challenges. Nothing committed going down into Rotax. Things stay the same. It's Goodman still in the lead. Kun in second. Dowling now promoted herself back ahead of D'Souza. Sisinoana now 5th place. Slowly chipping away at it. Declan Jurgens 6th place and Van Martens 7th. Michael Dax in 8th place. Kian Reddy 9th. Nande Kayomo in 10th place. Rashma Tebula in the 11th place. It's a pose right in the middle of the mid-pack there. And Juan Lewis in 12th. Goodman either has slowed down significantly or Ronaldo Kun is putting in some stonking lap times. However, the fastest man on circuit is Goodman. When I look a lot closer, actually, it kind of makes sense. It's only a 10th ahead of Ronaldo Kun, so Kun's pace is decent enough to make Goodman worry for the time being. So we may see a lot more of those fast laps from Goodman. Let's see if he's up the ante as they go back across the start-finish. A bit of a concertina there between our trailing pack. I see the marshals waving their red flags. Yep, someone most definitely has gone off in this Minimax race 1. Marshals will be quick to the scene as they're well prepared for such. Safety of these young karters is of highest priority. It's all just nuts and bolts when it comes down to it. So they'll be quickly to that scene. We're going to have a bit of a break, unfortunately, for these Minimaxes. We've covered 70% of this, definitely more than 70% of this race. So considering, or depending on what the marshals and the COC decide, we may be finishing the race in this order. We're yet to get confirmation of that. I see some of the karters speaking some kart sign language as they get back up to the start finish again. Let's see how the COCs are going to decide to handle this little hurdle. First of, I would hope, very few for the day's racing. So I'm standing by just to find out who exactly was involved in that incident who caused the red flag. Might as well take the opportunity for a reminder who leads us. It is Durrell Goodman. Leading the Minimaxes, Ronaldo Kun in 2nd, Brody Dowling in 3rd, Tsebang Sisinoana in 4th place. Doing well to get back up to where he started. Declan Jurgens in 5th, Ron Moritz in 6th place, and Rafael D'Souza 7th. Michael Danks in 8th place, Kian Reddy in 9th, and Nande Kayamo in 10th place, Luashma Tebula in 11th. Ron Lewis in 12th place, Andre Betancourt in 13th, Zach Macaulay in 14th place, Michael Arder 15th, Christian Naidu in 16th, Matthew Naidu in 17th, Zaidan Hussein seems to have peeled in, and he may be the kart that we have that fell away. A recovery vehicle has entered the circuit, try and see where the young karter is. And behind Zaidan was Koketon Ndlovu and Mandume Kayamo. I see 4 at bottom 4 there. Something's going on. I'm trying to see who of them is. I can't tell from the frame we have here. It may just be Hussein. Given the white helmet, that seems familiar. Yep, does look like it is the 533 of Zaidan Hussein. And so to confirm, that definitely was Zidane Hussein, who had to be recovered and taken off circuit. I think 90% of that recovery trip has been completed. So we're trying to get an idea of what the COC and marshals are repainting, or sketching up right now for our race. Just a reminder, we are 5 laps of this 8-lap race across, so it does bear some implication to us being closer to the completion of the race, which in some circumstances you find we finish just as is 60 or 70% across the race. So let's see what the marshals are planning. In the meantime, we're getting a good picture of the array of talent we have. All these very professional looking karting setups with these young karters. Certainly calls for the best of their karting ability when you realize just how professional everything around them is run and organized. That's Durrell Goodman, which was our lead kart. This is being directed out. Yep, yeah, it looks like we're establishing the order we were in as things stood just before that red flag. It was Goodman, Kuhn, and Dowling. And D'Souza, not too far off, and that's straight to Micromax, Minimax rather. Last of our mini-maxes are getting back into the order of race proceedings and in formation, nice and neatly filed. It looks like Mitch COC rather is happy with the order of things. And we're gonna get proceedings back underway. Got a thumbs up from Mitch. And our karters are being given their final instructions on how to wrap up the remainder of this race 1 for the minis. In the meantime, we can enjoy the vast array and splendid display of just how many karters there are. Just before we went back to the frame of the COC, there's so many entries. It's always impressive to see them all at once. You lose a bit of perspective when you have them racing and spread out. Yep, get that signature hum, so the karts are back on and running onto the circuit again. Looks like they're snaking their way back around. They're going to take a shortcut back out to Jumbo Jet section. Thus, such is the versatility of the circuit. I think we've got a total of 4 different modes or settings, should I call them, or versions of this circuit. It can be set up several different ways for several different performance levels of the equipment you have. I've even seen main circuit equipment on the circuit at some point. But today we're running, it's called Track E officially. So definitely enjoyed the entertainment Formula K has provided us so far. We've got the profuse yellows signaling the continuation of our race. And we didn't get enough action. We're going to get a lot more. We're halfway across when we stopped. And we've got a pseudo start finish as we get things back underway. We're only 50% across. It was 4 laps completed officially. The red flag lap wasn't counted there. And now we continue with lap 5. Durrell Goodman still in the lead. Side by side, D'Souza and Shisinwana. Ooh, that was close. See who came up better there between Shisinwana and D'Souza. Some more side by side action. It looks like Dowling was involved in something there. We'll get a clear picture now as we get them back in frame. Shisinwana got the beating of D'Souza. It's not quite over though. It's exactly the restart Shisinwana would have wanted. He was thanking his lucky stars because now he has to look at getting to Dowling, and it's Brody Dowling as well as Kuhn. Kuhn having a look on the outside there. Ooh, up and under there from Kuhn on Dowling. Side by side they go up to corkscrew. Dowling says no. Shisinwana says thanks, Ronaldo. A lot of room left there by Ronaldo, and he's gonna have to work really hard because things change so quickly with this mini-max race. Still comfortably in the lead is Goodman. Now second is Brody Dowling. Shisinwana happy with himself. In third, down the inside. Oh, having a look was Kuhn at Rotax corner, but nothing there. Shisinwana being as wide as he could going into Rotax. It's exactly the kind of defense he would need for the next couple of laps because Kuhn has proved to have that pace and he needs to get back into that top 2 position and more even. Shisinwana now involved in a fight for second place with Dowling. D'Souza also very well still in the running for that podium position, just as is Declan Jurgens, not too far off. All very close to each other, these Minimax karters. Shisinwana and it looks like Kuhn seem to have a bit more grunt going past the Jumbo Jet section as they found some kart lengths there. And as we approach the final turn, very little between Kuhn and, rather that is Dowling and Shisinwana. Shisinwana may be lining something up. Let's have a look. Clock is ticking for him. He knows he's under pressure to either attack Dowling or defend from Kuhn. He's going to have to decide what comes first, given the pace he can extract from his Minimax. Durrell Goodman, fastest man on the circuit, 1:12.2. 2/10 off is Dowling. Lap 6 of 8, penultimate. And Shisinwana has lost out to Kuhn. And Kuhn not too happy with the pace. Rather, not Kuhn, sorry. Shisinwana still has to chase on Dowling. Beg your pardon, their helmets are very similar. That is that of Dowling and Kuhn. When you don't have the full view of their cards, it's hard to tell apart. Shisinwana looking on the outside, but there's not enough space for Kuhn to maximize on that. We're going to start our final lap not too long from now, as we have a bit of dust kicked up from the trailing karters. Goodman in good standing, well in the lead. As the final lap begins, Kuhn is going to have to be very familiar with either his left or right shoulder for the next couple of corners, as Shisinwana is going to pile on the pressure for him. It's the most likely move as far as things stand going on to the finish of this race. Thought something may have materialized between Kun and Jürgens, but doesn't look likely. There it is. Is there something there for Shisinuan? Nothing yet. Nothing yet. Dowling wide as possible. Still defensive goes Brody. Down to Jamuche, down inside goes Shisinuana. It was the most likely move and he made it stick. Well done to him. Well timed, and Brody was fair. And now Shisinuana doing the defending, going down into corkscrew. Brody has to choose between attacking with nothing left in it or defending. There's nothing left in it to do for the winner of this race. That is Durrell Goodman. Start to finish, fantastic from him. In second place was Shisinuana. He fought well and hard. The first half of this race was split into by red flag. First half of this race was very difficult for him. He definitely made better of it in the second half. In third is Brody Dowling. In fourth place, Ronaldo Kun. And of course, Jürgens in fifth place. Rafael de Souza was a feature early on. Definitely was a threat for that top three, top four position, but he fell away. Van Maurits in seventh. Van Maurits in seventh place and having to sort of be mid-pack of the mid-pack. Michael Danks in 8th and Nande Kayamo in 9th place. Kyan Reddy in 10th. Luas Shumatebula 11th place. And he is ahead of Zach Macaulay in 12th. 13th place is Juan Lewis. Mandume Kayamo in 14th. Michael Arden 15th. Andre Betancourt in 16th. Matthew Naidu in 17th. Christian Naidu in 18th. And Gogeto Ndlovu in 19th. Of course, Zaidan Hussein fell away earlier, causing our race to be split in two by that red flag, but hopefully things are a-okay for him. Wow, that felt like half a day in one race. That was quite the, shall we call it an appetizer, is only race one. Of course, for the mini-maxes, the main course is yet to come for this national race. Got a few more classes to look forward to for the day's proceedings, so do stay tuned. And I do believe we are yet to see our premier races, of course, the likes of the DD2s and the DD2 Masters. So there's plenty in store for us to enjoy. Stay tuned. Speak of the DD2s, and they shall appear. Get as close as possible to your best viewing position, as you rightly should. This is, as I've said before, our premier racing class in Rotax here in South Africa. Gearbox class, of course. Still, you will hear it sounds significantly different to the cars we've seen previously. We've got Jason Kutsia in pole position, ahead of Sebastian Boyd, our champ. Brad Liebenberg in third place. Jamie Smith in fourth. Matt Wadley in fifth place. Kian Grotis in sixth. And you can steer beside him. Down the start go our DD2s, crawling pace as much as they can. Flag goes down, it's where they go. That was very, very courageous there from, I think that was Nicky Verstanis going right down the middle of that parallel line of DD2s that we had, but he came out of curve there in turn one as well. And as it stands, we've got the GR77 of Kutsia still in the lead. And he's already got comfortable enough position. But anything can happen in the next couple of corners. Let's see what happens as they complete that jumbo jet section. Kicks up a bit of dust. Shows significant width that he's found there. Brad Lieberg down the inside for second position. Did he make it stick just before corkscrew? Yes, he did. That was gutsy and very late. very late. He's still got Kutsia out in the lead with Liebenberg now second ahead of Wadley. The braking power also that much more significant in proportion to the performance overall of these karts. Jamie Smith looks slightly unstable at that right-hander there, but seemed to have found a decent position. Brad Liebenberg already stretching his legs. 2 kart lengths he found out at the dam section, but under braking, Wadley seems to be strong in his DD2 karts. Looks like Kutsia comfortable so far. Now Boyd is going to have to find a way to get back where he was. He's not too far off Wadley and Liebenberg. There's nothing to call there for that second place. But a bit further off, Grottis, Smith, Steer, Stannis, all of them gonna have to fight and duke it out for mid-pack or head of the mid-pack honors. Does not have a repeat. Nick Stannis lost it there. That chicane. Have a look, see how much of a price he paid. But in the meantime, Brad Liebenberg having to look over his shoulder to see how far off Boyd is. It's as if he can sense that Wadley fell back. Wadley has lost 2 positions, of course. And it is still Kutsia in the lead. Boyd now terrorizing the rear of Brad Liebenberg. Where is he going to commit? Has to be as late as possible. Liebenberg giving him the let's push a bit further signal. Fair. It's only 2 laps across. It's 10 lapper. Fair enough. Maybe Liebenberg having gauged that they have similar pace, marginally different. Perhaps they can allow that pace to be shown and displayed because Kutsia is running away with it. Full commitment. As ever, the entire class of DD2s, nothing held back here. It's very difficult to make a smooth way across that chicane section just before Rotax. Have to choose which curb to compromise and which not to. If you take both, well, good luck to you. That is a wild roller coaster ride. In the meantime, Brad Liebenberg leads in terms of lap times, 1:04.5, 2/10 quicker than race leader Jason Kutsia. And in these, someone's gone off. Find out just who now. But Jason Kutsia in these crispy conditions, windy conditions, should be right at home, the Cape Townian. And Brad Liebenberg had a good point to make to Boyd about pace. And I'm focusing on catching Kutsia because they've done exactly that. There's only 2 or 3 kart lengths now in between the lead man and our top 3. Something seems to be working for Liebenberg, especially at corkscrew, so it may be an uphill advantage he has there. But under braking, Boyd is closing in on Liebenberg. See how patient Boyd can be. In the meantime, Grottis is watching, front row seat. Jason Kutsia now officially the fastest man on circuit, 1:04.4. Yeah, Boyd is going to be asking questions of Liebenberg. He's given him 2 laps since his signal to focus on what's ahead. Let's see what happens. Similar chassis, similar, should we say similar setup? No, we can't. It's karting. Everyone has their own bit of magic to throw at their karts. So look at that. Again, something about the uphill that seems to be helping Liebenberg as he closes in on Kutsia. Either that or it's Kutsia's lack of uphill power. One of the two is definitely making a difference. As you still see that same concertina between those two. And factoring in what's coming behind them, that is Boyd and Grottis, a long way off are Wadley, Steer, Benoni. Sorry, I beg your pardon. There's a whole bunch of races we're still yet to see, especially in that mid-pack. It's an exciting battle, I would say. There's very little time in between, I think 0.2 or 0.3 of a second in between That is Wadley, Steer, got Malimela, Nicholas Stannis. Was a feature at the start, seemed very aggressive. He also isn't too far off in that battle. The lap times are very, very similar. All of them in the 104.8s, 9s, 8s and 9s. So that as well could provide some excitement for us. Something mimicking what we have running in that front three. Got the official front three of Coetzee, Liebenberg and Boyd. And then we've got the unofficial front three. And that mid-pack being led by Wadley, Stannis, Malimela. Heavy under-braking goes Malimela at Rotax corner. Did not commit to a move on Steer, but he definitely is cooking something. Keep an eye on that mid-pack battle. 6 laps we're completing of this 10-lapper. Things nearing completion for Jason Coetzee. Sebastian Boyd biding his time, waiting behind Liebenberg. Here we go. Again, Liebenberg continues to make up that pace. In the meantime, Wadey having a look behind him and Steer, doing the same to see how far off Malimela is. He must have seen just how much pace, what advantage he has at certain parts of the circuit. Under braking, he looks very strong, does Malimela, but now Stannis is right behind him, so whatever move he makes rather, has to stick, because he may pay a hefty price with Stannis lurking right behind him. Exciting mid-pack battle brewing there. And the top four have come into a rhythm there with Gratis. Neither here nor there, to be honest, but happy place to be. You don't want to have too much to lose and go ahead and lose it, especially when the majority of the race has come and gone. And Boyd's Burrell's in formation. Let's see if Coetzee has anything to worry about. He's looking at his dash, if I'm not mistaken. Is he happy with these temps or these settings and performance of his kart? Well, the lap times certainly seem happy. 1:04.4, fastest lap we've seen. Many of the karts is out at the moment. Nothing more thrilling than hearing the gearbox of a DD2. Full commitment, all they go. Wadley still leading the unofficial top three. Steer a bit further back. Malimela seems to have lost a kart length or so. Heavy under braking into Rotax. Malimela does look very strong under braking, I must say, but Steer seems to offset that down the straighter sections of the circuit. Lap 8, so that means we're approaching our final lap. This is our penultimate. Head down goes Coetzee. Didn't quite work out for Boyd in catching up to Liebenberg, or perhaps he sees that the majority of the race has come and gone. It's pointless to push unnecessarily and to be unnecessarily aggressive. Well, Boyd is peeling back a bit. You still do have Gratis right behind you, so you should be careful not to give away too much there as we begin our final lap. The top four has stayed the same pretty much the duration of the race. We do have the promise, we've had the promise consistently in the mid-pack of something to change, but nothing quite materialized, particularly for Malimela on Steer and Stannis on Malimela. Kian Gratis, ironically enough, man who sat in quite a quiet race, is now the fastest man on circuit as of a couple of corners ago. But man who's been fastest throughout the race consistently has been Jason Coetzee, and hasn't put a set or wheel wrong in his GR DD2 kart. Gratis closer, he goes to Boyd. Is there a move, especially at the Jumbo Jet section? Watch out for that. We get our lead man Coetzee bringing it home and getting ready to collect that checkered flag. And there's a move down the mid-pack as well. We just didn't quite get it. For Stannis might have committed to something there. In the lead was Coetzee from start to finish. Liebenberg in second and Boyd in third. Gratis in fourth place, and there's a switch up with Matthew Wadley still there. Ethan Steer as well as Malimela were involved in a back and forth, but things stayed the same. Vostanis made a dive on Madumela, but didn't quite stick. And we have a casualty as well out on the side. We need to establish who that was. Final corner, or just before corkscrew, was a scene for quite a bit of excitement there. Wow, DD2, I had to catch my breath there. Jeez, a lot happened there. Let's see, yep, it was Jordan Moodley who lost out towards the end. However, this is our full picture for the DD2 Race 1. Kutsia, Liebenberg, Boyd, Grotis, Wadley, I'm sure you're familiar with these names by now. Ethan Steer, Malimela and Vostanis. There's a battle brewing there for Race 2. Keep an eye on that. With Radojevic behind them in 9th, Ularatto Sikudu in 10th, Jamie Smith. Subdued race for that pair in 10th and 11th, Gabriel Fernandez in 12th, and Mano Kruger in 13th place. Jordan Moodley fell back towards the end of the race and couldn't complete it, and that him we see was going to be recovered not too long from now. Race is underway with the DD2 Masters. Jonathan Peterson out in the lead there. And things stay the same going into turn 1. He leads Justin Rogers, Christian Boucher, Jared Jordan and Carlos Gil, with Bjorn Roos adrift of him. Peterson seems to have lost out and going out into the twisty stuff. As Justin Rogers going to find something there. Going out into jumbo jet section is going to be a very popular spot for some overtaking maneuvers there. But Rogers could not wait till then. He had to make a move on Peterson as early as possible. Side by side there. That's kicked up. And that's so many times today already. The absolute thrill of watching these DD2s navigate the chicane is incredible. Under heavy braking goes Ruiz down the inside. Could not make it stick ahead of Boucher. A lot less further behind Rogers as it stands. going to have to put in some stonking lap times given how aggressive Rogers was from the beginning. It was only 0.6 off at the time, or as it stands. Christian Boucher and Bjorn Roos have nothing in between them for the time being. And literally, when you see them in frame, they look like one car. Just how close it is. Bjorn Roos cannot wait to get ahead of Boucher. And Jared Jordan may be watching from a distance, getting ready to load something up. Let's see if he can optimize on whatever happens between those two. Just can't get enough of that hop over the chicane. Sheer speed and performance that these cards are able to extract, despite what you would think is as unsettling as riding over a curb. It's absolutely impressive. One of the beaters of the fastest man on circuit, 106.6. No surprise there, the chasing man is often the hungriest. And it seems to be bearing some fruit as they're done with the tight stuff, getting it. Oh, under braking, in goes Peterson down the inside at the right-hander. Oh, bit of a touch there. Don't think it was intentional from Rogers. Peterson may have been well aware of that. There's little room to work with there. But he now seems a lot more settled at the left-hander of the jumbo jet section. Going up the hill, they go. Signature move to kick up some dust, of course. Show people you're maxing out on what you have available. That's a nice shot we have there of the beginning, the top of the hill of Corkscrew. And the picture has changed from what we had a lap ago. Peterson getting things back to where they were. And something else that's changed is Bjorn Roos now in third place. Now Rogers is certainly not giving that up. Peterson thought he was just going to run away with it. Well, he's got another thing coming to the right hand at the dam section. Seems to be better under braking as he's found some breathing room there. Bjorn Roos is going to be rubbing his hands for anything that happens between that front two, because he's in a perfect position to capitalize. And yep, Rogers acknowledging that Roos is reeling them in. Roos is looking very aggressive. Look at his body language even. It's just so distinct and unique as compared to Peterson out front and Rogers in second. Okay, Roos definitely has the pace. He's reeled in Rogers even more. Rogers taking the tighter line up down to the corner and down the inside. Roos has a look at Rotax but does not commit. Rogers has the aggression in his back pocket as well if he needs to use it. We've certainly seen that. But Roos is just, Roos looks like he's on one. Like, if he could, he'd go over Rogers. But instead, he goes down the inside at turn one. The dam section makes it sticky. Rogers fair, it gives him enough room. It's Roos in second. So I wonder if he's aware of the latest updates to what's going on behind him. Let's see if he has a look over his shoulder as they make their way up to Jumbo Jet. Should he just focus what's ahead of him? He's got about 5.5 laps ahead of him at the moment. And Roos is reeling him in. Top of Corkscrew they go. Roos closer still to Peterson. Peterson has yet to look over his shoulder. I wonder if he's aware of the defensive job he's going to have to put on just now. Roos looking a bit narrow at the penultimate turn and going over that curb. Heavy under braking, narrowing that gap. Peterson has a quick look just before the right-hander. Going down the hill. Roos, brilliant run out of the right-hander. A lot of torque suddenly manifested there. And he looked like he was moving himself up and under into turn one. Wasn't quite there. So pseudo turn one, I beg your pardon. Just before the dam section there, it takes quite a bit of commitment. Closer still is Roos. Side by side they go with Peterson. Well positioned. Going up to the Jumbo Jet section. Kick and Roos pulls out with Rogers now. Closer. That side by side with Roos and Peterson allowed Rogers to reel them in. And Boucher at a distance watching what's happening closely. You can see how much pace has been lost over the past couple of laps given the fighting. Look at that, we have a top 5. Very quickly we now have a top 5 as opposed to a top 2 or 3. It really leaves no surprise as to why some karters tend to signal to whoever's chasing them to focus on the race ahead so we don't lose time. Let's see what Royce does here, side by side, repeat this up, very narrow. Again, Royce forced to try and up and under, but there really wasn't anything there. Tight pack of 4 DD2 Masters, navigating their way around the tight stuff. And Jared Jordan also now in the running, suddenly given the amount of fighting that's been happening between these front 2. Oof, wide goes Peter, so that looked uncomfortable. Didn't look like something he wanted to do. But of course, with Royce breathing right down your neck, it's not going to be an easy thing to stay absolutely focused. K, they go. Someone overcommitted there, taking all of the second curve and none of the first. Every karter will know exactly what that sounds and feels like. All roller, no coaster. Jonathan Peters having a look at Royce again, as he should, going down into that right-hander just before the dam. Seems to be quite happy to commit to a move there. He's been lining him up for the past couple of laps, but nothing has stuck. Heating lap 7 now. Okay, definitely going to put my money on a move towards the end for Royce. Studying Peters for some time now. Around the outside goes. That was very close at the jumbo jet left-hander. Peters managed somehow to make that piece of tarmac his. Rogers ever present to try and pick up whatever happens, but Royce now fallen significantly back. Shows you just how much commitment there was there. He lost pace and performance. Let's see how much can happen with this being our penultimate lap being completed. That aggressive body language from Royce tells you he still thinks there's something in it for him. A couple of corners now, we're only counting down to the final lap. Jonathan Peters has managed a challenge thrown at him quite well so far. In-sync look over the shoulder from Royce and Rogers. Sorry, that is Peters and Rogers. Both of them have equally difficult things to worry about. Royce looks like he's conceded. He's so far, he knows he's got 1 lap to go, but he's close enough to Peters to mount something for the final lap of the race, which begins now. Here we go. Where's it going to happen first? Between Royce and Peters, Rogers and Boucher. Boucher hasn't been very aggressive throughout this race, to be fair. Hasn't been in it to be aggressive. Let's see if he's been leading it until the end. It's a 2-by-2 situation out the front. Peters very narrow going to the right hand down section. Forced up and under for Royce. Royce having a look down the inside just before the tight section over there. And Royce has a very good run in this sort of uphill setup. It seems he always comes off a lot better going into the right hander they're at now. And as ever, side by side, there's a 3 abreast. Peters and Rogers come together. How did that happen? Royce now has the lead, and Royce is in first place without having to overtake anyone. What happened there? Wow, never could have called that. And I didn't even jinx it. That was pure DD2 Masters mastering Formula K. That is beyond Royce taking first place ahead of Christian Boucher and Jared Jordan. What happened there? It's Carlos Gil in 4th place and Peters Rogers falling away. Wow. Rogers took 5th place and Michael Jordan took 6th. And the ultimate casualty became Peterson, leader of the race, all race long. It was a squeeze. Ruiz had the inside line going up to that right hand out of the tight section, and it created a bit of a sandwich because Rogers was having a look around the outside of Peterson, and Peterson was stuck. He had nowhere to go. While trying to avoid Ruiz, he got stuck in it with Rogers, and well, as they say, the rest is history. Wow. Couldn't have called it. There aren't any bent axles, some front ends to work on. It's a nightmare for mechanic. But as always, we have the most talented, brightest and the best on the continent, some would argue. So it should be fine for race 2 for the DD2 Masters. The merry-go-round starts once again, not too long from now. We just saw the final of the entire array of talent that we have. We started from Bambinos all the way up to the DD2 Masters, and we're gonna start this show once more for race 2 for each and every one of these classes. But to give it to you once and one more time is Bjorn Roos in first place for the DD2 Masters, Christian Boucher in second, Jared Jordan third place, Carlos Gilles fourth, Justin Rogers fifth, and wow, never could have called it. That's how it goes for race 1 for the DD2 Masters.
This wind just doesn't want to stop.
check of a race day. Going to be an absolute cracker check of a race day. Going to be an absolute cracker check of a race day.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us. Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax.
Winning is everything, but it is not the only thing. 384 champions, a rainbow of colour, hope and pride.
It changed my whole life, and there's no other event in the world like it.
I love it. It's part of my life.
Bahrain unfolds before them, a floodlit ocean of sand under an ink-black sky, a roller coaster of tarmac and emotion. Months after month they have toiled in every country, at every track, in all conditions, to grasp hold of their prize, their ticket, their golden opportunity. behind each contender, the love, the drive, the joy and heartache is shared equally. The time and sacrifice is all of ours. Each moment, each race is felt from afar, from the pits, the stands, the grid.
It put hairs on your arms, you know. It's such an emotional experience for everyone. Win, lose or draw, there's such a passion for it.
The moment arrives. Summon every sinew and go for broke. If you don't take your opportunity, a rival will. Glory, triumph, victory or defeat, all flash by like a feather blowing on the hot breeze. With every grand final, a champion is crowned, standing tall on the shoulders of us all. It sits in silence, just one of hundreds, built to be equal. Once selected, it will become unique. Lap after lap, session after session, every minute change matters, a never-ending quest. Each delicate adjustment is observed, measured, monitored. Piece by piece, the puzzle is solved. Speed, grip, hard on the brakes, turn in, make it bite. Gradually, it is molded, until finally it is ready, but not complete. When the sun goes down, the lights come on, and it's the driver's chance to shine.
The track under the lights looks really good.
Well, it's definitely a change of atmosphere. It's like everything's closer, so you just feel 10 times faster. Last night was a bit cooler, there's a humidity in the air.
I think the track loses a bit of grip, but the times are still pretty quick. I mean, it's all some of the best drivers in the world, so everyone here should know how to adapt to that.
Yeah, well, it's very special because you don't do that normally, and I enjoyed it a lot.
I guess we feel a bit more like superstars at night time, I guess.
Calm before the storm. A new continent, a new culture, and the steepest hill in world karting to overcome and organise the most iconic image of the Rotax Grand Finals. It isn't only the drivers who must be inch perfect. Ahead of each driver lies 6 grueling days of competition. Equal equipment, equal engines. There is something different this year. As the Rotax reach grows, Brazil is truly special. The heat of the sun burns. Brazil's beauty, bewitching. Its sights and sounds, breathtaking. It is a new challenge for nearly 400 drivers. Everyone has battled all year to get here, and now they face a track carved out of the side of a mountain. Designed to reward the brave, the fearless, the clever. Designed to reward the best. When the cheers and waves of the crowd are left behind, it all comes down to this. Each year the Grand Finals gain more colour, more personality, more laughter and more bonds from nation to nation. Rivals on track, friends off it. But when the final approaches, one by one the contenders fall, until only the very best remain. Those few, those lucky few who kept their cool, held their nerve, who conquered the mountain, the reward is the title of champion, Rotax champion of the world. They celebrate, their nation celebrates, we celebrate. BRP Rotax would like to thank all their drivers, their families and official partners for making the 2018 Grand Finals a truly unforgettable experience. Thank you, Brazil, and good luck to the hosts of next year's 20th annual Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. We will see you in Sarno.
Absolute cracker-jack of a race day.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us.
Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax. Winning is everything, but it is not the only thing. 384 champions, a rainbow of colour, hope and pride.
It changed my whole life, and there's no other event in the world like it.
I love it. It's part of my life.
Bahrain unfolds before them, a floodlit ocean of sand under an ink-black sky, a roller coaster of tarmac and emotion. Months after month they have toiled in every country, at every track, in all conditions, to grasp hold of their prize, their ticket, their golden opportunity. Behind each contender, the love, the drive, the joy and heartache is shared equally. The time and sacrifice is all of ours. Each moment, each race is felt from afar, from the pits, the stands, the grid.
It put hairs on your arms, you know. It's such an emotional experience for everyone. Win, lose or draw, there's such a passion for it.
The moment arrives. Summon every sinew and go for broke. If you don't take your opportunity, a rival will. Glory, triumph, victory or defeat, all flash by like a feather blowing on the hot breeze. With every grand final, a champion is crowned, standing tall on the shoulders of us all.
you had your lunch and hope it was a good one. We're back with the Bambinos for race 2 to get things going again for that Rotax merry-go-round. This is the nursery school of South African karting. We're using our best lap times from race 1 to determine the sprint. So that would allow for things to sit as Russell Josephat being our pole man, the number 63, Alonso de Oliveira, winner of the previous race, in second, Aston Braille, third, Caleb Lingeveld, fourth place, Sebastian Shuttleworth in fifth, Roddy Harris in sixth, Enzo Buhle Mwane in seventh, Liam de Beer in eighth, and Anash Madikane wrapping up the field in ninth place. Our Bambinos are wrapping up final turn and getting ready to get going for their adjusted start-finish line. Race 2 for the Bambino class, SA RMC round 3. Lights out and away we go. Alonso de Oliveira trying to squeeze on Josephat there. Going into the right hand, it looks like Josephat kept the inside. However, Oliveira had a better run of pace generally, so he could take the outside into their adjusted turn 2. Going up the jumbo jet section. By then, Alonso is comfortable. Josephat putting his head down, trying to get his cart up the hill into corkscrew. And let's see how far that gets him as they come back around for the final turn. Several places being lost further afield, but as it stands, it's still de Oliveira, Josephat, Farrell, Roddy Harris. Lingeveld is the man that's been falling behind. I was wondering who that is. Shuttleworth as well in 6th place. Something wrong there with Lingeveld. There's no way he could be falling behind so dramatically. Let's see if that resets itself. In the meantime, Josephat has had a fantastic run up that hill. His wheeling his cart along seems to be working. It's an 11-lap race we have, of course. And Josephat choosing rather not to have a look down the inside of that turn 1 into the chicane there. De Oliveira doesn't have to defend too much. Farrell is there to pick up the pieces of the result of any scrap between those two, and it's Oliveira taking a very narrow exit there, building up from the right hand onto the jumbo jet section, which made for a quarter to three-way situation. It didn't quite materialize. Oliveira signaling to his compadres in Bambino to focus on the rest of the race, and rightly so. Josephat's in a bit of a sandwich at the moment, and he seems to have enough pace to pressure de Oliveira, which makes for a tricky situation because Farrell hasn't quite gotten the memo, at least from 3rd place. The view isn't quite clear for him, just as how tight it is between Josephat and de Oliveira. Wide goes de Oliveira, side by side with Josephat now, and de Oliveira has to concede 2nd place. On the outside goes Farrell. He recovers 3rd place somehow, just before the start of corkscrew at the top of the hill. And de Oliveira will have to rehash that, try things again to get back into first place. But as it stands, Josephat has a well-worked and well-fought 1st place as we are now completing lap 4 of race 2 for Bambinos. And Sebastian Shuttleworth a lot further adrift in 6th place. Russell Josephat turning, leaning his head into that left hand, also trying to be, I don't know if he's trying to streamline himself as much as he can or what, but he needs that car turning, and he needs it now. De Oliveira has recovered, it seems, because he's got Josephat literally on his nose cone. Another man with a nose cone full of go-kart is Caleb Lingeveld, who's got Farrell in his sights from 4th place. I'll make that 2 go-karts. You've got, it looks like Lingeveld and Roddy Harris right behind him. Roddy Harris rather right behind him, and while all that happens, Caleb Lingeveld somehow finds the way to get the fastest lap. Down the inside goes Lingenfeld, trying to defend at the top of Corkscrew. Doesn't quite materialize. Wow. Someone got a knock there. I wonder if they came out okay. In the meantime, we just got a quick replay of that almost three-way situation with Lingenfeld and that front two. Lingenfeld is now in third. Harris in fourth place. Frail demoted to fifth. De Frail was the biggest loser going up the hill there at the beginning of Corkscrew. Enzo Nguan has also lost a place from the beginning of the race, that is, and Liam de Beer is the man who took that from him. He now sits, that number 24 card sits in 7th place with Nguan behind him in 8th. De Oliveira gets closer and closer to Russell. Maybe he's waiting for something towards the end. In the meantime, Lingenfeld is joining that party. He's almost, seems like he had a run in enough power to be side by side with De Oliveira, but not quite. He did definitely make sure De Oliveira was aware of his nose cone. Top of the hill they go. Good run from De Oliveira. He clears Lingenfeld a little bit, but Corkscrew seems to have gone all for De Oliveira, and Lingenfeld has reeled him in. Move looming perhaps, let's see. De Oliveira still chasing hard on Russell. Russell brings some company, or De Oliveira brings some company with him. Shuttleworth having upgraded himself from 6th place into 5th ahead of Farrell. Farrell still falling back for some reason in that number 40 cart. Roddy Harris will be happy with the 4th place so far. Still, De Oliveira, something he's losing there towards Corkscrew, coming out of it. I think coming out of it in particular because Lingenfeld reels him in by the time they get to the final turn. Oh, look at that. What a side-by-side. Someone, oh, look at that side-by-side by side. Wow. Talk about, that was Caleb Lingenfeld taking an opportunity between Russell, De Oliveira, as well as Harris, getting involved in a bargee there. Someone is not very impressed. And we're going to have a look at exactly how that materialized, because the front four were pair and pair, one in front of the other, going into the left hand at the jumbo jet section, and we had Lingenfeld take advantage of that because he's now in the lead. De Oliveira now in 2nd, Harris in 3rd, Farrell 4th place, Shuttleworth in 5th. Of course, everyone's benefited from the fact that De Beer fell away. But more especially, rather, I meant to say that Josephat Russell fell away. So that little occurrence, that little incident there at the top at the beginning of Corkscrew is where everything went wrong. It started at the jumbo jet section, but was completed at the Corkscrew, and it means that for the final lap, we see a man who didn't feature at the front for the majority of the race now taking the checkered flag. That is Caleb Lingenfeld. And in 2nd place is Alonso De Oliveira and Russell. Roddy Harris in 3rd place, Aston Farrell in 4th place, Sebastian Shuttleworth and Liam de Beer in 6th, Enzo Nguane in 7th, Marikane in 8th place, and Russell losing out, and he must be so displeased with himself and what happened there towards the end, because he was the lead man up until 1 lap ago. We get a quick action replay of exactly what happened. So it was, so Russell got knocked off to the side there. That's where the real issue began, because he was trying to get his way past Anash Marikane. And in essence, yeah, when you have a back marker in the picture, these things tend to happen. It's a very difficult situation to read, so Russell lost out. And ultimately, Caleb Lingenfeld came up tops with Alonso De Oliveira behind him. And we're going to have a look and see how the lap times shape up, because for race 3, it's going to be best lap times from that race that come into the picture. So the man who had the best toe often has the best looking lap times. So we wait for the 3rd rendition of that race later on today. In the meantime, we look forward to the next class, which is the Senior Maxes that are lining up as we speak. John Wilson still in position behind. Going back into that contention to try to try and get side by side with Wally is going to be difficult, considering how aggressive Wally's starts usually are. Now he's able to get very quickly into a rhythm if he's given a chance. So the fact that Wilson didn't necessarily challenge down the inside there, maybe ruin that. In the meantime, Goodman might be ruining, opening up a space for Visser down the inside under break into Rotax on Goodman's left-hand side. Was that Swart having a look at the luge, and Goodman is beached in the middle of the circuit for some. What happened there? Something went wrong. Doesn't have any drive. In the meantime, the picture keeps chopping and changing in the mid-pack. Get an update on what happened to Goodman there, a man who was comfortably sat in that third, fourth position, or fight for it at least. In the meantime, Visser has somehow found several kart lengths to get to Wally. I don't know what Visser did between the middle of that circuit and that double right and the dam section, but it worked, and it seems to have worked for Ken Swartz as well. Now in third, Visser had a look down the inside of Jumbo Jet at the left-hander, but Wally said no. This is going to be a long race. This is going to be a long race. Let's have a look at how things have reset over the past couple of corners. Yep, something went wrong with Goodman there. Get an update a bit later as to exactly what happened. But as things stand, it is Mohamed Wally, Visser, Swartz, Van der Walt, Daluge, and John Wilson, who's lost out significantly. The dam section, the right-hander at the dam, really did a number on the previous lap. Got Cole Hewittson in at 7th place behind Wilson, Shren Naidu behind him, Kjell Spies in 9th, Ian Pulme in 10th, and Michael Pozeno behind him in 11th. Devian Naidu in 12th, Kanyang Gwenya in 13th, Dylan Marks 14th place, and Jibuya Singo in 15th. And unfortunately, of course, can't complete our field without Sean Goodman, who fell away there. Things proceed out at the front, with Visser now facing a fresh challenge from Swart. Ken Swartz right behind him. Brilliant run up the hill had Ken Swartz there. And the start of Corkscrew looked really good for him. Let's see if the final, that right-hander flat out there, go all the way into the chicane and down heavy, braking into Rotax. Left-hander looks very challenging considering the amount of speed these karts have going in there. John Wilson now relatively in the middle of nowhere as compared to where he was before, but he won't be beating himself up too much. He needs the momentum. There's plenty of time. 6 or so laps remaining for race 2 for the Senior Masters. Wow, there's fights everywhere, especially in the mid-pack. Hewittson has some work to do, it looks like. It's going to be a busy race for him in terms of defending from behind or facing what's ahead of him. Naidu can be a bit more aggressive. Hewittson will have his hands quite full. Is that Van der Walt having a look down inside of Liam Polome, how things have changed. Van der Walt was a lot further ahead than where he is at now. Polome is not going to make it easy for him to get past. Things looking quite difficult. Further afield, the top 3 looks like they've gotten into their race rhythm. The mid-pack is where it's at. That braking zone at Rotax is where it just escalates. The temperature keeps rising, the mercury rising. Ken Swartz with the best lap so far, arguably in the best position considering the tow he has from 2 of the quickest parts ahead of him. Ken Swartz is now in 2nd place ahead of Visser. Where that move occurred because we're looking at the mid-pack. Daluge now has Wilson to worry about. Very close. The tail end of the mid-pack is a busy place to be. Now let's try and get our English right here. If the bundles finish, you'll forgive me. But you've got Daluge comfortably ahead of Wilson. And you've got Naidu. Is that Naidu Spies? And I see the 222 of Hewittson with Liam Palomi right behind him. Van der Walt and other Naidu, the second Naidu, that is Divian. So it's going to be difficult to call how things happen there. It really depends on the man leading that mid-pack battle. And just how much pace he's able to extract out of his car, because if he does not, it's going to be carnage. And I hate to invoke the commentator's curse, but at this point I think it's a thing. So let's see what happens. In the meantime, Sri Naidu doing well so far to marshal the head of the mid-pack. There we have it. Full frame almost all at once. And almost not all at once because they're just so tightly pressed and quickly together. Quick together rather, on the same pace. Barely anything to tell. Let's have a look at what the lap times look like so far. Of course our pace setters have broken into the 105s. Ken Swat in 105.6 range with Wally 105.8. These young men are able to get the best looking lap times quite early on, something they've been working on all weekend in their preparation for today's national race. But as far as that mid-pack is concerned, Sri Naidu leads it from 6th place. His lap time at the moment, 106.9. Slightly slower than Kian Spies behind him. A toe would be the reasonable assumption as to why it'd be quicker than him there. Cole Hewitt's a bit further back and a bit slower too. 107 dead his previous lap. Things seem to be opening up a bit there. Van der Valt has Spies to try and catch up to. Definitely a lot may still change in the mid-pack. In the meantime, the front something might change too, because Wally and Swart are literally the same piece of tarmac. And I do remember correctly in race 1, Swartz left it late on, was it Visser who left it late on Swartz? Yes, Swartz left it late on Visser to make a move, to get a position on him. So just maybe cooking something on Wally. Let's see what happens. Can you smell what Swartz is cooking? Too early to tell maybe, we'll see. Penultimate lap coming up as we compete 7. Wally looking to, looks like Swartz is trying to be late as possible under braking there at the jumbo. And Wally thought he was on his outside. Seems to have everything under control in the way he moves himself. He's not very jittery or panicked in the way he looks around, the way he steers, very, very composed. And we're on our penultimate lap as we speak. Visser seems to have fallen away from that top 2 fight. A fight that is definitely still underway and is being waged between Daluge and Wilson. At the moment, Wilson in 4th has the prize. Not much left for them to decide who gets the honors at the end for race 2 for the senior max class. Yep, looks like Swartz is definitely leaving something to the end for Wally, but Wally is definitely able to make his car wide if he needs to. See how he secures the inside and then looks to the left to see if that's the option that Swartz has taken. It's multitasking, splitting your mind in 2 in a split second is quite a smart way to do it. Difficult, not easy to achieve. We're about to start our final lap. Still Ken Swartz, fastest man on circuit. Let's see if that's changed as they crossed the start finish not too long ago. Latest on the brakes was Wally at that moment, and now Wally begins the defense of his life, at least for the next couple of corners. It's everything in it. Full commitment by Wally on the defensive front. Forced up and under for Swartz. He had a better run there because Wally had to compromise his line. Swartz still having a better run. Or that he definitely had a better run because he just took the place at the right-hander going out the dam section, and now through the tight stop he's still there, but Wally down the inside puts his nose and tap for Swartz on his right inner tire, right rear tire rather, and Wally now lost out. He's in 3rd. Swartz looking behind him saying, dude, what are you doing? And who's there to pick up the pieces? Charles Visser. Visser waited all race long. He was a second or so adrift, and now he's in the lead of the race. After that, coming together with Wally in his defending Swart. And how does Senior Max race 2 end? With Charles Visser winning it. Charles in first place, Ken Swart in second, and Wally in third. After that last stage attempt to defend from Ken Swart. Definitely paid the price there. He's going to have to leave us to race 3 to get his own back. In fourth place, someone who won that head of the impact battle is Wilson, ahead of Daluj, and Julian Naidu in sixth place. Van der Walt recovered somewhat in the mid-pack there in seventh. Kian Spies in eighth place. Divian Naidu in ninth. And we've got Nilan Marks in 10th place. Liam Polomé featured a bit, especially when Van der Walt fell back. And Van der Walt fell back, and there had to be a bit of a battle there for him to try and recover. Try not to make it too easy for him, but he comes home in 11th. Michael Zeno in 12th place, subdued race for him. I saw him coming close to some blows there with Cole Hewittston towards the latter end of the race. Mystery as to how Hewittston fell so far back, as he was a prominent feature throughout at least the early phase of the race. Behind Roseno in 13th is Kanyang Guenya, Walker Racing Academy. Then you've got Cole Hewittston in 14th and Shubuya Simo in last place. Wow! I have to play the long game with my word count when it comes to Senior Max. Leave it all to the end. That's where the English works the most. Fantastic bit of racing from all these young karters. Seeing all sorts of strategy, whether it's aggressive, patient, or somewhere in between. Looking forward to Heat 3. Stay tuned for the next class coming up, and that is your Micromaxes. Micromax is peeling back out onto the circuit with Adrian Steyn out in the lead and has the inside side by side with Shuttleworth and Grenier, a feature in third place, Luke Dutoy in fourth, Liam Wharton behind him, Luan de Vet, Litlotleng Tekiso, Michael O. Mahoney, Kairif Chetty, Alessio Brits, Ronaldo Fenter, and then we've got Radin Reddy and Roman Hussein, who fell away for race 1. Hopefully he can make up for that in race 2. And Igor Estevez bringing up the entire Micromax class. It's race 2 for the SA RMC in the Micromax class. And the marshals are indeed happy with the formation lap, and we get things underway. It's lights out for the Micromaxes. Blacked out. The marshals are happy. We have a clean start. It's all green. Tricky section, under braking and turning. It looks like Shuttleworth. Yes, I saw Shuttleworth having a look down the inside. Took a very, very tight line there, but he seems to have done good for him because he had a good run. Still side by side. It looks like it was him and Steyn. And let's see the picture there. Shuttleworth now in second. Going into the right-hander there. It wasn't an easy thing to navigate that start. But it looks like Grenier was the karter who ultimately came up tops ahead of Shuttleworth as they complete the Jumbo Jet section now. Temperature definitely seems to have gotten warmer. Wonder how that affects proceedings rather for our race. As that little chicane forces full commitment of all of our young Micromax karters. Heavy under braking into Rotax with no aggressive moves as of yet, but opportunities definitely will have been studied. Adrian Steyn in a very good position to take advantage of what occurs as the race proceeds. Now, looks like again a scenario where we have a top 5-6 fight from the onset. So whatever happens between our top 3 is going to be crucial. Let's see how aggressive Shuttleworth is going to be here. Had a good run. The right-hander decides not to. And going up to the Jumbo Jet section, he's still allowing himself to be the leader of that train right behind him, but Steyn is really closing in on him, and he and Steyn seem to have gotten a good run out of the right-hander. But going up the hill after the Jumbo Jet section, Shuttleworth seems to be in a better league there, may have a ratio advantage of some sort. But Steyn is still not so far as to be out of the fight. It's still so early in this race. Unmistakable buzz. Down the inside goes Shuttleworth. Makes it stick on Grenier at Rotax. Well calculated by him. And no answers as yet for Grenier. Grenier will have to make sure he defends well from Steyn. If he smells an opportunity, Steyn is going to take it. And Zaidan Hussein still fighting his way from the rear there. He's got Igor Estevez ahead of him. Steyn sees it. Yep, Steyn sees an opportunity. I can see his nose peeking out on the inside. We've also got the likes of Dutoy and Liam Wharton, who was a common feature, 3 abreast, with it would look like a very difficult sandwich to get out of. But then quickly went back into formation before we went up to the left-hander now, up to the top of the hill, with Shuttleworth still in second, Steyn in third. And nothing has changed as of yet. However, do seem a lot closer than half a lap ago. Top 3 is now top 4 with Grenier. Grenier now in the lead once more. Shuttleworth will have to wait and try again. Steyn again, still in third. Behind him is Dutoy and De Vet as well. Liam Wharton not so far off. The best lap has come from a man in 7th, Litlotleng Tekiso at 678 cards. It's a good place to be in. That is the toe of Liam Wharton, apparently. Always maximize and take advantage of either the space or the toe that you have. But given, as of the last frame, it looks like Little Tleng does have a bit more room than the front pack ahead of him. Behind him is O'Mahony watching from a distance in that distinct combination of colors. Hard to miss. Duvet side by side. It looks like with O'Mahony, I don't know how that even happened. Suddenly Shuttleworth and Noah Crinier have a whole lot of space, and Steyn was involved in a fight to try and hold off Duvet. He has to hold off Duvet, Wharton, Tekiso and O'Mahony. Fastest man is Luan Duvet. Shuttleworth seems to have conceded that right-hander into the downhill braking zone, where he looked a lot more aggressive. It seems to have paid off for him as they make way through the tight section. And the next right-hander is not an easy one to defend. It's very wide and allows for a lot of room. You can either go on the outside or the inside. The inside has been the more popular move, but a lot of three-way sandwiches side by side have formed throughout the day's racing. So it could be something there for Shuttleworth if he thinks it's worth it. Shuttleworth still in the toe of Crinier. And let's see what happens under the heavy braking at Rotax corner. Wharton down the inside. Ooh, Wharton, that was very aggressive. Yeesh. Thought the move was going to come from Shuttleworth, but that was Wharton going down the inside of, I'm not sure who that was. I think that was Tekiso going into Rotax corner. Little Tleng Tekiso, they're losing out. Sheesh, it's so hard to call that front six. Well, their own patience may keep the positions in the same form. We've had them for a lap or two. Sometimes that patience loses to aggression, and you have a situation where Wharton now making an incredible move on Tekiso, and he now has an extremely difficult task of navigating the next 4 or 5 cards ahead of him. Foremost, the first of which is Detroit. And once that task is complete, you've got Steyn, who just lost his position now. I think he lost the position to Duvet. We'll have some clarity as they get back to the start-finish not too long from now. We're 5 laps across. We're starting our 6th lap. Crinier still leads with Shuttleworth in second. Duvet, yep, definitely made a move on Steyn with Wharton following them. Shuttleworth now leads. And he took that position at his favorite corner, Rotax. Didn't look easy to do. Shaky under braking, but he still made it stick. The circuit is of the characters that it's not entirely even, so it does take a bit of skill for you to navigate that. Shuttleworth going full width into that right-hander up to the kink and the jumbo jet section. Having a look behind is Laurent Duvet to see what's going on. Steyn is now, looks like, firmly set in 4th. There's no such thing as firmly in the Micromax races. But yeah, Shuttleworth has had a good run up the hill there to the start of Corkscrew. And it looks like equally good down the hill, but that toe seems to work very well for him, because he and Duvet are a lot closer. Down the inside goes Crinier on Shuttleworth. This battle does not end. Now you have to decide who's going to have the final opportunity, because they keep overtaking at the same point. In the meantime, the trailing end of this field, there's some action there as well. Between looks like Reddy, Brett, Shetty losing out and not impressed at what just happened in front of him. And it's the final lap that we're on, mind you. where Shuttleworth just lost out to Crenier. Now, can Shuttleworth have an answer to that? Because the only chance he has now is up to the kink and Jumble. Shuttleworth has more company. De Vet down his inside, and Shuttleworth just lost out. He was focusing so much on Crenier ahead of him that he lost that place. And De Vet goes wide, so goes narrow to defend from Shuttleworth, who was forced wide, and it changed the shape of that and the complexion of that front three in just a couple of corners. It meant that your winner of race 2 for the Micromaxes is Noah Crenier in second, Luan De Vet, and in third, Matthew Shuttleworth, left till the end. Adrian Steyn is in fourth place. He had to navigate the decision between attacking and defending for the majority of this race. Behind him is Rotax Tekiso and Liam Wharton there in 7th, and Michael O'Mahony in 8th place. Wow, that was an unexpected and expected switch up at the same time. It just can happen at any point. But ultimately, the man in the lead of your Micromaxes for race 2 is Noah Crenier. We'll see who managed to get the fastest lap of this race, because that's going to determine what the final race for these Micromaxes looks like. And it looks like that was Luke Dutoy. So it's going to pay off for him to have been in the mix and been consistent in terms of lap times, because he's in pole for your next race. But yeah, there it is, your top 3: Noah Crenier, Luan De Vet, and Matthew Shuttleworth. Adrian Steyn in 4th, Luke Dutoy 5th, Rotax Tekiso in 6th place, Liam Wharton in 7th, Michael Mahoney behind him. Wow. Temperature definitely in a different space as to earlier this morning, and that's a good thing. It only results in better racing. I think everyone's broken in their carts, so to speak, and they're ready to give us a bit more commitment for the remainder of the day's racing. Lining up now are the Junior Maxes. I saw them getting their preparations in a lot earlier, and they're going to be peeling out not too long from now. It looks like Luke Hill lost out the most there, having gone wide onto the marbles. Quite slippery, not enough grip for him to... Oh, apparently he did have enough grip to keep that position. I don't know how he pulled that off, because he looked very, very, very unstable, but very impressive nonetheless. Keegan Martin be the man behind him, with George Lanitz now in 3rd. George Lanitz seems to have gotten a very good run up the hill to top of corkscrew there. See if she's able to capitalize from that. Very decent jump seen from her, making several places. Keegan Martin is going to be in a very tight space because George Alanis looks racy at the moment. Beaumont is not too far adrift of that top 3 battle. And he has, looks like, Dowling in tow. And this is where I thought Hill had lost it at that right hand at the dam section, but he did not. Very well recovered from him. Things are getting very tight for Martin. I don't know how he's going to handle having to defend and attack at the same time. He may have to prioritize defending from Lanitz, at least for a corner or two, because Lanitz does not have to worry about Beaumont, who's a lot further. So he had a very good run at the right hand going up to the jumbo jet left. Luke Hill still has the better of both he and Lanitz. Still Hill flat out, fully committed in that double chicane, challenging as ever to go from instability to get your kart on all fours for the braking zone at Rotax. Beaumont is capitalizing off that compression in the top 3. He's reeling them in. Okay, Beaumont seems to have lost out down the straight, maybe something inherent there. But he definitely is able to stay within a 10th or 2 at the moment. A tap there from Lennart and Martin. Martin went a bit Oreo. It was very narrow. It seemed as if there was a tap. Perhaps there was not. Lennox now aware of Beaumont, who's very close because of that coming together of sorts with Martin. It's so hard to keep your eye off this top 4. It's so hard for Martin to keep his eye in front of him, looking at Luke Hill and over his shoulder, checking out where Lennox is. Yeah, everyone has something to worry about in that top 4, but the mid-pack is also quite active. It looks like there's a likely battle there looming. It's Quinoa, who's the closest to Wadley. He and Wadley would then have to get past Gianna Pasquale in the mid-pack. And as if I knew exactly what was next, the fastest lap just came from Quinoa. So his toe looks very impressive at the moment. And it shows clear intent that he's not happy with where he and that mid-pack are. Let's see if they're able to change things for themselves. Someone shaking their head there. Looks like Marshall's not impressed with something going on. He's got Pasquale to worry about at the moment. He's going to have to wait or leave his protest about something until later. Emma Dowling hasn't yet been challenged so far, and that may change quickly in the mid-pack. But in the meantime, we switch back to the whole shots, or the battle for the whole shots. Luke Hill still in the lead. He's going to have to explain to me how he's kept this position for so long, but it looks very close. Martin went slightly off the rubber, but Ori there. Lennox could have been in a position to do something, but that's a very odd place to make an overtaking maneuver. And again, the mid-pack is where it's at. The latest fastest lap just came from Gianna Pasquale. Trading places between herself and Quinoa, who's right behind her. And Aryan Singh behind Quinoa. Wonder if he'd be able to get something there, but Quinoa seems to have fallen back a bit significantly. Any lap times he puts down now would have to come of his own volition, of his own ability, without the assistance of a toe. We're about to start lap 5 of our 10-lap race, so halfway across, and there's still nothing in between Martin and Hill. Hill going narrow to defend under braking into Rotax. Lennox there watching, but now she would have to be careful of Beaumont, not too far off. Everyone looking over their shoulder. It's quite a skill to be able to do that at that speed. Latest with the fastest lap. William Marshall. And it looks like, yep, someone got the beating of Luke Hill going out of the dam section, and that is Martin, who now leads our race. How quickly will Hill recover? How quickly will Leonard capitalize? And will Beaumont be there to take what falls from that? It really does get in your head if you're overtaken and having to recover a position as quickly as possible. It takes a bit of skill and concentration. But as it stands, we have a new leader. And it's Keegan Martin ahead of Luke Hill in third place. It's Georgia Leonard. Beaumont on breaking down the inside of Leonard at Rotax. Brilliantly executed, but oof, that is a threefold loss for Leonard. It was Beaumont who initially overtook her, but somehow they went Ori. And Leonard lost 2 other places, and she and Beaumont came together. Leonard's back out onto the circuit. Beaumont, the biggest loser from that situation yet, it was Beaumont and Leonard who came together and made way for the rest of the pack. They both seem, Beaumont in particular seems to be fine as his kart is no longer moving. Wow, how quickly things change. Back out at the front. It's as if Keegan Martin was checking what just happened. Looking over his shoulder. It's Luke Hill right behind him. And Beaumont and Marshall as well. With Dowling and Kenua not too far adrift. Starting the 7th lap now. And who's our fastest karter so far still? How quickly things change. It is 4th placed Gianna Pasquale with the 105.5. Down the inside goes Pasquale past, I think that was Marshall, at Rotax corner. Kenua with a chance to get a position there if he sets things up well against Emma Dowling. Let's see how that materializes over the next couple of laps. Hill not letting Martin get away with it. And it looks like Gianna Pasquale's on one because has a lot of speed that she has found over the past couple of laps. Absolutely clearing Marshall. Now Dowling and Kenua, while they're not too far behind, they may have to concentrate on each other at the moment because the 4 or 5 ahead of them are in a league of their own. We just completed 8 laps of this race and we're approaching the end. Under braking goes Luke Hill with Pasquale to worry about. He definitely has to be disciplined there. Pasquale takes an opportunity if she sees one. But his defending means that Martin has some breathing room as we are on the penultimate lap. Pasquale down. Looked like she was going down the inside, the right hand at the dam, but thought better of it. I think she was a bit too far back, to be honest. Mercury rising. I tell you what, you can barely sit still. We've got Martin still out in the front, looking behind him to see what happened. Luke does the same. And Gianna Pasquale focusing on getting ahead of Luke Hill. She knows what's at stake given that time is of the essence. She has a look down the inside at the left hand at the jumbo section, thinks better of it. Hill acknowledges that. And now he knows he has to make his kart as wide as possible. Pasquale on Hill. Nothing yet on our final lap. Where's this move going to come from? Pasquale's remaining options are the right-hander down at the dam, and in fact, there's plenty of options. She's both for choice between now and the end of this lap. Let's see what happens. Keegan Martin, spoiled for comfort out in the end, and leading us with comfortable lap times, not pushing too hard. 105.9. Luke Hill has to put the defense. That's going to secure him that second place for this Junior Max Race 2. Still looks set. Pasquale has to worry about, I think it's Marshall behind her, who's out for revenge given how he lost the position to her. The Keegan Martin has been comfortable for several laps now. Side by side here, someone just lost out. Let's have a look. The glare is almost impossible to see what just happened there. But Kenua is stuck in a sandwich there while Keegan Martin takes race 2 for the Junior Max class. And in second place is Luke Hill. William Marshall got his place back on Pasquale, with Amani Kinua in fourth place, an improvement from him. And Pasquale in fifth place. Emma Dowling in sixth. And wow, that was difficult to call. Aryan Singh in seventh place, with Wade Lee in eighth. Wow. Last minute change there for Pasquale. Really did not see that coming. It was hard to tell with the glare, but Marshall made it happen, and he 10 toes down on business for him to get his position back. An unfortunate casualty to the race, of course, was Keegan Beaumont having a touch there just after Rotax with Leonard. However, it's what the finishing results look like at the end, and it's Martin in the lead, Luke Hill in second, Marshall in third place, Kinua in fourth, Pasquale in fifth, Emma Darling in sixth place, Aryan Singh in seventh, and Jordan Wadley in eighth, Jesse Swart in ninth, Christian Pereira 10th place, and Lennis in 11th. Annual April 12th place, with Beaumont, of course, having been rendered unable to complete the race. So we stand by for our next coming up. It is the Minimax class. Starting grid for the Minimaxes gets onto the circuit. We've got Durrell Goodman in the lead. Just beside him is Rafael De Souza. Tsepang Shisinwana in third place. Ronaldo Kuna in fourth. And Jurgens in fifth place. Dowling beside him. Moritz in, it looks like, seventh place there. And we've got in eighth Danks beside them. It's going to be a very difficult task to make out who's who in the zoo, because the glare is incredible at the moment, right over the peak of this wonderful Formula K circuit. We've got some very skilled karters who won't struggle much with that. The Minimax race for race two for the Minimaxes rather, as Durrell Goodman leads. And the marshals are happy with the start procedure. And racing is back underway. We've got all green with several positions being lost all the way across the field. Wow, incredible how all of those karters managed to squeeze their way through the right hand at the dam, but several positions lost. It looks like Goodman lost 2 positions as far as helmets go. At the moment, we're going to have to rely on that. And yep, definitely Durrell Goodman lost out a lot more than he wanted, 3 positions in fact, and looks like De Souza was one of the men gaining there from that falling away. Yeah, Goodman looking behind him as he's tried to recover, but to see just how much more he'd have to do in terms of defensive work, but he's back up into second. And well done for him to actually get back up there as quickly as he has. Past the chicane there go, with the order still being De Souza, who gained the most from that start. Goodman in second, and Dowling Brody Dowling in third place. Declan Jurgens in fourth, with Ronaldo Kin in fifth behind them. So much to catch up with for this race. Nothing in it in terms of lap times between, or rather pace and distance between D'Souza and Goodman. And D'Souza is going to have to be careful, because if he lets Goodman by, it could be a whole 5, 6, 7 carts that take opportunity there. Goodman side by side with D'Souza. Down the inside he goes. Down at the kink that was, and I called it. D'Souza losing 2 positions in 2 corners. It's now, it looks like Goodman, Kuhn, and D'Souza. And stand by for our reset and update. Goodman found some sort of magic at fourth school there, but he is now ahead of Dowling in second, D'Souza in third, with Declan Jurgens there in fourth. Tsebang Shisinoana there to pick up from what's coming his way, but it's just hard to call because there's just so many carters ahead and behind him. There may be a position change yet, because I saw some side-by-side there at the double right for that downhill into the dam's right-hander. Goodman again manifests some magic to get ahead of this train, but I think it's the battling though, Dowling as well as D'Souza. D'Souza falling back, is in the middle of a sandwich now. Jurgens having a look. The inside of D'Souza is very, very close. There you go. After the kink, Jurgens goes down the inside of D'Souza, makes it stick. D'Souza fair in terms of space. Jurgens not sure which side to defend from, left or right. You're going to have to defend everywhere. D'Souza looks like he wants his place back, and he wants it now. In the meantime, fastest man on the circuit, Ruvan Maritz, 1:12.8. Way narrow. Narrow is the answer. Try to defend as much as you can, but you can only do so much. D'Souza down the inside of Jurgens, and he gets that place back at Rotax corner. And Durrell Goodman, comfortably fastest on the circuit. A lot of changes at Rotax. 2 go wide down at the dam. We'll confirm who just in a moment. Oddly enough, it's not a very common place to see some moves happen there. Although it may seem like it's wide enough to accommodate, perhaps the grip situation speaks of another scenario. It's Goodman, Dowling, and just want to get a picture of who is who in the zoo. It looks like D'Souza lost out the most from that little coming together of carts there, just before the right hand at the dam. Approaching the halfway mark of the race, and we have Durrell Goodman in the lead, Brody Dowling, Ronaldo Kuhn now is in third, Tsebang Shisinoana in fourth place, Juan Maris in fifth, Michael Danks in sixth place, and Declan Jurgens in seventh. Rafael D'Souza lost several places along with Jurgens. In fact, I think they were the ones in an exchange there, and Jurgens may have been trying to get his own back on D'Souza. Kuhn, as of late, has to worry about Shisinoana. They're going to complete the kink just now, which is a place where I think Jurgens made a move on D'Souza and made it stick at the jumbo jet, but not to be the case, it looks like, for Shisinoana and Kuhn. Confirmation in a bit. Or rather, it actually was the place. Shisinoana made that position in between the kink and the jumbo jet. Well on him. In the order as it stands, still Goodman out in the lead, Brody Dowling, Shisinoana in third, and Kuhn demoted to fourth place. May not be for long considering how things have gone with this race, but your if that makes sense, with that battle bit. So it's not as close as it was before, but it's closer between Goodman and Dowling, it seems. Dowling really pressing on the National Mzansi Motorsport kart of Goodman there. And same applies to Shisinoana being pressured by Kun right behind them. Dowling and Goodman side by side. Dowling makes it stick. Well done on Brody. Let's see how he can keep it together. May have left it a bit early. Or made it a bit early rather. Let's see. Since we are now we've completed our 6th lap of the race. As you can tell, Goodman didn't lose much, and he went nearly side by side with Dowling there. It's a very difficult place to be doing so. At the top of the hill, the start of our home straight. Goodman went Ori under braking. Squirmish there, but didn't seem to lose as much as the image of him going sideways betrayed. Declan Jurgens, quickest on circuit with a 1:12.1. In the tow of Michael Danks. Side by side, I cannot make out who that is, but down the dam someone just lost their position, and that was Kun to Shisinoana, or Shisinoana making a move on Goodman. How did Goodman fall back so quickly? Yeesh. Goodman just lost 2 positions in a couple of corners. And how frustrating that must be. We're on the penultimate lap of the race, and this happens to Goodman. He's gonna have to pull out just some sort of miracle. He's been doing so all along at the corkscrew, some sort of pace manifest for him, but it's been left a little too late, I'm afraid, because we're on the final lap beginning now. And the leader, as we go into the final lap, is Brody Dowling. Behind him, Tebang Shisinoana, Ronaldo Kun in 3rd, and Darrell Goodman demoted to 4th. Kun just may be able to get a position from Shisinoana because he's not. Ooh, looks like tight squeeze into that right hand for our downhill in the remainder of the straight. Dowling, Shisinoana, and Kun inseparable right down to the final lap. Where is it going to be? Is it the kink? Is it the jumbo jet? It's the last 2 remaining places. Shisinoana still. Dowling going narrow and looking over his left shoulder. Make sure where Shisinoana is. Shisinoana well in the toe. Shisinoana making a stick at the inside. Left hand, they came together. Dowling and Shisinoana collide. Oh, and someone rear ends. That is Danks. Michael Danks rear-ended into Shisinoana. Both of them looked like they're okay. But as far as the finish of the race goes, the checkered flag goes to Ronaldo Kun, who was there right up until the end. Wow. That was unexpected. Saw a move coming at the jumbo jet, but wow. Never could have called that because Ruvan Moritz is actually your 2nd place racer. Darrell Goodman is now in 3rd. He recovered from that. And Jurgens in 4th place. What a scramble right down to the end. Rafael de Souza was a feature early on, fell back to 5th. Kieran Reddy in 6th place. Now I'm trying to figure out who is still in their kart. But there it is. It was, Danks rear-ended, spun around and rear-ended into Shisinoana. And at the left hand at the jumbo jet, both of them are stuck. The marshal's going to be there to just secure Shisinoana to make sure he's okay and recover he and his kart. Michael Danks walked away from his kart, so he seemed fine on his own steam. But, we can rely on the marshals to attend to that as quickly as possible. So in the meantime, not only do we await our next race, but we just reflect on how difficult to call that was right up until the end. Got a number of the marshals now gathering around the young karters and the go-karts for the recovery. Just to bring you up to speed as to how that finished. From covered our top 5, which Fifth place did belong to Rafael de Souza. Kieran Reddy in 6th, Brody Dowling in 7th, Lashma Tebula in 8th place. Andre Betancourt in 9th, Michael Arda in 10th, Nande Kayamo in 11th place, Zach McCauley in 12th, Ron Lewis in 13th place, Mandume Kayamo in 14th, Zaidan Hussein in 15th, Christian Naidu 16th place, Woket Ondlovu 17th, Matthew Naidu in 18th, and of course Tepang Shisinoan and Michael Danks came together literally at the last couple of corners and couldn't finish their race. And while the young Minimax karters are being recovered, the DD2s are getting ready to get things underway rather, in a couple of minutes.
When the sun goes down, the lights come on, and it's the driver's chance to shine.
The track under the lights looks really good.
Well, it's definitely a change of atmosphere. It's like everything's closer, so you just feel 10 times faster. Last night was a bit cooler, there's a humidity in the air.
I think the track loses a bit of grip, but the times are still pretty quick.
I mean, it's all some of the best drivers in the world, so everyone here should know how to adapt to that.
Yeah, well, it's very special because you don't do that normally, and I enjoyed it a lot.
I guess we feel a bit more like superstars at night time, I guess.
Calm before the storm. A new continent, a new culture, and the steepest hill in world karting to overcome and organise the most iconic image of the Rotax Grand Finals. It isn't only the drivers who must be inch perfect. Ahead of each driver lies 6 grueling days of competition. Equal equipment, equal engines. There is something different this year. As the Rotax reach grows, Brazil is truly special. The heat of the sun burns. Brazil's beauty, bewitching. Its sights and sounds, breathtaking. It is a new challenge for nearly 400 drivers. Everyone has battled all year to get here, and now they face a track carved out of the side of a mountain, designed to reward the brave, the fearless, the clever, designed to reward the best. When the cheers and waves of the crowd are left behind, it all comes down to this.
Each year, the grand finals gain more colour, more personality, more laughter, and more bonds from nation to nation. Rivals on track, friends off it. But when the final approaches, one by one the contenders fall, until only the very best remain. Those few, those lucky few who kept their cool, held their nerve, who conquered the mountain, the reward is the title of champion. Rotax champion of the world. They celebrate, their nation celebrates, we celebrate. BRP Rotax would like to thank all their drivers, their families and official partners for making the 2018 Grand Finals a truly unforgettable experience. Thank you, Brazil, and good luck to the hosts of next year's 20th annual Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. We will see you in Sano.
And we're back live with the Rotax Max Challenge Round 3 from Benoni at the Formula K Kart Circuit, and we just completed an exciting round of racing with the Mini Maxes. Unfortunately, it ended and it culminated with one of our karters being taken aside and rear-ended effectively, but they've been safely recovered by our marshals and medical team who are ever at the ready to aid us and help us in that regard. While that young karter is being recovered, we'll get confirmation of who exactly it is. There were two karters involved in the incident. One was Shisinwana and the other was Michael Danks. So we'll get confirmation later on. But either of those karters have been recovered and they'll be fine. In the meantime, we also get ready for the DD2s who are getting ready to complete their second race. We've seen pretty much the majority of Heat 2 for all of the classes. We've got the DD2s and DD2 Masters coming up, and then after that we're looking at our final rodeo, our final go-around at this exciting circuit, which is a wonder in that it's large enough to feature 4 different layouts and ways to go about it. You'll notice that our start of the races utilizes the entire straight, the entire home straight, and then it adapts and creates a bit of a challenge for the racers to battle it out at the chicane, which that was the chicane you actually had in frame there. It's a double, it's a right-left, quick right-left combination, which demands a lot of the kart. It looks a lot easier to take for your more powerful cars, like your karts rather, like your DD2s and Senior Max as well as the Junior Maxes. And interesting to see or hear the interpretation of that from the younger karters. But everyone skillful nonetheless and able to navigate the circuits with the greatest of skill and mastery. So we have plenty racing remaining for you, so do stay tuned. If you just joined us live on YouTube, feel free to drop some comments, let us know where you're at. If you're at the circuit and you're streaming, that'll be great. Just say hi and tell everybody what it's like. In the meantime, what it's like is a number of DD2s just started their signature grunt out onto the circuit, with Jason Katsia, the foremost of them, fastest man on the circuit from the previous race. Behind him was Sebastian Boyd, third place Brad Liebenberg, fourth Jamie Smith, fifth Olerato Sikudu, Karabo Malema in sixth place Matthew Wadley, and Nick Vastanis. A very interesting battle is going to materialize between those three that I just named, Malimela, Wadley and Vastanis. Watch out for that. Ethan Steer behind them, Dusan Radojevic, Gabriel Fernandez, Jordan Moodley, as well as Mano Kruger and Kian Grottis wrap up the entire DD2 field. And as soon as we have flag down. We're back underway for race 2 of the DD2 class. Jason Coetzee, fastest of the pack, and he has honor of taking turn 1. I see trying to establish whether the marshals were happy with that start there, because I'm seeing red on the screen. But we have racing underway, no flags, no signals. We're continuing. Jason Coetzee seems to have fallen back, because his twice, 3 times, someone just went over another, and that was Malimela over Coetzee. What happened there? Because now we have significant shift in positions. Oh, wow, what a switch up for Coetzee. This is not what he would have wanted going into the lead of this race. We're going to get a picture of exactly what happened in a moment. It was Coetzee going out wide, allowing Liebenberg past. Malimela took that opportunity, but Coetzee was unreasonably slow. So there's something out of his control there, or he was just deliberately slow in that place. And that allowed for Malimela to take that gap, but the gap just wasn't narrow enough, or rather it was too slow for that particular part of the circuit. So it happens, it's karting, we continue, we race. And Coetzee now has to race from second from last, while Boyd leads, Liebenberg in second, Jamie Smith in third, Malimela in fourth, Sikudu in sixth place, and Nick Verstanis in sixth. As ever, Brad Liebenberg won't allow Boyd to breathe as much as he can, as much as he can help. But everyone needs to first get an idea of just how much room they have or have not to work with. Malimela will have to watch out for Verstanis right behind him, because he wants to reel him in as quick as he can and avoid having to deal with the likes, or rather it is Sikudu, I beg your pardon, who has to reel in Malimela and do so quickly without having to deal with the likes of Verstanis, who's making quick work of getting away from Wadley. Mid-pack will be exciting, it's what I anticipated. Race 1 was a nice appetizer for that mid-pack battle, and it's certainly yielding dividends. The main course is scrumptious. Boyd still in the lead, relatively comfortable. With Jamie Smith with miles behind him and a couple of meters ahead. Malimela will have to put some elbow grease in there. Otherwise, it's Sikudu who's hot on his heels. Wadley and Verstanis looking back to see what's going on behind them simultaneously. Ethan Steer in the middle of a very difficult place at the moment. It's very tight in that mid-pack. You'd be in a much better position to be around 4th or 5th. It seems there's a lot more breathing room there, having escaped that first lap battle and that argument. Going into Rotax, front 3 stable as ever. Malimela leads comfortably the remainder of the pack, and Sikudu lately may have to be worrying about Verstanis, I think more so than a couple of laps ago, more so than 1.5 lap ago, I beg your pardon. Only 3 laps across, but Verstanis has made some gains. You see the barrel of Jamie Smith there. He also seems to lean into that right-hander, building up to the kink, while others a lot more laid back. I wonder if that has anything to do with his distinct style or something his kart is doing. But well, it may have worked for him, because a couple of laps ago he was not in the same frame as Brad Liebenberg and Sebastian Boyd, but now he is. He's catching up quickly to that front too. Boyd better watch out. Let's see how long this takes. The issue now, it seems like Boyd's pace is a tad inferior to what Brad Liebenberg has to offer. And that means Jamie Smith gets invited into the picture because of how close Boyd and Liebenberg are backing up into him. And speaking of backing up, a lot of that is happening between the rest of the pack from Sikudu onwards. Sikudu, Verstanis, as well as Wadley have a battle looming there. I think that is Malimela will be wiping some sweat off his brow, considering the favor, the massive favor that he's been done, the opportunity he took on Coetzee earlier on. Liebenberg still pressuring Boyd. Smith closer than ever. Concertina is in full compression, almost reaching full compression. And soon after that, you usually get this harmonic sound. In this case, it's going to be the squeal, the squirm. A set of Mojo tires and a heavy brake. It may be that Brad Liebenberg seems the most likely. I don't think Jamie Smith is in for a lunge anytime soon. Someone who may be in for a lunge is Wade Lee, because Stannis is taking his time about this whole Sikudu operation. I mean, it's been a couple of laps now, brother. Get moving. Jamie Smith would need someone to get moving now because he's caught up to Liebenberg and Boyd. So it may pressure Liebenberg into diving Boyd sooner than he would have wanted. Front flap opening, or I think that was an opening from Brad Liebenberg. Reaching ideal temps already. Sikudu, a cart length or so between him and Wadley, and as I did call it, didn't catch it in frame, but Wadley now made a move on the Stannis because he was taking too long to get past Sikudu. Sikudu will have to defend very quickly because Wadley is not hanging about. Rotax was nearly the place, caught it to an overtaking move. Sikudu didn't quite give Wadley enough space there. But yeah, he's going to have to make that cart as wide as possible. In the meantime, man on the recovery, Jason Kutsia, remember him? 1044, fastest man on circuit, having to accept a recovery drive. About to pass the 7-lap mark as we speak. And I'm surprised, not surprised, that something actually hasn't materialized in the top 3 because they're waiting for the penultimate lap possibly. Wadley has now made that move stick on Sikudu, and he says, let's go, boys. And go they will. Let's see how long they leave it until that last minute attack, that last minute, it's not, we shouldn't call it a kamikaze attack because we know what that means. Oh, Malimela must be kicking himself with glee. So much room to breathe. Extract some performance out of that Kazoo Racing DD2 kart. He, of course, looks like his left side pod and will have a bit of a Jason Kutsia shape to it. Let's see what our front 3 looks like for now. Still Boyd, Liebenberg, and Smith in formation. Penultimate lap is looming. Synchronized look over the shoulders. Nick Vastanis has Kutsia to worry about. And worry he should. That's the quickest man on the circuit. You know, penultimate lap now begins. And this is where we're going to see potentially some dive bombs. Liebenberg and Boyd have already cleared Smith, which kind of tells you where they were leaving these moves up to. Sudden pickup in pace did not come out of nowhere. It definitely was deliberate. It's Boyd trying to clear Liebenberg to make sure and avert any opportunities Liebenberg might find, and Liebenberg, of course, pressuring the leader of the race, who has been for the entire race pretty much. Smith had some answers to that, and he seems to have reeled them in. It's not down the inside type of thing. Let's see, the right-hander has yielded some results for Smith. 3 barrels. Let's see who comes out on top. Nothing down the inside as of yet. We're approaching our final lap now. Edge of seat stuff is approaching us. Nick Stannis in the meantime would have Jason Kutsia, former leader of the race, to worry about for the time being. Trying to see engage if these distances in between our top 3 makes sense for that. About nothing yet. Distance for Malimela at the moment is a thing of luxury. Has it in abundance. Wadley is fought. Would have to worry about Kutsia behind him. has had to fight his way past the mid-pack and come together with a number of karters, it looked like, but in particular, Malimela. Wide went Boyd there, surprisingly wide actually, considering how close we are to the end here. We're on the final lap, clearing the kink. Liebenberg doesn't go down the inside, forced to go outside. An up and under it seemed, but it still forces him out into the top of corkscrew. Can't do anything there unless it's very courageous. But Boyd seems to be in the lead, and it stays as is. Sebastian Boyd takes the win ahead of Liebenberg and Jamie Smith. Behind them, wow, behind them in the front distance was Karabo Malimela and Matthew Wadley in 5th place. Ulurato Sikudu fell back a place in 6th, and Nick Stanis right in the middle of the pack in 7th place. Jason Katsi in 8th. Wow, couldn't have pulled that for Jason. Definitely never went the way he would have wanted, but such is the way of karting. You never call it from the beginning. And he's going to have to dust it off and try again for the final round, which as ever will be determined as far as grid position by fastest lap, and he just so happens to have that lap. A 1:04.3 is what Jason Kutsia set from 5th place in this race result. Behind him again, Matthew Wadley, Nicholas Danis in 7th, Kian Gratis in 8th, Ulrato Sikudu, 9th place, Ethan Steer in 10th, and Dusan Radojevic in 11th place. Jordan Moodley in 12th. Gabriel Fernandez in 13th place, and Mano Kruger in 14th. And that was your DD2 class. Coming up very quickly at that will be the DD2 Masters, getting ready to stake their claim for that Masters title. Leading the DD2 Masters is Bjorn Roos in that 161 CRG. And beside him is Jonathan Peterson, who lost out right at the end. Christian Boucher in 3rd place, and Rogers in 4th. So lights on. Marshall's unhappy with how it started. Marshall's unhappy with that start, and we're going to have to rehash that. He seems to have pointed out someone getting across the tram lines or jump start. Either one of those two mean we have to do it for a second time. In the meantime, we go over the remainder of the grid. It's Christian Boucher was in 3rd, Justin Rogers in 4th, Jared Jordan in 5th, Carlo Gil in 6th place, and Michael Jordan closing up the entire grid of DD2 Masters. Now, something to behold was how aggressive Bjorn Roos was. I wonder if it was aggression or just raw pace that he had. A combination of the two seemed to have worked out well for him, because it means he got himself a lap time that could get him pole position. And he's definitely going to be looking to make the most of that going into the race, which we're now trying to start again. It's lights on for the DD2s, and we have a race. Marshals are happy. Bjorn Roos down the inside, going into that right-hander at the dam. Jonathan Peterson looked like he's having a look on Christian Boucher, but I don't think he made that stick. No, not yet. Definitely is close enough for a move soon for Boucher. Boucher is trying to will his kart into submission. Immediately down the inside of Boucher goes Jonathan Peterson, the right-hander, up to the kink there. And Rogers also was in tow, so looks like Boucher lost out twice over in one corner. It's a 10-lap race that we have ahead of us. How quickly we've made way through today's racing program. It's so hard to keep up with ourselves. Things coming and going by so quickly. Someone who's done so with the DD2 Masters more than anyone is Bjorn Roos. Heavy under braking was Peterson there. It's going to be interesting to see how Peterson matches the kind of pace that Bjorn has shown to have, shown that he has rather, because it always looks like a marvel when someone's working his way up from the rear of the field. It just looks like he's light years ahead of everyone else. When he's leading the pack, maybe a different thing altogether. He has to will himself on, so let's see how he's able to muster that. The kink they go, and under braking. Now how about that? Down the inside goes Peterson. On the inside of Roos. Roos gets knocked out onto the sand, and he looks beached. I don't know if he's going to recover from that. That was an inside move on the left hand of Roos down the inside. Jeez, that was quicker than I thought it would be. Now, because of that coming together, Peterson wasn't able to take first, but he falls down into second, with Rogers now picking up first place. Boucher promoted to third, and behind in fourth place is, I think that is, Jared Jordan and Carlo Gil, and Michael Jordan now in sixth place. Jeez. Wow. I did not see that coming. Because it looked like, going into the kink, it looked like Peterson was a lot further off. I didn't think he'd go so late under braking. But now, as he went down his inside at the jumbo jet left-hander, Roos was still on the outside on a narrowing gap. So that just meant one thing. It's either you stay on the tarmac or you go onto someone's tires. And it was the latter. And he ended up out on the soil. So as far as it stands, it looks like Roos was able to recover. He's going to finish the race, and we hope so. Peterson closing in on Rogers. And interestingly, Peterson opting not to go onto that exit curb, while Rogers skipped right over it and got some hang time. Let's see if it yields dividends. Or maybe Peterson just he prefers a cleaner lap when he's chasing like this, and would rather not destabilize the kart. Yeah, Peterson already in with a chance here to at some point go down the inside or the outside. He likes this place for a move on the inside, but not yet on Rogers. Side by side before the kink. Nope. Peterson thinks better of it and goes down the inside at the left-hander. Going up the hill now to corkscrew. Will Rogers answer back? He can't really. It's a difficult place to do that with such little space and so much performance. I see more dust. Let's see where that's coming from. We'll get back to that in a bit. We've got lead racer Peterson out in front now, ahead of Justin Rogers. Update you in a moment as to what just happened around corkscrew. Behind them is Christian Boucher, promoted to third place. Not too long from now, maybe get a shot of what was the issue there, the rear of the pack. In the meantime, Rogers is trying not to lose too much time to Peterson, who's very well capable of disappearing into the distance if he so chose, or if he was given the opportunity. It's either someone behind you slacking or you have so much pace at hand. It seems like Rogers is not slacking because he still may have a chance as we pass the halfway mark of this race. I don't have in frame who went off there. I think it actually was Roos once more. And down the straight into that chicane goes Peterse. Again, looks a lot smoother, prefers not to hit that curb. Steady under braking. The sheer force of braking that these DD2s will be able to produce is a lot more, of course. Thing of the past, unfortunately, is Bjorn Roos in that top 3 fight. Rogers really staying with Peterse at the moment. As we're completed now the halfway mark of the race. And as far as it stands, just want to get a picture of what lap times are looking like. And so far, Peterse has looked the quickest man, but the tow really is going in the direction of Rogers. As Rogers is closing in, going up the hill and into corkscrew on Peterse. He really looked good up that hill. Going into Rotax, Rogers lost a bit there under braking. Just trying to get a picture of who was quickest as of late, and that was Peterse with a 106.1, 3/10. The 3/10, yeah, 3/10 clear of Justin Rogers. So looks like Peterse is his own fuel out in front at the moment in that 169. And the picture is clear for him with that trailing 2 for the podium positions. At the moment, it doesn't look like Boucher would trouble Rogers much, but perhaps Boucher has learned that sometimes it pays off to be patient when it comes to these races, when it comes to this class in particular, given how Heat 1 went. And kudos to Bjorn Roos, who still is out on circuit, who's going to complete this race. It's the exact spirit that puts you out in front, your unwillingness to give up. 106 dead. Quicker still goes Jonathan Peterse. And we're now approaching that penultimate lap of the race, with Peterse looking in fine form. Now Boucher, I wonder if Boucher is loading something on Rogers, because they're a lot closer than before. Yep, Rogers just realized that. So let's see what Boucher loads up over the next couple of corners and the remaining 2 laps. It's the penultimate lap that we're going on to not too long from now. Another Peterse goes off. What just happened? Our lead DD2 Master just went off. It looks like at the left hand at the Jumbo Jet. What? Who is writing this script? Because it certainly didn't share it with me. The leader is Rogers. Justin Rogers now in the lead ahead of Christian Boucher. Christian Boucher must be kicking himself. I mean, come on. First, it was a 3rd place out of pure patience. Now that pure patience has yielded a 2nd place for him. Now, I'm yet to see what exactly happened for Peterse here. It's the penultimate lap. We'll see. We'll try and catch up in between races, but wow. Oh, jeez. I've run out of words. I need a thesaurus for it. I need a thesaurus. Someone can help me out with the thesaurus. If you carry thesaurus books to a racing circuit, I need some hyperbole and some exaggeration, because the kind of lap times that Rogers and Boucher were doing looked miles behind Peterse. And you could see that because he had 3 kart lengths. So we'll see what happened there. But in the meantime, the rewards of patience and consistency paying off. paying off big time for Rogers and Boucher. In third place is now Carlos Gil, Jared Jordan. In fourth place, Michael Jordan. In fifth place, and biggest losers of this race, Jonathan Pieterse. And it seems I don't see Bjorn Roos on my timer either. So I think his CRG may have succumbed to that coming together with Pieterse. Actually, no, I do see out of frame. It looks like he's there. Let's have a look and see. But yeah, in the meantime, our final lap, making their way down left-hander one last time. See the beached kart of Pieterse there. Rogers defending the outside from Boucher. Who would have thought it's Justin Rogers taking that heat 2 in the DD2 Masters. Right behind him, now I'm sure you can hear the support for Rogers. Right behind him is Christian Boucher in second place and Carlos Gil in third, and that's your podium for the DD2 Masters. One you never would have called for two reasons and not just one. Firstly, the falling away of Bjorn Roos so early in the race, and indeed, yeah, he did have to retire. And later on, it was Jonathan Pieterse who now will have to be recovered. And it looks like he may be able to get his kart back onto the circuit on its own steam. I suppose it just wasn't performance steam. But yeah, there's your finishing 7 for the DD2 Masters. Unpredictable, just as you like for an SA RMC round. Round 3 has a lot more to offer. Look at the wind doing a good job of clearing Jonathan Pieterse's kart of the dust that it's collected. Yep, we await the final go of the merry-go-round. The third of the heats on offer is now getting ready to get underway. It's the Bambinos that are waiting on the sidelines to show the older boys how they do it in South African karting's nursery school. Okay, we have the final episode, final installation. Some might say the final race for the Bambino class, third of the day. Looking at a total of 11 laps across the adjusted circuit to suit the performance level of these preschool aged karters. We've got Caleb Lingerfeldt in lead, Aston Forhale, besides him Alonso de Oliveira, Roddy Harris, Russell Josephat, Sebastian Shuttleworth, Enzo Uhlengwane, Liam De Beer, as well as Anash Madikane. Now, memorizing all these names and their positions is futile because it could all go in reverse at a moment's notice. So much chopping and changing. No one is out with a guarantee as to where they'd finish. And down the start, finish straight they go, and we have a green flag on the race. Russell Josephat, biggest loser from the start of the race. What was the issue there? We'll find out in a moment. In the meantime, we've got Lingerfeldt, Forhale, De Oliveira, all of them vying it out for the lead of this race. Oh, Russell Josephat beside himself. He couldn't believe what exactly came in his way to ruin what could have been a better start, much better start. He was right in the middle of the pack and now is right at the trailing end. Let's see what happened there. He was already sideways by the time they went onto the first curb of the chicane, so difficult to tell where exactly that manifested. But in the meantime, Aston Forhale takes the lead on the inside of the Bambino turn 1. Roddy Harris in second place. Sebastian Shuttleworth was in third. May have just lost it to Caleb Lingerfeldt, who took the long way around to get past Shuttleworth. And by the time they get up the hill, they're now side by side, Shuttleworth and Lingerfeldt. Who's got the inside line? Shuttleworth had a better run up the hill, so he takes it. And going down into corkscrew, he'll be able to secure it. And Aston Forhale can't relax yet, and won't be able to relax for all of the 11 laps, to be fair. At the moment, the man pressuring him is Roddy Harris. And Harris wants the inside, going up the second half of the kink, up to the jumbo jet. And that left-hander sees Shuttleworth now in fourth place, having lost out to Lingerfeldt. And Russell Josephat's in protest, setting the fastest lap we've seen. Forhale having to make his kart as wide as he can. He now not only has Harris right behind him, it's Lingerfeldt too, who cleared Sebastian Shuttleworth and then moved on to trying to fight for a higher podium position. And the fastest lap comes from Lingerfeldt, clear intent. Wonder if Harris is aware of what's coming, because he hasn't shown too much aggression on Forhale. He's been waiting for something, but Lingerfeldt doesn't seem like he's waiting for anything. Three laps into the 11-lapper, and Harris hesitates down the inside of Forhale, probably because there's not much room for Forhale on the outside there. It's just grass, so that was considerate. But now Lingerfeldt will capitalize on Harris's generosity and thoughtfulness. And there you go, Harris out onto the dirt, Lingerfeldt there to capitalize. I think Harris went out all on his own there. I didn't see any contact between him and Lingerfeldt. Yep, there you go, just outbraked himself. Forhale still in the lead with Lingerfeldt right behind him now. And given how things went with Harris under pressure, down the inside goes Lingerfeldt on Forhale, taking first position as they go out into the left-hander. At the end of the jumbo jet section, a good run up the hill, or out of the corner rather, for for Lingefeld. Let's see what, yep, definitely a good run. Look at how much space he's found between him and Forel in such short a time. Oh, brilliantly managed race there from Lingefeld. Of course, we're not calling it, we're only halfway across, but the way he's shaped up the finish for himself is something to behold in this Bambino class. I wonder if Forel's going to have some answers to that. It'll be difficult to do so, though. It looks like Lingefeld is the only of these karters who's broken into the 41s. 41.97 is the best lap that he's set so far, and his last lap was a 41.97 as well. 7.2. It's like, how do you part that? That is incredible consistency. Now Caleb Lingefeld getting into full stride to make sure he dominates for this race. We're about to complete the 7th lap now and begin the 8th. In the meantime, further back, we've got Oliveira, who was a lead feature for most of the day. He's demoted to 4th place. We've got Sebastian Shuttleworth falling further back. And that was because of Oliveira making a move on him not too long ago. Liam de Beer in 6th place, and Ash Marikane in 7th, with Russell Josephat still struggling from behind in 8th place, and Enzo Gutlengwane in 9th. And Lingefeld relaxing it a bit, back into the 42 deads. 8 laps across this 11 lapper, I beg your pardon. I can imagine what it's like for these karters to go all the way up that hill, going up to the right-handed corkscrew with the sun directly in their eye. Getting your braking marker right time and time again isn't a small feat. But they, of course, would tell you that's nothing really. They probably don't even know the sun is there. They have to focus on the next apex. And someone who's done so quite well is, it looks like, De Oliveira is closing in very quickly on Roddy Harris, who's in 3rd. And generally, De Oliveira has had good runs up the hill. His kart seems to respond pretty well to the uphill challenge there. And so he may have had something to gain towards the latter end of this race. Now, would you look at that, side by side, going into turn 1. Through goes Alonso De Oliveira. What a move. Powering through, getting back, trying to get back into that podium contention. He is in it now, as it is the final lap. But as impressive as De Oliveira's move was, and his build-up from the beginning of the race, equally so, perhaps a little more, is the winner of this race, and that is Caleb Lingefeld. I'm about to get him back in shot not too long from now. Such is the gap and distance between these karters. Incredible pace that Lingefeld and the front runners have been able to extract, as the final lap is halfway across, and we've got the checkered flag ready. Forel, relatively subdued. The pace of Lingefeld was just something else, really. There's nothing you could do about that. But the fact that you get your positions in early on, when you manage to be consistent in your lap times, always pays off, and it's paid off the most for Caleb Lingefeld. Aston Forel in 2nd place, Alonso De Oliveira in 3rd place, Roddy Harris in 4th, Sebastian Shuttleworth in 5th place, Russell Josephat in 6th. It's Marikane in 7th place, Liam de Beer in 8th, and 9th place goes to Enzo Gutlengwane. That was the final race for the Bambino class. impressive and mature drives seen from all these young karters. Lingefeld, more especially towards the end. De Oliveira was impressive all day long. And unfortunate for Russell Josephat, who lost out early on in this race. He may have been a more prominent feature towards the end. And that's all she wrote for the Bambinos for the day's racing. Thank you to our youngest karters out there today. We're now moving on to the next class, which shortly will be starting. It's the Senior Maxes. Blink and you'll miss it. The Senior Maxes are back, and Ken Swartz leads them, earned himself pole position with the fastest lap in the race. Before this is the final race, race 3 for the day's racing with the Senior Maxes. It's lights on, and we go racing. Squeeze that compression down into the right hand at the dam is a difficult place to be right now. Let's see who comes out tops. Around the outside, who was that? That was impressive. We've already got a casualty there. The glare, it's so difficult to tell just by looking at the karts alone. The glare of the sun is making them all look the same. We'll update in a moment. In the meantime, I saw a very, very impressive move around the outside at turn 1. Swartz in the lead, Fisser in second, or Wally in third place. Wilson behind him as it stands. Fisser now in the lead. Swartz with a storm brewing behind him. Dalu's part of that storm. Sheesh. It's only lap 1, gentlemen. Fisser's like, nah, I'm not getting caught up in mess again. I'm hearing you. Ken Swartz doesn't have a choice because Wally just went down the inside at Rotax but wasn't late enough. Ken Swartz was late. And Wilson behind, maybe there to do something against Wally. Quite a task. Would be impressive. Kato lost out there at the start was Liam Polome. Came together with someone at the right hand at the dam. Now it looks like Fisser's lost out to Swartz. Ooh, this is going to be a long race because Fisser goes down the inside, the right hander going up to the kink. 3 abreast momentarily. Wally on the outside of that sandwich loses out to Fisser again. Wally's now lost 2 places. It seems he's side by side with Wilson, but it's Fisser. It was Swartz. It's Wally again. Wilson now in third. Ken Swartz just lost 3 places in literally a matter of corners. What is happening? And again, please, someone bring me a thesaurus, a glossary. Like, I need more words. These people are maxing out my bundles. Fisser still in the lead. Wally in second. Jono Wilson in third. Divian Naidu. Divian Naidu is in fourth. Republic Carter there. And I think that's Dylan Marks. Yes, that is Marks behind Naidu. And Kjan Spies in 6th place. Oh, jeez. Moment to breathe, please. 2 laps. This is what the boards are saying, 2 laps, but it feels like we've had like 10. Fisser still in the lead. Wally in second. We now have Wilson in third place, with Wilson taking third from Wally. Wally now side by side with Naidu on the inside. Something's wrong with Wally there. I don't know why is he falling back so quickly. Okay, let's keep an eye on that. In the meantime, Nelen Marks is now in contention, with Divya Naidu right behind him for a podium position. Wilson was behind Wally, now is ahead of him. And as it stands, it's Wilson with the second, Wally in third. As well as Nelen Marks now in fourth. How impressive is that? Naidu losing out to Marks. And Naidu will have to watch out for, I think that's Ken Swartz on a hot one, trying to get back up into contention again. He lost out big time. And around goes Visser. I see exactly why. Oh, we got, I think it's Hewittson beached somewhere. We'll catch up with him in a moment. Catch up with Hewittson in a moment. In the meantime, it's still Visser ahead of Wilson and Wally. Wally has somehow gotten back into third place. At some point, it was Naidu that was fourth, but he swapped around again and lost that place. Because it's Nelen Marks, it looks like. Now has to defend not only from Naidu, but from Swartz as well. Swartz may have to be careful past Naidu. There's a lot to lose at the moment. It's a window that is quickly closing. But quick is relative because we're only halfway across this race. You'd swear we're like 70 or 80% across. And now it's Wally and Visser vying it out, duking it out. Visser in front at the moment, at least. But Wally will be loading something up surely in a couple of corners' time. I think Wilson is thanking his lucky stars at the moment. He has the room he has behind him and ahead of him. A breather may be needed, but he'll quite soon want to put in a hot lap. So Visser and Wally don't get ahead of him, and he looks like he had a good run up the hill towards the right-hander at Corkscrew. At the start of Corkscrew, someone just lost the place there. I'll confirm who in a moment. Visser still in the lead, barely so. Wally is right on him. They're literally completing the exact same lap. On a chart, it may look pretty much the same and hard to tell apart. On circuit, we'll have to tell them apart because first place is at stake. Wally's still right behind him. And the mid-pack, also a lot happening. Polome recovering well. He's in 8th place as it stands. And he's ahead of Swartz. Ken Swartz has fallen away so far behind. Right behind Wally is Wilson of late. Possibly because of the pace that Visser's running at the moment. It's going to buy him a bit of time to have Wally trying to defend and attack at the same time. Because as you can see, Wilson is knocking on the door of Wally as we speak. They're clearing the kink at the left-hander now. But Wally's able to multitask in situations like this. He's been in the toughest of fights. Let's see how he gets in or out of this one. Let's see what Wilson's going to do as well. Divya Naidu watching closely. He's got box office seats, front row seats, to what could be the fight of the day. Quite possibly. It's not over yet, but the senior maxes have come out swinging from race 1. I do believe I saw Hewittson beached. I need to get clarity as to whether he managed to get his kart back onto the circuit or not, but still front 3 remains the same. And Naidu leads. He leads the rest of the pack, especially in the mid-pack, by some distance. The closest car to him is Van der Walt, who's a way off in that 292 War Motorsport kart. Kanyangwenya of Walker Racing Academy in 7th place at the moment. I do believe it's his first, if not one of the few times he's been out at the circuit. He's put in some impressive performances out in Pretoria. Let's see if that yields dividends here in Benoni. Behind Ngwenya is Palome in 8th place. Ken Swartz in 9th. Sounds very strange to say that. Well, Ken Swartz changed that. He's now in 8th. Liam Palome facing a challenge from Daluj right behind him. So that's a battle then for 9th and 10th in the mid pack. Daluj is no slouch. When he finds an opportunity, he will take it. So Palome will have to put on the defense of a lifetime. Out in front, though, we've had a switch up. While I was paying attention to what's going on in the mid, the front changed up, and we now have Wally out in the front, and Fissa probably gritting his teeth, I would imagine. He's down, it looks like in 3rd or 4th, if I'm not mistaken, because he lost 2 places and not just 1. And he's having to catch up to Divyan Naidu, who is now in a podium position. The Kart Republic of Divyan Naidu may just bring this one home. We're close. It's the penultimate lap. He just may be able to do that, and Wally will have timed his move perfectly, because Fissa can't answer. He definitely can't answer back for 1st place, because there's no way. That distance is just too much. The last person in with a shout to change things is Jono Wilson. He's the closest man to Wally. Where is he going to make it happen? On the penultimate lap. Pick your spot, Wilson, and make it stick. If you dare. Very difficult to get past Wally. Seasoned Carter. Divyan Naidu lurking in 3rd place. So look at that. Late as you want was Wilson, trying to get closer to Wally to line something up, possibly for the final lap, which is about to begin. Yep, they're getting closer still. Even Naidu's being dragged into this front 3 battle. I mean, it looks like he's half a second off the lead, which is not too far off now. If there's anything between Wilson and Wally in the next couple of corners, Naidu's in a very good position to capitalize, but we don't preempt anything terrible. We just preempt racing, right? Around the dam, the final right-hander there. Wilson looks like he kept it tucked in. Indeed, he did. Final right-hander before the kink. Wally looking on the outside because he's forcing Wilson there. He wants to see if Wilson's gone to where he's forcing him. Went very narrow to defend. And exactly what I thought might happen is unfolding. Divyan Naidu, stay close, brother. Because Wally and Wilson are in a fight. It's a fight of the W's. 2 W's fighting for the ultimate W. And it looks like the foremost is Wally at the moment. Naidu side by side with Wilson. Wilson gets pushed off to the grass at the top of Corkscrew by Naidu. Naidu is now in 2nd place with Muhammad Wali taking the win. What? Fissa is in 2nd place, not Naidu. Naidu lost out too. Gee. Wow. Give me a moment. Hold on. Let's reset. Run that back. What just happened? Okay, so I caught my breath. Naidu made a very aggressive move at the top of that hill before Corkscrew. So aggressive was the move that he pushed Wilson off. Now, of course, I'm speaking loosely. They'll argue between themselves as to who pushed who. But Fissa was there to pick up the spoils. Spoils being 2nd place. So as it stands, it's Wally in 1st, Fissa in 2nd, Divyan Naidu in 3rd, Brandon van der Veld in 4th place, Jono Wilson in 5th, Michael Poseidon in 6th place for the NBR kart there. Wow! Jeez. Ken Swartz, once Ken Swartz fell out of that race 5-6 laps ago, he just couldn't get back the way he wanted to, despite the fact that he was putting in fastest lap after fastest lap. The latest of which was a 1:05.7. Here's that action replay we saw. We wanted to see Wally checking, okay, where am I putting you? You're not on the outside. I'm going to try to go on the inside, but he had enough kart length there. Naidu saw the door coming. So it's like Wilson was trying to anticipate where Wally was going to go, and Wally was concentrating on Wally. Naidu was like, oh, you left the door open, didn't ya? Through went Naidu, through went Fissa. Fissa went all the way through and past Naidu as well. Sheesh. Everything changes. Wow. Fantastic. That was exciting. Love that. Love it, love it, love it. And that was the final race of the day for the Senior Max. We're looking at a couple more classes to go. We're not quite done. We're not quite done at all. Now, just an update, of course, the race is long gone and some losers, especially out at the front. It looks like, I beg your pardon if I'm wrong about this, but it looks like Deluge, who was taken, well, couldn't finish the race. We don't know how exactly he got out into the side there, but we'll get confirmation as to who exactly that is, because his position up the hill there wasn't where John Wilson went off. So please pardon me, because the glare at the moment is live and direct. It's live and direct right now. But sheesh, exciting racing from the Senior Maxes. I have to go over that again. It's that last corner. It was the last chance anyone would have had, and the man who we were building up to take an opportunity was John Wilson, and the only way was to dive the inside of Wally, but the way Wally was positioning things was making it very difficult for him to do that. So race, it's a race, fair play, all's fair in love and racing. And we move on now to the Micro Maxes, who are back for their final race of the day. We just got a scintillating, thanks to the person who brought Apatosaurus. Someone actually did that, so shout out to you. That was a scintillating Senior Max race. It certainly showed us the Senior and Senior Max. Now the Micro Maxes are getting ready to close the day's racing up as they make their way across what seems like molten tar at the moment. It's the glare of the sun you hear on the circuit. It's quite deceptive, actually, considering how chilly it's been out in the west of Gauteng. But far removed from chilly has been the action that we've enjoyed. Now, Micro Maxes line up with Luke Dutoy down on the inside, Tekiso on the outside. Lights on, lights off for the Micros, and we go racing with the Marshals, happy with the massive thumbs up. The Marshals super impressed with how the latest and greatest in karting have conducted themselves. Out in the lead, at least for the time being, or as it stands, is Luke Dutoy with Tekiso right behind him. And indeed, it seems so, going out into that right-hander before the kink. Whoop. Bit of a tap there. Toy may have to be careful. So, looks like O'Mahony has gained. O'Mahony ahead of Stain. He and Stain are going to have to sort themselves out, going down into the, or up into the left-hander over there. It looks like O'Mahony fell away. No, that is Stain. That is Stain, who still has to work something there to get ahead of O'Mahony going down to the final turner. Let's see what the reset, sort of getting into the rhythm and flow of the race looks like. Toy in the lead, of course. Tekiso second, O'Mahony third, Stain in fourth, Laurent de Vet in fifth place. Stain having a look at O'Mahony, thinking better of it. Well, there's nothing really much to do there. He's quite far behind for late braking maneuver at Rotax. Drama. It's more what we want. I totally preempted that. 3 abreast at the right-hander before the dam. So I'm announcing a totally different running order in the mid-pack when we get back to start-finish. In the meantime, it's O'Mahony who came out tops of that little switcheroo there. And the biggest loser, I'll tell you now, it looks like was Adrian Stain with that 3 abreast at the right-hander. Still side by side with someone was O'Mahony a couple of seconds ago. We'll get him back in frame in a bit. See what happened there? Someone kicking up some dust. Guys, I am only human. I'm going to need 2 mouths at this point. It gives me so much to talk about. All right, approaching the final turn and the start finish. What's going on? What's the latest and the greatest? It is still Detroit, still Tekiso. Of late, Laurent de Vet. Of late, O'Mahony in 4th. And of late, 5th placed Noah Crenier. Someone who's fallen away from the running has been Adrian Stain, to the benefit of Matthew Shuttleworth, who's now in 6th place. Let's see what Tekiso has to offer in protest against Luc Dutoit, trying to say he's dominating this race from start to finish. And Tekiso's bringing Laurent de Vet in tow, which tells me Tekiso has a lot more pace in the bag. More so, de Vet, who is now side by side with Tekiso, will get him in frame in a bit. In the meantime, Shuttleworth has to focus on Crenier and trying to break as late as possible. Tekiso just lost a position to de Vet, and he's now in 3rd place as they make their way up to Corkscrew. Shuttleworth is lining something up on Crenier. We just don't know where it's going to happen just yet. Tekiso is now watching a race unfold in front of him, whereas a couple of quarters ago he was in that race. How quickly things change. Jeez. Let's see if he's able to recover very quickly. O'Mahony's fallen all the way back. It's de Vet now. Apart from setting the fastest lap, he's sitting quite pretty in 2nd. And Crenier also. Crenier, Shuttleworth are the karters responsible for O'Mahony probably ruining the opportunities he gave them, because he now sits all the way down in 6th place, having lost those places. Nothing to call between Dutoit and de Vet. Battle of the consonants there. Hey, who takes the kink? It looks like that was de Vet. It absolutely was. And going up to the hill, he's going to claim that. Yep, de Vet is saying he had the pace all along. Yeah, because that was a lot of grunt going up the hill to the Corkscrew. And he's only confirming what it seems may have been inevitable. O'Mahony has to focus on Stain now. Stain right behind him in the mid-pack there. Shuttleworth in the meantime trying to see how late do I have to brake to get ahead of Crenier. I think Shuttleworth may be waiting for a bit later on. In the meantime, O'Mahony, Stain and Liam Wharton are about to cook something for us. Can you smell what that 3 in the mid-pack is cooking? We'll see. Hopefully it's ripe and ready by the time this race ends. It looks very close between the 2 of them. And one of the casualties of race proceedings. You can always expect something to go Not quite according to plan, just got to be prepared for it, not necessarily look forward to it. Oof, O'Mahony, Stain, and is it Liam Wharton? They are hard to tell apart because now it's O'Mahony and Stain up the hill side by side with Wharton watching, waiting for something to happen. That is crazy how they all fit into that space. That right-hander before corkscrew. And DeVette somehow passed, what just happened? Not DeVette, Stain. Somehow Stain passed O'Mahony before the end of corkscrew. I don't know how you do that, but he did it. Sheesh. Now let's see if Liam Wharton is able to mimic what Stain just did. Completing our 5th lap, meaning our next lap is the penultimate. Sheesh. So look at that. Luan DeVette looking behind him to see what's going on. Wharton down the inside of O'Mahony at the kink. Doesn't make it stick. Yes, he does. Late on the brakes. Oh, no, he doesn't. Let's have a look, let's have a look. I never finished that, never had the entire frame there, so we'll have to wait until a bit later. But in the meantime, we have Shuttleworth in 4th place. Shuttleworth in 4th place with Grenier, or rather Tech Esau behind him in 5th. Oh man, where Tech Esau's name was a mainstay in that top 3. Seems like such a long time ago. We're on the penultimate lap now. Perhaps these little boys are spurred on by the fact that we're running this race the same weekend as the iconic Silverstone Grand Prix. Who knows? We're drawing some similarities between Maggots and Beckett and a couple of the sections we have here. Listen, neither of them are short of thrill. And Shuttleworth seems to have cleared Tech Esau. And towards the final lap, which is about to begin now. I really want to see how Stain pulled off a move ahead of O'Mahony just before corkscrew. Like, we need to find that space. He may have invented a new part of the circuit there. It's the final lap that just began, and the order has been DeVette in the lead, Detroit 2nd, and Grenier in 3rd, with Shuttleworth in 4th. But Shuttleworth barely 4th at the moment because Tech Esau's there to pick up something. There's a switcheroo that just happened now. I didn't catch it on screen, but there's a position change. Confirm in a moment. But your top 3 is as is. And Tech Esau trailing Shuttleworth. Just trying to see what's left of the performance he can find. A man who's found all the performance needed has been Laurent DeVette, looking behind him to see how far off Luc Dutoit is. Far enough for him to grab the chicken flag with no challenge. And he's made an absolute spectacle a possibility here at this lovely circuit. And brilliant racing there from Laurent DeVette for the final race of the Micromax class. He takes the chicken flag ahead of Luc Dutoit. Matthew Shuttleworth finally secured that 3rd place. That was the position change I was looking for, because Noah Grenier is falling back, tumbling down the order. Something happened off screen that we didn't catch. In 4th place, Retotleng Tech Esau. In 5th was Liam Wharton and Adrian Stain, who pulled off. I'm going to have to ask him myself, what did you do at corkscrew to get yourself past O'Mahony? Wow. My wow count is probably like at 300 or something. We've had close to 100 entries. Enjoy the racing in the sun here at Benoni Formula K. It's been a great day so far, and we've almost covered the entire program. So how fast time flies. Stopped it at O'Mahony at 7th. In 8th place, Noah Crinier, Alicio Brits 9th, and Ronaldo Fenta in 10th place. Karev Chetty in 11th, Roman Hussein in 12th place, and Igor Estevez in 13th. And of course, Raiden Reddy not able to finish past 5 laps of the race we just saw. Alright, so we're getting ready now for the Junior Max class to see what their final installation of today's race is going to look like. 10 laps we have ahead of us for Heat 3 of the Junior Maxes. Some of the action we saw, going Ori there and losing it down at turn 1 and having to be recovered. We're still waiting for them to get back out onto the circuit. Looks like that young kart is going to get back to the pits on their own steam, and then we can get the Junior Maxes underway. And that's the buzz, the grunt of the Junior Maxes that you hear for their final installation, their final submission of who's the best of the best in South Africa, that is, in the Rotax Max Challenge, South Africa's round 3 of the National Championship. Plenty honors at stake. It's a trip overseas, mind you. So if you pick up an Italian accent from one or two of these youngsters, they're practicing. Let's see who of them is convinced they can do it. It's lights on for the Junior Maxes with Pasquale leading the pack. Flag down, the marshals are happy. Kenua has a look down the inside. Can we call it of Pasquale, but he didn't quite commit. He couldn't there. There's so many cars right behind him. Jenna Pasquale, is she still leading? Again, we've got to add that note of caution. The glare is incredible at this time of the day here at at Benoni. But yeah, Pasquale fell away. 2 places she lost. I do recognize Leonard's there in 2nd place. Pasquale is down to 3rd. So the scene at the first turn there at the dam is always quite something to behold. And I think it is Marshall at the moment who leads. And he's found a couple of positions. We'll get a clear picture of things, or as clear as you can get. When our carts reset, oh, we've got a straggler. Someone is kicking up some dust. 2 someones are kicking up some dust. We'll understand who that is at the moment. But yes, that was Marshall, who now is in the lead. Leonard's in 2nd, Pasquale 3rd place, and Keegan Martin in 4th. Luke Hill, who was further adrift in the previous race, now has to fight to get past and out of that rut, to get back up where he thinks he belongs. I mean, he was leading for a couple of heats. He certainly has the pace to do so. Martin, Leonard's, Pasquale make turn 1. Down at the hill, at the dam rather, a very small space to be in. Leonard's claiming that space. She now leads the race. Behind her is Pasquale. Marshall will have to cook something up quite quickly. Luke Hill forced wide. Looks like it was him side by side with Quinoa. Quinoa now side by side with Beaumont. Down the inside of Leonard's goes Pasquale. 2 wide maybe? Difficult to call. 3 abreast for a moment with Marshall, Pasquale, and Leonard's. Leonard's leads though. Sheesh. These kids are gonna give me gray hairs. Leonard's comfortably in the lead now. Marshall in 2nd. Pasquale 3rd. Martin 4th place. Quinoa 5th. That is Keegan Beaumont in 6th. Luke Hill 7th place. And I think that's Arwan Singh in 8th place. Wadley in 9th, and you've got Swart in 10th place. Oh, sheesh. 2 laps feels like half the race is gone already. So much changing has happened. The aggression just got taken up a notch, and seems like the biggest of notches with jumps in performance we've seen has been from Georgia Lennox, who now leads Marshall and Pasquale. I think I just spotted Marshall telling Pasquale, let's leave it a bit late in terms of fighting, because Lennox is running away with this. That is a tough predicament to be caught in when you know you clearly have pace. Usually when you see this bunching up of carts behind anyone with a significant advantage, the carts in the position, for example, of Georgia Lennox, who just went, no, not Georgia Lennox, Gianna Pasquale, who just went late on brakes ahead of Marshall, is quicker. So Pasquale was not buying that let's leave it till later narrative when she clearly has more pace. She's never going to accept that. Oops, someone just kicked up some dust at the dam. We'll see who it is in a moment. Pasquale has first place to focus on for the time being. What's going on? Let's see, we've got Lennox, we've got Pasquale, Marshall, Quinoa. Let's have a look. Didn't get a shot of mid-pack there. There's definitely been a change. We'll get a clearer picture in a moment. Our camera crew are working so hard to keep track of all the action. There's 3 or 4 different fights happening across this entire field. So it's quite a lot to catch up to. What hasn't changed so far is that front 4, apart from Pasquale and Quinoa getting places. Martin has fallen down to 6th, having lost out from Wadley. I think it was Martin who actually went onto the dust out at the dam. Luke Hill still in 7th, with Beaumont having lost out previously to him. He's in 8th place. Now it's Beaumont kicking up dust. Someone just kicked him out of the circuit at or just after Rotax. We'll find out what happened in a moment. In the meantime, front running is running with Lennox comfortably in the lead now, and Gianna not seemingly dominating, should we say, the pace when it comes to that challenge for the final 2nd position. I thought she'd pull away from Marshall, but Marshall making great use of the toe. Lennox going all the way wide. She is maxing out the circuit. Make sure her pace is on song. to bring this win home. Sheesh. Tough to call between Marshall and Pasquale. Quinoa will be there. Whatever happens, Quinoa will be there. He looks like he's biding his time for now. And there you go. He will be there setting fastest laps. 106.1 as it stands. A bit further afield, Wadley still in 5th. And Martin now in 6th. Let's see. I'm trying to get an idea of how far that gap is. It looks like he's 3/10 off Wadley, which is somewhere off. Has to work a bit more to reel in. Oh, Lennox, something's happened with Lennox there. She is suddenly a kart length closer to Pasquale, who's marshalling Marshall and Quinoa. George Lennox, tick-tock on that first position. Something's brewing, but I really need to see what's going on in the mid-pack as well. All right, Quinoa lost out slightly. Looks like he lost a 10th down the hill at Corkscrew. Pasquale's about to pressure Lennox. Press she does, not late enough on the brakes at Rotax. Not late enough on the brakes at Rotax. Wadley, Martin, Hill, all in tow. And looks like Martin is close enough to challenge Wadley a bit. I mean, usually again, the compression tells you all you need to know about the lead cards in that little group there. The guy in second place, or the girl in second place, usually has a lot more pace. So let's see what happens there. Oh, something's brewing. Down with the kink onto the jumbo jet. Down the inside goes. That is Marshall on Pasquale. Pasquale has to be side by side with Quinoa only for a moment. Marshall says he may be doing a better job at catching up to Lennox, who's led this race for the past 4-5 laps or so. Let's see. Oh, that seems to have thrown Pasquale off quite a bit. Marshall having a look down the inside of Lennox, but not yet. You have to be super late at Rotax to do that. Heavy braking zone, that is. Heavy braking zone. And as it stands, it's Martin and Hill bringing up the rest of the mid-pack. 5th place has Martin and Hill in 6th. Wadley now 7th. So Martin made it stick on Wadley just as he needed to. Clearly he had the pace on Wadley. And Lennox still in the lead, to her credit. No one's been able to attempt to dethrone her. The throne in karting is very temporary, is it not? Marshall down the inside. Does he make it stick? No, he doesn't. Yeesh. You have to be sure of this. It's the penultimate lap that's coming up now, so yeah. So that's a window that is closing very quickly. Georgia fighting, just maybe gripping with everything she's got on that lead. Would hate to be the space between her hands and the steering wheel. And there goes Marshall closing in on Lennox. In the meantime, it's Martin and Hill. Hill seems to have found something. He's got a narrower and tighter line than Martin. Side by side, I see, my eye perceives. Let's get a clear picture of what's going on there with that front battle. Marshall was being challenged by Pasquale. Pasquale saying, if you can't get first, you're not getting second either. And that only means celebration for Lennox, but can't celebrate too soon. Pasquale, 3 abreast for a split second with Pasquale, Marshall, and Lennox. Lennox definitely felt the effects of that. She had to will her kart up the hill, and that's resulted in a gifted second from Quinoa, who I wanted to mention was brewing something. There was a bit of a tap between Marshall and Martin and Pasquale, I beg your pardon. And that's what caused Marshall to lose his place. Now it's Lennox, Quinoa, and Pasquale in that top 3. Marshall having lost out. Luke Hill has the beating of Martin. Where did that happen? Sheesh. My other pair of eyes was fully focused on what's going on at the front. We've got half a lap or so to go and arguably the most popular overtaking spaces approaching us at this circuit. See what Quinoa does. He's close enough. Perhaps not right now at the right-hander. Approaching the kink. Pascual right behind Quinoa. It's very, very tight. Ooh. Going down the left-hander. Right at the jumbo jet. It's still Lennox in the lead. Quinoa, what you going to do? It's a closing gap, and Lennox looks like she has the beating of Quinoa, Pascual, and Marshall. Ooh, Quinoa so close, but not close enough. The win goes to Georgia Lennox. How about that? Sheesh. That was a photo finish between 4 go-karts in Junior Max. That was crazy. May as well have been a photo finish. They were so close to each other. It's Lennox from Quinoa and Gianna Pascual not too far, and William Marshall losing out at the last lap. That was difficult to take, I'd imagine, for Marshall, because he was in such a good position to possibly take that W. But the win goes to Georgia Lennox. The entire NBR stable rushing to the pits to celebrate with Georgia Lennox. Well fought. That was really difficult to maintain, but she did exactly that. Ahead of, again, Quinoa, Pascual, Marshall, Luke Hill in 5th place, Keegan Martin losing out to Hill in 6th, Jordan Wadley in 7th, Jesse Swart in 8th place, Anwar April in 9th place, Keegan Beaumont in 10th, having come off the circuit and having had to join a bit later on. Sheesh. They're leaving it till the end, and it's the best of what they've offered us all day long. That was brilliant racing from that front 4. And while one of our Junior Maxes who unfortunately came off the circuit are being recovered, we're going to wait for another of our closing heats to come and go. It's the Mini Maxes coming up next. Stay tuned. Marshalls try their best to deal with something that just happened coming out of the pits between some of the mini maxes. We have a race to get underway, so 2 karters are going to have to be recovered before this race can proceed. We'll have a bit of a slowdown. Yep. Formation lap has been red flagged, let alone the race, until we have this incident cleared. So we're going to have to hold ours until that incident has been cleared. And we just came out of a hot one with the junior maxes. I hope we're going into one too with the micros. With the minis, I beg your pardon. If you haven't already, this gives you a chance to get the best position out on the circuit or at home if you're joining us on the live stream, wherever you are in the world. The Minimax has had an incident a bit too soon coming out of the pits, but that's being cleared. One of the karters has been recovered and joined the field again, while the other, it seems, may need the assistance of the recovery vehicle. And while that happens, we can run over the running order as you have a look at that wonderful array of Rotax machinery. Declan Jurgens got himself pole position ahead of Michael Danks, Tepang Shisinoana, the two of which were involved in an incident towards the end of the previous heat. If you recall, both of them looked in a worrying condition. However, they turned out to be okay, which we're glad to hear. Ronaldo Kuhn behind them in 4th, Ruvan Maritz in 5th place, Brody Dowling in 6th, Durrell Goodman in 7th place, Andre Betancourt in 8th, Rafael de Souza in 9th, Kian Reddy 10th place, and Michael Arder in 11th, Mandume Kiamo in 12th, and Nande Kiamo in 13th. Sibling rivalry at its peak there. Zach Macaulay in 13th, and Zaidan Hussein 14th. 15th is Lwashuma Tebula and Christian Naidu in 16th, Ruan Lewis rather in 18th, and Matthew Naidu 19th, and 20th is Koketso Ndlovu. Well, there you have it, a grid of 10 rows, all packed to the brim, 20 carts in total, and getting ready to close off the day strong. It's 3:30, the sun has seen the peak of its powers over the Formula K circuit, but it's not quite done yet, and neither are these young karters. With Declan Jurgens having earned himself that fastest lap in the previous heat, he leads this 20 kart strong mechanical snake. And let's see how they make their way around for the final time the Formula K circuit. And the marshals seem happy with formation lap proceedings as it stands. We have our mini maxes for one last time in race 3. It's a clean start, and away we go. Shisinoana looks like he's got a fantastic start. He's going to have the inside line going down into the right-hander into the dam. Or does he? Difficult to tell. It's only beginning. It's a very easy space, especially for the mini maxes to get 2 or 3 at abreast. But Shisinoana looked really good there. Yep, he lost out. Could never have called it too early on. Looks like a bit of a bang there between Goodman, who was a long way off, and Ronaldo Kun of the RPM setup. So let's see what Goodman has to say about that first position this early on. Clearly, he's got the ball down the inside at the jumbo jet. How about that? Ronaldo Kun now second place. Tsepang Shisinoana in third. Lap is a long time, apparently. And here we go, our race leader. It's Darrell Goodman, Ronaldo Kun, Tsepang Shisinoana, Declan Jurgens, our former race leader. He started in pole but has lost 3 places. Brody Dowling in 5th place, Juan Moritz in 5th, and Rafael de Souza behind him in 6th. Let's see if de Souza is able to cook something up. I mean, he looked very racy in the previous heat. Being in the mid-pack didn't seem to bother him much. Let's see what materializes for him for this final race for the mini-maxes. Goodman, as ever, out in the lead. Ronaldo Kun having a look behind him, and his company at the moment is Shisinoana as well as Declan Jurgens. They are some way ahead of the trailing carts in the form of Dowling, Moritz, de Souza, Danks, and the likes. So that should be a bit of a sigh of relief. But there's no such thing as the easy way out when it comes to the circuit. Down into a heavy braking zone they go at Rotax. And things seem to have stabilized, especially in the mid-pack. De Souza got some breathing room ahead and behind him. That's always a good thing, but for how long will he want to be in a bit of an abyss? He should make sure it doesn't turn into one. 1055, fastest lap so far. And that has been set by Darrell Goodman, who has a lead that seems to be a lot slimmer than we last checked. Ronaldo Kun is closing in on him, and that only means one thing. Kun's patience with the pressure he has from Shisinoana is what's going to determine how soon an overtaking move happens, and Shisinoana is pressing on Kun. So if Kun doesn't make one stick on Goodman soon enough, then Shisinoana may just have to do it himself. And it looks like Kun having a look. Rotax late, not late enough. Still, Kun is in second. He couldn't commit as hard as he may have wanted to, or as hard as you need to going into Rotax to make a move stick there. capitalize. The more there's a fight between that front three, the closer things become for Declan Jurgens to get back into that podium position. He did lead this race down into the beginning, but by the time we got to turn one, it was the likes of Kun out in the lead, and then Darrell Goodman not too long after that. Shisinoana is definitely cooking something up, and Ronaldo Kun better smell it fast because he might not like what's in that pot. Look how close they are. Goodman has time to look over his shoulder. Maybe he's going to regret that. Late on the brakes was Kun, side by side, out of Rotax. By the time they're at the double right, Goodman does not see that position to Kun, forces him on the outside, and Shisinoana says thank you very much, down the inside, takes the lead. Sheesh. Wow. Did not expect Ronaldo Kun to stay so late and insist on being on the inside at Rotax. That's exactly what gave Shisinoana a chance, but Goodman has already taken that place back by the time we get back to the end of that dam section and the tighter section after that. At the kink, it's now Shisinoana having to try and create an opportunity again against Goodman. He has a look down the left hand, down the left-hander going up to the hill there, but it's still too soon. Now Goodman is going to have to watch where he places his kart rather at every single part of the circuit, because Shisinoana was not going to give him any chance to breathe. And this is bringing in a number of karters now, because what was a front three battle has invited Dowling, it's invited Jurgens, it's inviting potentially Maritz as well. Closer still goes Shisinoana, approaching the right-hander before the kink. And nothing to take from Goodman as yet. Kun trying to get back into the picture to destabilize things there out in front. But Shisinoana, what a run out at the kink. By the time they're braking, it's completely his corner up the hill to corkscrew. Wow, where did he find that? It's beautifully taken. And as it stands, the order has changed. Far from halfway. We're actually in the penultimate lap of this race. And Kun has a look on the inside of Goodman, but did not commit. And it's Shisinoana out in the lead. Something he would love to hear over the loudspeaker. But he's got one better, doesn't he? He's actually in that go-kart. There's Goodman right behind him. He's going to want that position back because it is the penultimate lap. There's not much time for him to make a move stick, but one lap is a long time in the Minimax class. Kun also lurking. Something potentially there. But Dowling is also not too far off. This front four has not made it easy for each other at any point in this race. Let's see where it's going to come. I'm bracing myself. As has been a really good cautionary note going into this race day. Shisinoana has some trouble down the inside, not quite. Goodman could not have made it stick at such a difficult place to do so, which is the final turn. However, he could find some space for himself. Bit of a tap between Shisinoana and Goodman. Goodman down the inside of Shisinoana at the double right. Wow. Goodman does not mind. As you saw 3 abreast at Rotax, will catch up in a bit. What? Looks like Hussein involved in something there. In the meantime, the front four is squabbling for every bit of tarmac available to them. Shisinoana took back his position. By the time we're done with the the dam and the tight section ahead of the dam. Chisinwana will be wiping his brow of sweat from what he just went through to fight off Goodman, to fight off Dowling, and to fight off Kun for first place in what now seems a lot more comfortable than a couple of corners ago, but I never should call it before the checkered flag has gone down. This is the final lap, and as far as it stands, it looks like, it sounds like it's Tsepang Chisinwana for the win in the final heat for Minimax in the RMC SA round 3. It's Brody Dowling promoted to second. Durrell Goodman lost out in that fight towards the end of the race, and Jurgens in 4th place. Ronaldo Kun fell away, as did Durrell Goodman in the dam section of the circuit. That was a difficult race, I'd imagine, for all 4 or 5 of those karters. And there was nothing in it right up until the end. But interesting how Brody Dowling patiently waiting in the outskirts of that battle, and it paid off handsomely for him. And the closing order, of course, we've covered our top 5, which ends with, in 4th, Declan Jurgens in 5th, and Ronaldo Kun in 5th place. Rafael de Souza, not quite to feature as much as he would have wanted to be in this race, in 6th place. And behind him was Michael Danks, who thankfully recovered along with Chisinwana, might I add, from the injury in the previous heat. And Mandume Kayamo, behind him, Kion Reddy, Andre Betancourt, Zaidan Hussein was involved in quite the fight in the mid-pack. Nande Kayamo, Christian Naidu, Zach McCauley, Ron Lewis, Lwashuma Tebula, and Matthew Naidu round up. 18 karts were able to finish the race. Michael Arda and Kokezo Ndlovu fell away. That was the final race for the Minimaxes. They'll be relieved that the day's work is done and they can go ahead and celebrate. We'll see where they can improve. And that's round 3 as far as it goes for Minimax. DD2 race 3, the final race, almost underway, or about to begin rather. Jason Kutseb, who secured himself pole position, will lead the DD2's Kian Grottis, Brandon Smith, Sebastian Poit, Brad Liebenberg, Olerato Sikudu, and Karabo Malimela, who was very impressive in that race to begin with. That was quite something. He'd be proud of himself for his performance in Heat 2. Let's see if that materializes and happens again for him and things come his way for Heat 3. Jason Kutsir, man with a point to prove. Of course, his race fell away from him because he came together with Malamela and I think another karter at the right-hander before the kink. So he's going to want to make sure he maximizes on his pole position. We still have one of our Minimax karts being recovered by the recovery vehicle, and once that is done and out the way, we enter the final phase of our day's racing. It's been such an awesome day of racing. The picture in terms of championship standings is being matched and calculated and beaten away at as we speak, so all that will be out on our website as soon as it's ready. Official announcements made, post-protest, if there are any protests. So all of that's yet to be announced, but we already do know a couple of karters in good standing, like the likes of Boyd and a couple of the other young karters, including Charles Visser, of course. But so much to look forward to towards the end of this day. It's been an absolute pleasure being with you on the live stream. My name is Prince Ndiweni, and you're joining us live from Formula K Circuit out in Benoni, west of Johannesburg, almost very far west of Gauteng. We're in the middle of winter here in Gauteng, so it's been quite an interesting contrasting combination of bright sun and very, very chilly and windy conditions. So these karters have braved quite a bit other than each other as competition. The DD2 Masters also lining up after the DD2, so they'll be here too, but for now it's the younger of the gearbox class. Now, equally as exciting as all the racing we've seen all day long, the DD2s have been nothing short of a thrill. And they too have something to say about the way things close, especially Jason Coetzee, who's on a recovery run, especially with how he too went. It's the flag up for the DD2s. The final heat for the day. Marshals are happy. We have a race in our hands. It looks like Boyd behind Coetzee, with Liebenberg not too far off, going down into the right hand into the dam. Yeah, neatly out. They will make it out in one piece. Coetzee leads. Boyd difficult to lose. Is that Boyd or Smith? That body language, that is Smith rather. Smith in second, nearly going side by side with Coetzee there, and that may have presented an opportunity for Liebenberg to creep up, but not yet. It seems side by side goes Smith and Boyd. Oh, Smith was lining up and up. Oh my goodness, what a move by Jamie Smith. He gave Jason Coetzee an up and under up into the hill at Corkscrew. Wow. Brad Liebenberg trying to be super late on the brakes, but it doesn't quite materialize. It looks like Boyd falling all the way back into a fight in the mid-pack there. The mid-pack being led by Coetzee. Oh, Jamie Smith, you're going to have to run that by me again, young man. Wow. Sheesh. Okay, so it looks like Smith and Liebenberg are running away with it into the sunset, but Coetzee will have some questions of that concept. With Boyd in tow, of course, he's no slouch, and Malimela right behind him. Now, Verstanis was a common feature in that mid-pack battle with Verstanis, I beg your pardon, with Sikudu as well. So there's a lot to be done. Liebenberg late on the brakes into the left-hander up to the hill. They go and cannot shake Smith. I'm seeing flashbacks of that move. Smith on Coetzee was crazy. There's very little space to do that, let alone a DD2 kart. And it's Liebenberg out in front ahead of Smith. Coetzee back in the running. Boyd right behind him. So it doesn't exactly guarantee Coetzee's position, does it? Stanis as well as Malimela very close behind there, with Radojevic watching everything happen right in front of him. Playing the patient game, judging the distance between him and that front 5 or 6. Sheesh. There's fights everywhere here, and they're all running in twos. It could be Smith on Liebenberg, it could be Boyd on Coetzee, it could be Verstanis on Malimela. A lot of defensive homework. The first of them just went and looked like Kutsia on Smith, and Smith came off the worst. At the left-hander before going up the hill, yeah, it was Kutsia trying to get the inside of Smith, and it didn't stick. Smith knocked out Liebenberg into the, can I say, quarter to sunset. And Boyd picking up the spoils. Boyd in second, Malimela third place. What did I tell you about Malimela? But he still has to watch out for Verstanis, so it's not quite there yet. And Kian Grottis, he doesn't want to go without mentions. He just came up with the fastest lap, 1048. Sheesh, let's see, I would say too soon, brother man, too soon. It's lap 3. Sheesh. Onward we go. Let's see what happens. Liebenberg has some room to breathe for now. Boyd opening up, trying to. He's got a cart and a half between him and Malimela, but Malimela has much less between him and Verstanis. So soonest fight maybe between Malimela and Verstanis. Watch out for that. That's the fight, of course, for I think 4th and 5th, if I am not mistaken. I beg your pardon, 3rd and 4th. Verstanis biding his time, lurking with, it looks like Jason Kutsia having no choice but to lurk behind Kian Grottis for him to get back up there. He's going to be regretting the move he made on Smith, I'd imagine. Malimela going narrow to defend from Verstanis, which tells you just how close in pace Verstanis is if Malimela has to resort to defensive tactics. Verstanis is looking fidgety. He's feeling, he's sensing something. There's an opportunity there for him. Let alone sensing, he's smelling the exhaust fumes of Malimela. Let's see if he's decided it's enough of that. Halfway through we go. It's a 10-lapper. It's the final race of DD2, and it's got everything final about it in its character. It's fights everywhere. Now, again, the thing is happening where we've got a compression of mid-pack karters. The lead kart, in this case, being Malimela, and his fight with Verstanis might brew something with the following two, the trailing two being Grottis and Kutsia. So just watch out for that. Maybe something there, because Kutsia has got Verstanis in view at the moment. Sheesh. But after Kutsia, who's in 6th place, we've got Dusan Radojevic, number 60 DD2 there in 7th. Olerato Sikudu, who was in the mix in Heat 2 a lot more than right now, in 8th place. Ethan Steer 9th. Matt Wadley in 10th place. Still nothing yet for Kutsia to pounce on. He seemed like he was reeling in the likes of Verstanis and Malimela. Sikudu will also may be involved in something not too long from now. He's going to have to defend a bit from Steer and Wadley, who are getting closer and closer as the clock is ticking. Tempo certainly at peak every inch of the circuit at the moment. More especially upstairs where we're seated. You get a full scenic view of this Formula K circuit, where these DD2s are leaving it all out on the tarmac. Oh, 3 abreast into, of all places. It looked like 3 abreast there. We just got excited, but Nick Verstanis got side by side. It was Kutsia and Verstanis who were very close, and Kutsia came up tops ahead. And wow, that was difficult. That was difficult space for Kutsia to do that, but he managed to defend his position in 5th place. Because it did seem like Grottis had something to say of Kutsia being there. It seemed like there was a loss of pace with Kutsia's concerned, and Grottis was the car to a side by side with him. doing well to keep Verstappen at bay. He's fighting for a podium position, mind you, so a lot of at-baying is needed at the moment. In the meantime, it's Kutsia and Grotis getting closer and closer. Radojevic, Sikudu and Steer, as well as Wadley in a battle there for mid-pack honors. I don't think I should actually mention Radojevic because he's in that comfortable gap in between the two fights, out on the front and behind him. Wadley late on the brakes, side by side with Steer. Steer looking better. Sikudu, some space to breathe for the time being. And we're on, mind you, the penultimate lap of this race. So it hasn't been very racy for Brad Liebenberg and Boyd out in the front. Their pace has been just in a class other than what we've seen so far. Just look at that difference. All of them in frame. Ooh, nearly got a bit of a thing there. Nick Verstappen. I think that was him getting past. Who was that? It was Grotis. Yes, it was Verstappen, Grotis, and Kutsia now. Sheesh. That was close. And it's the final lap that we're going to start not too long from now. And Brad Liebenberg gets proceedings underway for that podium celebration. Behind him, Sebastian Boyd. Kutsia now in podium contention. It was Kutsia on several karters. Not, oh my goodness. Who lost out the most of that one? It was Malimela. Sheesh. Malimela is now in 10th place from podium position, which he's lost to Jason Kutsia. Have you heard that story before? I don't know. Sounds like a rerun of Heat 2, all in reverse. But nothing in reverse for Brad Liebenberg, who's led this race from very early on, securing his place ahead of the likes of Boyd and Steer. No, sorry, not Steer, Smith. Smith would later lose out to Kutsia, of course, at the left-hander that Liebenberg just cleared. But as ever, Naz has been a common trait with this young man is a win for the final DD2 heat of the day. It's Brad Liebenberg, Sebastian Boyd, Jason Kutsia with the recovery drive, Nick Verstappen in 4th. In 5th place is Kian Grotis and Radojevic in 6th place. Quiet and subdued race for him, but a 6th is a 6th. And 7th was Olerato Sikudu, and Steer as well as Wadley could not get the better of Sikudu in that battle. Wow. My standout performance has to be in that race. It has to be that battle between Jason Kutsia and Karabo Malimela, because those were mirror images of each other as far as Heat 2 is concerned. So let's see the final standing, the bigger picture of everything. I ended off with Ethan Steer and Wadley in 8th and 9th. Malimela in 10th place, lost several places from podium. Jamie Smith behind him also lost several places from podium, lost from again Jason Kutsia. And then we've got Jordan Mugli in 12th place, Gabriel Fernandez in 13th, and Mano Kruger wrapping up the DD2 class. That was a final. It's exactly how you want a final to look and go. Competitive right up until the last lap. Geez, South African racing, karting at least, has not disappointed all day long. We've got one more to go. It's not quite done. The Masters are going to close things off and live up to their title in just a few. for the last time today, the Masters get onto this Formula K Circuit, which has been a fantastic host of round 3 for the SA RMC. And plenty more to come, or one more round actually to come, but it still packs plenty, with a potential total of again close to 100, maybe even over entries going into our final round. If it's anything like what we saw today, then it's going to be fantastic. Jonathan Peterson leads. He leads Christian Boucher, and in 3rd place is Justin Rogers. We've got Jill in 4th place, and it seems Bjorn Roos is a lot further back. We've got our DD2 Masters getting ready to get things underway. We have a race in our hands, and it's Peterson looking like he's going to secure the inside. Does he secure that inside? It looks like he has lost the inside actually. We'll get a clear picture in just a moment, but it looked like he was side by side. Oh, I beg your pardon, no, he has not, but Rogers is very close. They have similar helmets, but significantly different cards and overalls. And Rogers tries to see how far back Boucher is. Not enough to destabilize what you have going for you in this completion of the first lap. And if you've just joined us on the live stream, where have you been? We've been streaming all day long some of the most exciting racing you'll see on the African continent, and I would argue in the world. South Africa continues to produce World Championship pedigree karting, and we've seen the best of it today. And this is the last installation and the last episode of this binging session of season's finest racing. Peterson out in the lead from Justin Rogers. Rogers definitely has the pace to stick with Peterson. Now, what I want to watch out for again is that signature aggression that we saw from Roos. Definitely was one to behold over the past couple of heats, and I think he still is that man. He's just going to prove himself with Carlos Gil for the time being in that battle for, what is that, 4th and 5th, and then we'll see what materializes for him from then on. Peterson looking a bit quickly in that final turn for our chicane there. Managed to get his kart back under control. However, Rogers was there to shave off half a kart length. Yeah, it's very close now between Peterson and Rogers. See ahead and behind him. Rogers trying to see how much that room is, and he definitely doesn't have as much pressure as Peterson would have, so Peterson can't relax. He too just wants to check and see what's going on and how much he should exert himself for the next 7 or so laps. The way Bjorn Roos is going about things, having taken 4th place now from Carlos Gil. It's going to change quite quickly for that front 3. Let's see, Bjorn in 4th at the moment. Ooh, there you go. Action all around, front and at the tail of this race. That was Jordan on Jordan, mind you. 4 or so laps across this 10-lap race, with Peterson not having been troubled since the start, I would say. That's the closest we've seen anyone to him. Let's have a look at the lap times and see. The only man to break into the 105s is Peterson, no surprise there. 106.1 for Rogers, a 106.3 for Boucher, and 106.2 for Roos. can that 10th also make a difference, or enough of a difference for Roos to get back into podium position? There it is. Gilles on Jordan, rather. That's all. Not Jordan on Jordan. Michael Jordan's a long way off from Jared. There's nothing in between Gilles and Jordan at the moment. Let's see who's going to wait until the end. Look at that. 0. We'll see what Jordan's to get his tires, is able to get his tires to do at the moment. The left-hander to the uphill looks like a good section for him. He's got some decent bottom end torque. Ooh, look at that huge jump. The crest of the hill going into corkscrew. Something is cooking between Gilles and Jordan. Let's see there. As it stands, it's still the same in the front. Jonathan Lucas leading the race and leading the lap timings. In fact, he's getting faster still. Competitive much. In second place, Justin Rogers, and in third, Christian Boucher. And if you just joined us, I'm considering just how late you've arrived here, but there's always something for you to look forward to right up until the sweltering end. We're halfway across our race as it stands. And Björn Roos is very much closer to Boucher. He's been slowly shaving his lap times bit by bit. He definitely is cooking something for the podium. Watch that battle for third place, which will soon become a battle for second if things go the way of Björn Roos. Fastest man on the circuit. Need I say his name? The 105.7. How about that? Clear intent from fourth place. Alright, Boucher is gonna have to put up a defense of a lifetime now. Because Björn Roos has closed in on him and is lining up an opportunity at any point of the circuit. We're very close to the end of this race. It's been a fantastic day of racing and an absolute pleasure. Hope it has been as much of a pleasure for you as it has been for me, whether you're out here in Benoni, the chilly, cold, sunny Benoni, or you're joining us on the live stream on YouTube. Björn Roos, closer and closer. Closer they go. The double right was not a place for him. As soon as someone starts putting up the hand to signal, let's focus. My brother, it's too late to focus now. I have caught up to you, is what Björn Roos is saying. And get out of my way is what Björn Roos went on to say as he overtook Christian Boucher at the dam section. Now he's focused on Justin Rogers. Very well recovered and fought back from Björn. I think this move on Rogers will be soon. Just the run up the hill, he's definitely got something there. Björn Roos, same toe. On the same bit of tarmac and on the same pace effectively. In fact, faster than Rogers. And all for that second place. Will be side by side into the right hander before the dam. Yes, it will be. Down the inside goes Roos. And in all fairness, Rogers did not make it unnecessarily difficult for Roos to get that second place back on what is the penultimate lap of this race. fair play. I suppose that was a display of the reason why we call them DD2 Masters and not rookies. Sheesh, what a fight it's been for Roos, and had to overcome a horrible heat 2 and to recover and show he had the pace all along. As we now start the final lap, with Jonathan Pieterse, who literally has raced into the sunset to close off the final bit of racing we've had and enjoyed all day long. We've seen Bambinos, Junior Max, Mini Max, Micro Max, Senior Max. My goodness, who could forget Senior Max? And both of the DD2 classes come and go for round 3. It's very impressive world-class performances from each and every one of these individuals. And Jonathan Pieterse is going to make sure everybody remembers his name going into round 4 in Swartkorps. That's going to be on the 30th and 31st of August when that comes into play. So there's plenty to look forward to. Championship is not quite done. But what is quite done is a brilliant display of ability from just Jonathan Pieterse, who takes first place for the DD2 Masters in spectacular fashion. And equally as spectacular was the fight back from Bjorn Roos in second place, ahead of third place Justin Rogers. That was the DD2 Masters in fourth. Christian Boucher and Carlo Gil in fifth place, Jared Jordan in sixth place, and Michael Jordan in seventh. What I enjoy seeing is the fact that Pieterse and Roos never let out. They never tapped off or held back right up until the end. I mean, their lap times were ridiculous. Pieterse's best lap was 1:05.79. Roos went one better with 1:05.709, which is just to display again competitive spirit from each and every one of these karters. It's been an absolute pleasure being with you all physically and in spirit and in networks, shall we call it, on the live stream, where we are watching this race from across the world. Join us again for round 4 at Swartkorps of the SARMC here in sunny South Africa. By then the sun is going to be a lot more active in proceedings. It's going to be a lot warmer. So look forward to seeing all of you there. My name is Prince Ndiweni, and it's been an absolute pleasure running up the word count for the sake of racing. Cheers.
Check of a race day.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us. Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax.
Winning is everything, but it is not the only thing. 384 champions, a rainbow of colour, hope and pride.
It changed my whole life, and there's no other event in the world like it.
I love it. It's part of my life.
Bahrain unfolds before them, a floodlit ocean of sand under an ink-black sky, a roller coaster of tarmac and emotion. Months after month they have toiled in every country, at every track, in all conditions, to grasp hold of their prize, their ticket, their golden opportunity. Behind each contender, the love, the drive, the joy and heartache is shared equally. The time and sacrifice is all of ours. Each moment, each race is felt from afar, from the pits, the stands, the grid.
It'd put hairs on your arms, you know. It's such an emotional experience for everyone. Win, lose or draw, there's such a passion for it.
The moment arrives. Summon every sinew and go for broke. If you don't take your opportunity, a rival will. Glory, triumph, victory or defeat, all flash by like a feather blowing on the hot breeze. With every grand final, a champion is crowned, standing tall on the shoulders of us all. It sits in silence, just one of hundreds, built to be equal. Once selected, it will become unique. Lap after lap, session after session, every minute change matters, a never-ending quest. Each delicate adjustment is observed, measured, monitored. Piece by piece, the puzzle is solved. Speed, grip, hard on the brakes, turn in, make it bite. Gradually, it is molded, until finally it is ready, but not complete. When the sun goes down, the lights come on, and it's the driver's chance to shine.
The track under the lights looks really good.
Well, it's definitely a change of atmosphere. It's like everything's closer, so you just feel 10 times faster. Last night was a bit cooler, there's a humidity in the air.
I think the track loses a bit of grip, but the times are still pretty quick. I mean, it's all some of the best drivers in the world, so everyone here should know how to adapt to that.
Yeah, well, it's very special because you don't do that normally, and I enjoyed it a lot.
I guess we feel a bit more like superstars at night time, I guess.
Calm before the storm. A new continent, a new culture, and the steepest hill in world karting to overcome and organise the most iconic image of the Rotax Grand Finals. It isn't only the drivers who must be inch perfect. Ahead of each driver lies 6 grueling days of competition. Equal equipment, equal engines. There is something different this year. As the Rotax reach grows, Brazil is truly special. The heat of the sun burns. Brazil's beauty, bewitching. Its sights and sounds, breathtaking. It is a new challenge for nearly 400 drivers. Everyone has battled all year to get here, and now they face a track carved out of the side of a mountain. Designed to reward the brave, the fearless, the clever. Designed to reward the best. When the cheers and waves of the crowd are left behind, it all comes down to this. Each year the Grand Finals gain more colour, more personality, more laughter and more bonds from nation to nation. Rivals on track, friends off it. But when the final approaches, one by one the contenders fall, until only the very best remain.
those few, those lucky few who kept their cool, held their nerve, who conquered the mountain, the reward is the title of champion. Rotax champion of the world. They celebrate, their nation celebrates, we celebrate. BRP Rotax would like to thank all their drivers, their families and official partners for making the 2018 Grand Finals a truly unforgettable experience. Thank you, Brazil, and good luck to the hosts of next year's 20th annual Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. We will see you in Sarno.
Absolute cracker-jack of a race day.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us. Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax.
Winning is everything, but it is not the only thing. 384 champions, a rainbow of colour, hope and pride.
It changed my whole life, and there's no other event in the world like it.
I love it. It's part of my life.
Bahrain unfolds before them, a floodlit ocean of sand under an ink-black sky, a roller coaster of tarmac and emotion. Months after month they have toiled in every country, at every track, in all conditions, to grasp hold of their prize, their ticket, their golden opportunity. Behind each contender, the love, the drive, the joy and heartache is shared equally. The time and sacrifice is all of ours. Each moment, each race is felt from afar, from the pits, the stands, the grid.
It'd put hairs on your arms, you know. It's such an emotional experience for everyone. Win, lose or draw, there's such a passion for it.
The moment arrives. Summon every sinew and go for broke. If you don't take your opportunity, a rival will. Glory, triumph, victory or defeat, all flash by like a feather blowing on the hot breeze. With every grand final, a champion is crowned, standing tall on the shoulders of us all. It sits in silence, just one of hundreds, built to be equal. Once selected, it will become unique. Lap after lap, session after session, every minute change matters, a never-ending quest. Each delicate adjustment is observed, measured, monitored. Piece by piece, the puzzle is solved. Speed, grip, hard on the brakes, turn in, make it bite. Gradually, it is molded, until finally it is ready, but not complete. When the sun goes down, the lights come on, and it's the driver's chance to shine.
The track under the lights looks really good.
Well, it's definitely a change of atmosphere. It's like everything's closer, so you just feel 10 times faster. Last night was a bit cooler, there's a humidity in the air.
I think the track loses a bit of grip, but the times are still pretty quick. I mean, it's all some of the best drivers in the world, so everyone here should know how to adapt to that.
Yeah, well, it's very special because you don't do that normally, and I enjoyed it a lot.
I guess we feel a bit more like superstars at night time, I guess.
Calm before the storm. A new continent, a new culture, and the steepest hill in world karting to overcome and organise the most iconic image of the Rotax Grand Finals. It isn't only the drivers who must be inch perfect. Ahead of each driver lies 6 grueling days of competition. Equal equipment, equal engines. There is something different this year. As the Rotax reach grows, Brazil is truly special. The heat of the sun burns. Brazil's beauty, bewitching. Its sights and sounds, breathtaking. It is a new challenge for nearly 400 drivers. Everyone has battled all year to get here, and now they face a track carved out of the side of a mountain. Designed to reward the brave, the fearless, the clever. Designed to reward the best. When the cheers and waves of the crowd are left behind, it all comes down to this. Each year the Grand Finals gain more colour, more personality, more laughter and more bonds from nation to nation. Rivals on track, friends off it. But when the final approaches, one by one the contenders fall, until only the very best remain. Those few, those lucky few who kept their cool, held their nerve, who conquered the mountain, the reward is the title of champion, Rotax champion of the world. They celebrate, their nation celebrates, we celebrate. BRP Rotax would like to thank all their drivers, their families and official partners for making the 2018 Grand Finals a truly unforgettable experience. Thank you, Brazil, and good luck to the hosts of next year's 20th annual Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. We will see you in Sarno.
Cracker jack of a race day.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us. Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax.
Winning is everything, but it is not the only thing. 384 champions, a rainbow of colour, hope and pride.
It changed my whole life, and there's no other event in the world like it.
I love it. It's part of my life.
Bahrain unfolds before them, a floodlit ocean of sand under an ink-black sky, a roller coaster of tarmac and emotion. Months after month they have toiled in every country, at every track, in all conditions, to grasp hold of their prize, their ticket, their golden opportunity. Behind each contender, the love, the drive, the joy and heartache is shared equally. The time and sacrifice is all of ours. Each moment, each race is felt from afar, from the pits, the stands, the grid.
It put hairs on your arms, you know. It's such an emotional experience for everyone. Win, lose or draw, there's such a passion for it.
The moment arrives. Summon every sinew and go for broke. If you don't take your opportunity, a rival will. Glory, triumph, victory or defeat, all flash by like a feather blowing on the hot breeze. With every grand final, a champion is crowned, standing tall on the shoulders of us all. It sits in silence, just one of hundreds, built to be equal. Once selected, it will become unique. lap after lap, session after session, every minute change matters, a never-ending quest. Each delicate adjustment is observed, measured, monitored. Piece by piece, the puzzle is solved. Speed, grip, hard on the brakes, turn in, make it bite. Gradually, it is molded, until finally it is ready, but not complete. When the sun goes down, the lights come on, and it's the driver's chance to shine.
The track under the lights looks really good.
Well, it's definitely a change of atmosphere. It's like everything's closer, so you just feel 10 times faster. Last night was a bit cooler, there's a humidity in the air.
I think the track loses a bit of grip, but the times are still pretty quick. I mean, it's all some of the best drivers in the world, so everyone here should know how to adapt to that.
Yeah, well, it's very special because you don't do that normally, and I enjoyed it a lot.
I guess we feel a bit more like superstars at night time, I guess.
Calm before the storm. A new continent, a new culture, and the steepest hill in world karting to overcome and organise the most iconic image of the Rotax Grand Finals. It isn't only the drivers who must be inch perfect. Ahead of each driver lies 6 grueling days of competition. Equal equipment, equal engines. There is something different this year. As the Rotax reach grows, Brazil is truly special. The heat of the sun burns. Brazil's beauty, bewitching. Its sights and sounds, breathtaking. It is a new challenge for nearly 400 drivers. Everyone has battled all year to get here, and now they face a track carved out of the side of a mountain. Designed to reward the brave, the fearless, the clever. Designed to reward the best. When the cheers and waves of the crowd are left behind, it all comes down to this. Each year the Grand Finals gain more colour, more personality, more laughter and more bonds from nation to nation. Rivals on track, friends off it. But when the final approaches, one by one the contenders fall, until only the very best remain.
those few, those lucky few who kept their cool, held their nerve, who conquered the mountain, the reward is the title of champion. Rotax champion of the world. They celebrate, their nation celebrates, we celebrate. BRP Rotax would like to thank all their drivers, their families and official partners for making the 2018 Grand Finals a truly unforgettable experience. Thank you, Brazil, and good luck to the hosts of next year's 20th annual Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. We will see you in Sarno.
Absolute crackerjack of a race day.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us. Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax.
Winning is everything, but it is not the only thing. 384 champions, a rainbow of colour, hope and pride.
It changed my whole life, and there's no other event in the world like it.
I love it. It's part of my life.
Bahrain unfolds before them, a floodlit ocean of sand under an ink-black sky, a roller coaster of tarmac and emotion. Months after month they have toiled in every country, at every track, in all conditions, to grasp hold of their prize, their ticket, their golden opportunity. Behind each contender, the love, the drive, the joy and heartache is shared equally. The time and sacrifice is all of ours. Each moment, each race is felt from afar, from the pits, the stands, the grid.
It'd put hairs on your arms, you know. It's such an emotional experience for everyone. Win, lose or draw, there's such a passion for it.
The moment arrives. Summon every sinew and go for broke. If you don't take your opportunity, a rival will. Glory, triumph, victory or defeat, all flash by like a feather blowing on the hot breeze. With every grand final, a champion is crowned, standing tall on the shoulders of us all. It sits in silence, just one of hundreds, built to be equal. Once selected, it will become unique. Lap after lap, session after session, every minute change matters, a never-ending quest. Each delicate adjustment is observed, measured, monitored. Piece by piece, the puzzle is solved. Speed, grip, hard on the brakes, turn in, make it bite. Gradually, it is molded, until finally it is ready, but not complete. When the sun goes down, the lights come on, and it's the driver's chance to shine.
The track under the lights looks really good.
Well, it's definitely a change of atmosphere. It's like everything's closer, so you just feel 10 times faster. Last night was a bit cooler, there's a humidity in the air.
I think the track loses a bit of grip, but the times are still pretty quick. I mean, it's all some of the best drivers in the world, so everyone here should know how to adapt to that.
Yeah, well, it's very special because you don't do that normally, and I enjoyed it a lot.
I guess we feel a bit more like superstars at night time, I guess.
Calm before the storm. A new continent, a new culture, and the steepest hill in world karting to overcome and organise the most iconic image of the Rotax Grand Finals. It isn't only the drivers who must be inch perfect. Ahead of each driver lies 6 grueling days of competition. Equal equipment, equal engines. There is something different this year. As the Rotax reach grows, Brazil is truly special. The heat of the sun burns. Brazil's beauty, bewitching. Its sights and sounds, breathtaking. It is a new challenge for nearly 400 drivers. Everyone has battled all year to get here, and now they face a track carved out of the side of a mountain. Designed to reward the brave, the fearless, the clever. Designed to reward the best. When the cheers and waves of the crowd are left behind, it all comes down to this. Each year the Grand Finals gain more colour, more personality, more laughter and more bonds from nation to nation. Rivals on track, friends off it. But when the final approaches, one by one the contenders fall, until only the very best remain. Those few, those lucky few who kept their cool, held their nerve, who conquered the mountain, the reward is the title of champion, Rotax champion of the world. They celebrate, their nation celebrates, we celebrate. BRP Rotax would like to thank all their drivers, their families and official partners for making the 2018 Grand Finals a truly unforgettable experience. Thank you, Brazil, and good luck to the hosts of next year's 20th annual Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. We will see you in Sarno.
Check of a race day.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us. Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax.
Winning is everything, but it is not the only thing. 384 champions, a rainbow of colour, hope and pride.
It changed my whole life, and there's no other event in the world like it.
I love it. It's part of my life.
Bahrain unfolds before them, a floodlit ocean of sand under an ink-black sky, a roller coaster of tarmac and emotion. Months after month they have toiled in every country, at every track, in all conditions, to grasp hold of their prize, their ticket, their golden opportunity. Behind each contender, the love, the drive, the joy and heartache is shared equally. The time and sacrifice is all of ours. Each moment, each race is felt from afar, from the pits, the stands, the grid.
It put hairs on your arms, you know. It's such an emotional experience for everyone. Win, lose or draw, there's such a passion for it.
The moment arrives. Summon every sinew and go for broke. If you don't take your opportunity, a rival will. Glory, triumph, victory or defeat, all flash by like a feather blowing on the hot breeze. With every grand final, a champion is crowned, standing tall on the shoulders of us all. It sits in silence, just one of hundreds, built to be equal. Once selected, it will become unique. lap after lap, session after session, every minute change matters, a never-ending quest. Each delicate adjustment is observed, measured, monitored. Piece by piece, the puzzle is solved. Speed, grip, hard on the brakes, turn in, make it bite. Gradually, it is molded, until finally it is ready, but not complete. When the sun goes down, the lights come on, and it's the driver's chance to shine.
The track under the lights looks really good.
Well, it's definitely a change of atmosphere. It's like everything's closer, so you just feel 10 times faster. Last night was a bit cooler, there's a humidity in the air.
I think the track loses a bit of grip, but the times are still pretty quick. I mean, it's all some of the best drivers in the world, so everyone here should know how to adapt to that.
Yeah, well, it's very special because you don't do that normally, and I enjoyed it a lot.
I guess we feel a bit more like superstars at night time, I guess.
Calm before the storm. A new continent, a new culture, and the steepest hill in world karting to overcome and organise the most iconic image of the Rotax Grand Finals. It isn't only the drivers who must be inch perfect. Ahead of each driver lies 6 grueling days of competition. Equal equipment, equal engines. There is something different this year. As the Rotax reach grows, Brazil is truly special. The heat of the sun burns. Brazil's beauty, bewitching. Its sights and sounds, breathtaking. It is a new challenge for nearly 400 drivers. Everyone has battled all year to get here, and now they face a track carved out of the side of a mountain. Designed to reward the brave, the fearless, the clever. Designed to reward the best. When the cheers and waves of the crowd are left behind, it all comes down to this. Each year the Grand Finals gain more colour, more personality, more laughter and more bonds from nation to nation. Rivals on track, friends off it. But when the final approaches, one by one the contenders fall, until only the very best remain.
those few, those lucky few who kept their cool, held their nerve, who conquered the mountain, the reward is the title of champion. Rotax champion of the world. They celebrate, their nation celebrates, we celebrate. BRP Rotax would like to thank all their drivers, their families and official partners for making the 2018 Grand Finals a truly unforgettable experience. Thank you, Brazil, and good luck to the hosts of next year's 20th annual Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. We will see you in Sarno.
Absolute cracker-jack of a race day.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us. Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax.
Winning is everything, but it is not the only thing. 384 champions, a rainbow of colour, hope and pride.
It changed my whole life, and there's no other event in the world like it.
I love it. It's part of my life.
Bahrain unfolds before them, a floodlit ocean of sand under an ink-black sky, a roller coaster of tarmac and emotion. Months after month they have toiled in every country, at every track, in all conditions, to grasp hold of their prize, their ticket, their golden opportunity. Behind each contender, the love, the drive, the joy and heartache is shared equally. The time and sacrifice is all of ours. Each moment, each race is felt from afar. From the pits, the stands, the grid.
It put hairs on your arms, you know. It's such an emotional experience for everyone. Win, lose or draw, there's such a passion for it.
The moment arrives. Summon every sinew and go for broke. If you don't take your opportunity, a rival will. Glory, triumph, victory or defeat, all flash by like a feather blowing on the hot breeze. With every grand final, a champion is crowned, standing tall on the shoulders of us all. It sits in silence, just one of hundreds, built to be equal. Once selected, it will become unique. Lap after lap, session after session, every minute change matters, a never-ending quest. Each delicate adjustment is observed, measured, monitored. Piece by piece, the puzzle is solved. Speed, grip, hard on the brakes, turn in, make it bite. Gradually, it is molded, until finally it is ready, but not complete. When the sun goes down, the lights come on, and it's the driver's chance to shine.
The track under the lights looks really good.
Well, it's definitely a change of atmosphere. It's like everything's closer, so you just feel 10 times faster. Last night was a bit cooler, there's a humidity in the air.
I think the track loses a bit of grip, but the times are still pretty quick. I mean, it's all some of the best drivers in the world, so everyone here should know how to adapt to that.
Yeah, well, it's very special because you don't do that normally, and I enjoyed it a lot.
I guess we feel a bit more like superstars at night time, I guess.
Calm before the storm. A new continent, a new culture, and the steepest hill in world karting to overcome and organise the most iconic image of the Rotax Grand Finals. It isn't only the drivers who must be inch perfect. Ahead of each driver lies 6 grueling days of competition. Equal equipment, equal engines. There is something different this year. As the Rotax reach grows, Brazil is truly special. The heat of the sun burns. Brazil's beauty, bewitching. Its sights and sounds, breathtaking. It is a new challenge for nearly 400 drivers. Everyone has battled all year to get here, and now they face a track carved out of the side of a mountain. Designed to reward the brave, the fearless, the clever. Designed to reward the best. When the cheers and waves of the crowd are left behind, it all comes down to this. Each year the Grand Finals gain more colour, more personality, more laughter and more bonds from nation to nation. Rivals on track, friends off it. But when the final approaches, one by one the contenders fall, until only the very best remain. Those few, those lucky few who kept their cool, held their nerve, who conquered the mountain, the reward is the title of champion, Rotax champion of the world. They celebrate, their nation celebrates, we celebrate. BRP Rotax would like to thank all their drivers, their families and official partners for making the 2018 Grand Finals a truly unforgettable experience. Thank you, Brazil, and good luck to the hosts of next year's 20th annual Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. We will see you in Sarno.
Check of a race day.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us. Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax.
Winning is everything, but it is not the only thing. 384 champions, a rainbow of colour, hope and pride.
It changed my whole life. And there's no other event in the world like it.
I love it. It's part of my life.
Bahrain unfolds before them, a floodlit ocean of sand under an ink-black sky, a roller coaster of tarmac and emotion. Months after month they have toiled in every country, at every track, in all conditions, to grasp hold of their prize, their ticket, their golden opportunity. Behind each contender, the love, the drive, the joy and heartache is shared equally. The time and sacrifice is all of ours. Each moment, each race is felt from afar, from the pits, the stands, the grid.
It put hairs on your arms, you know. It's such an emotional experience for everyone. Win, lose or draw, there's such a passion for it.
The moment arrives. Summon every sinew and go for broke. If you don't take your opportunity, a rival will. Glory, triumph, victory or defeat, all flash by like a feather blowing on the hot breeze. With every grand final, a champion is crowned, standing tall on the shoulders of us all. It sits in silence, just one of hundreds, built to be equal. Once selected, it will become unique. lap after lap, session after session, every minute change matters, a never-ending quest. Each delicate adjustment is observed, measured, monitored. Piece by piece, the puzzle is solved. Speed, grip, hard on the brakes, turn in, make it bite. Gradually, it is molded, until finally it is ready, but not complete. When the sun goes down, the lights come on, and it's the driver's chance to shine.
The track under the lights looks really good.
Well, it's definitely a change of atmosphere. It's like everything's closer, so you just feel 10 times faster. Last night was a bit cooler, there's a humidity in the air.
I think the track loses a bit of grip, but the times are still pretty quick. I mean, it's all some of the best drivers in the world, so everyone here should know how to adapt to that.
Yeah, well, it's very special because you don't do that normally, and I enjoyed it a lot.
I guess we feel a bit more like superstars at night time, I guess.
Calm before the storm. A new continent, a new culture, and the steepest hill in world karting to overcome and organise the most iconic image of the Rotax Grand Finals. It isn't only the drivers who must be inch perfect. Ahead of each driver lies 6 grueling days of competition. Equal equipment, equal engines. There is something different this year. As the Rotax reach grows, Brazil is truly special. The heat of the sun burns. Brazil's beauty, bewitching. Its sights and sounds, breathtaking. It is a new challenge for nearly 400 drivers. Everyone has battled all year to get here, and now they face a track carved out of the side of a mountain. Designed to reward the brave, the fearless, the clever. Designed to reward the best. When the cheers and waves of the crowd are left behind, it all comes down to this. Each year the Grand Finals gain more colour, more personality, more laughter and more bonds from nation to nation. Rivals on track, friends off it. But when the final approaches, one by one the contenders fall, until only the very best remain.
those lucky few who kept their cool, held their nerve, who conquered the mountain, the reward is the title of champion. Rotax champion of the world. They celebrate, their nation celebrates, we celebrate. BRP Rotax would like to thank all their drivers, their families and official partners for making the 2018 Grand Finals a truly unforgettable experience. Thank you, Brazil, and good luck to the hosts of next year's 20th annual Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. We will see you in Sarno.
Going to be an absolute cracker-jack of a race day.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us. Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax.
Winning is everything, but it is not the only thing. 384 champions, a rainbow of colour, hope and pride.
It changed my whole life, and there's no other event in the world like it.
I love it. It's part of my life.
Bahrain unfolds before them, a floodlit ocean of sand under an ink-black sky, a roller coaster of tarmac and emotion.
Shout out and a big thanks for putting a fantastic venue together for this weekend's racing. You guys put in massive effort for this event to go ahead, and we thank you for that. To all the officials on the day and the weekend since Thursday, thank you very much, guys. Without you guys offering your time and making yourselves available, racing like this won't be possible. To all our competitors, it is the third national of the year. Generally speaking, nationals, when it comes to the third national and you're not in the championship, people tend not to enter nationals anymore. But we had a fantastic turnout of 93 competitors from all the provinces that have regional racing. So to you guys, thank you very much and well done. It was a good weekend's racing. We move on to the Bambinos. Guys, and as I call you out, please walk up the staircase carefully, please. Come up to the backdrop and receive your rewards. Thanks, Mitch. We're going to start off with kart number 27, which is Anash in the Bambino class. Anash, please come up, boy. Is Anash still here? Anash Madikane. Not here anymore. Enzo, are you still here? Come up, boyki. Hold on, Enzo. In 7th position, kart number 24, Liam de Beer. Is Liam still around? Anybody from Ice Motorsport, maybe? Okay. Then in 6th position, kart number 63, Josvat Russell. In 5th position, kart number 58, Sebastian Shuttleworth. In 4th position, kart number 23, Roddy Harris. Anybody here that can fetch for Roddy? Okay. All right. In 3rd position, kart number 40, Aston Verheul. In 2nd position, kart number 46, Alonso de Oliveira. And the winner for the day, kart number 33, Caleb Lingveld. Right, guys, that was the Bambinos for the weekend. Again, our podium in 6th position, 63, Josvat Russell. 5th was 58, Sebastian Shuttleworth. In 4th, 23, Roddy Harris. 3rd was Aston Verheul in kart 40. Alonso de Oliveira, 2nd, 46. And our winner for the day, Caleb Lingveld, kart number 33 from Cape Town. Well done, boys. Thank you, boy. Right, next we move on to the Micromaxes that also provided massively entertaining racing over the weekend. Extremely close. And there we have from 6th position, kart 611, Adrian Stein. In 5th position, kart number 688, Luc Dutoy. In 4th position, kart 646, that is Liam Wharton. In 3rd position, kart 612, Matthew Shuttleworth. Well done, Matthew. Well done, mate. And in second position, kart 624, Noah Cronier. And the winner for the national at Formula K racetrack for this weekend, 627, Luan de Vet. Right, again, our Micromax podium in sixth position, Adrian Stein. In fifth, Luke the Toy. Liam Wharton in fourth. Matthew Shuttleworth in third. In second position, Noah Cronier. And the winner for the day, Luan de Vet, kart 627. Well done, guys. Moving on to the Mini-Max, which was again a highly contested class this weekend with 20 entries. In sixth position, kart 530, Tsepang Shesanwana. In fifth position, kart 565, Rafael de Souza. In fourth position, kart 588, Ruvan Maritz. In third position, kart 522, Brody Dowling. In second position, kart 577, Ronaldo Kun. And the winner for the day, kart 547, Durrell Goodman.
Rory, you want to say something?
Right, guys, again, our Mini-Max podium for this weekend. In sixth position, 530, Tsepang Shesanwana. In fifth position, Rafael de Souza. Fourth was Ruvan Maritz. Third was Brody Darling. Second, Ronaldo Kun. And our winner for this weekend, Durrell Goodman. Well done, guys. We then move on to Junior Max, which also provided very close racing this entire weekend. And in sixth position, we've got kart 457, that is Luke Hill. In fifth position, 445, Amani Kinua. Is Amani still around? Right. In fourth position, kart 493, Keegan Martin. In third position, kart number 486, Georgia Leonards. In second position, 417, Gianna Pascal.
Which side do I stand?
You stand right next to yeah.
And the winner for the day, kart 484, William Marshall. Right, again, in 6th position, 457, Luke Hill. Then in 5th position, we had Amani Kinua. Keegan Martin in 4th, Georgia Lenartz in 3rd, Gianna Pascal 2nd, and our winner for the Junior Max class, William Marshall. Well done, guys and girls. We then move on to the Senior Max class, and in Senior Max 6th position, we've got kart number 233, Mauro de Luz.
Well done, Mauro. Thank you.
In 5th position, kart number 292, Brandon van der Walt. In 4th position, 258, Kent Swartz. In 3rd position, they unfortunately excused themselves, but in 3rd position we had 296, that's Jono Wilson. Second position, 257, Charles Visser.
You made an arrangement with me. Sure, well done.
And the winner for the day, kart 299, Muhammad Wali. Right, again, the Senior Max is in 6th position, 233, Mauro de Luz. 5th, 292, Brandon van der Walt. 258 in 4th, Ken Swartz. Then we had Jono Wilson in 3rd, Scholfus is 2nd, and the winner for the day, Muhammad Wali, with 299. We move on to the DD2s. DD2's in 6th position, kart number 63, Karabo Malamela. Is Karabo still around? Anybody from Extreme that can take his trophy?
Thank you.
In 5th position, 42, kart 42, Ethan Steer. In 4th position, kart number 52, Matthew Wadley. In 3rd position, kart number 24, Nicholas Vastanis.
Nick, thank you.
In 2nd, kart number 69, Sebastian Boyd. And the winner for the weekend, kart number 12, Bradley Liebenberg. Again, our DDT podium for the weekend in 6th position, kart number 63, Karabo Malamela. In 5th, we had Ethan Steer, Matthew Wadley in 4th, Nick Vostanis in 3rd, Sebastian Boyd 2nd, and the winner for this weekend, Bradley Liebenberg. Well done, guys. Last but not least, we've got our DD2 Masters. And there we've got for the top 3, And in third position, we have kart number 161, Bjorn Ruus. In second position, and this was a tie, so it gets worked back. In second position, kart 126, Christian Boucher, on 93 points for the weekend.
Well done, Chris. Third, second, center.
And the winner for this weekend, having had that tie and working it back, 135, Justin Rogers. In fourth position, we had Jonathan Peterson. Fifth was Carlo Gill, Jared Jordan in sixth, and Michael Jordan in seventh. Again, our podium, Bjorn Ruus in third position, Christian Boucher tied on points in second, and then the winner for the day, Justin Rogers in kart 135. Well done, Masters. Guys, that concludes prize giving for this national event at Formula K. Please travel safely. Thank you very much for attending. Thanks for the good sportsmanship and the awesome racing this weekend. We see you at Swartkorps in August for the final of the national championship. Thanks.